Preface to The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. Preface. This volume is a narrative of Scott's last expedition, from its departure from England in 1910 to its return to New Zealand in 1913. It does not, however, include the story of subsidiary parties, except where their adventures touch the history of the main party. It is hoped later to publish an appendix volume with an account of the two geological journeys, and such other information concerning the equipment of, and lessons learned by, this expedition as may be of use to the future explorer. This post-war business is inartistic, for it is seldom that any one does anything well for the sake of doing it well, and it is unchristian if you value Christianity, for men are out to hurt and not to help. Can you wonder when the Ten Commandments were hurled straight from the pulpit through good stained glass? It is all very interesting and uncomfortable, and it has been a great relief to wander back in one's thoughts and correspondence and personal dealings to an age in geological time so many hundred years ago, when we were artistic Christians, doing our jobs as well as we were able, just because we wished to do them well, helping one another with all our strength, and, I speak with personal humility, living a life of co-operation in the face of hardships and dangers which has seldom been surpassed. The mutual conquest of difficulties is the cement of friendship, as it is the only lasting cement of matrimony. We had plenty of difficulties. We sometimes failed, we sometimes won. We always faced them. We had to. Consequently, we have some friends who are better than all the wives in Mahomet's paradise, and when I have asked for help in the making of this book, I have never asked in vain. Talk of ex-soldiers, give me ex-Antarcticists, unsoured, and with their ideals intact. They could sweep the world. The trouble is that they are inclined to lose their ideals in this complicated atmosphere of civilization. They run one another down like the deuce, and it is quite time that stopped. What is the use of A running down Scott because he served with Shackleton, or B going for Amundsen because he served with Scott? They have all done good work, within their limits, the best work to date. There are jobs for which, if I had to do them, I would like to serve under Scott, Amundsen, Shackleton and Wilson, each to his part. For a joint scientific and geographical piece of organisation, give me Scott. For a winter journey, Wilson. For a dash to the pole and nothing else, Amundsen. And if I am in the devil of a hole and want to get out of it, give me Shackleton every time. They will all go down in polar history as leaders, these men. I believe Bowers would also have made a great name for himself if he had lived, and few polar ships have been commanded as capably as was the Terra Nova by Pennell. In a way this book is a sequel to the friendship which there was between Wilson, Bowers and myself, which, having stood the strain of the winter journey, could never have been broken. Between the three of us we had a share in all the big journeys and bad times which came to Scott's main landing party, and what follows is, particularly, our unpublished diaries, letters and illustrations. We have tried to show how good the whole thing was, and how bad. I have had a freer hand than many in this, because much of the dull routine has been recorded already and can be found if wanted. Also because, not being the leader of the expedition, I had no duty to fulfil in cataloguing my followers' achievements. But there was plenty of work left for me. It has been no mere gleaning of the polar field. Not half the story had been told, nor even all the most interesting documents. Among these I have had from Mrs. Bowers her son's letters home, and from Lashly his diary of the last return party on the polar journey. Mrs. Wilson has given her husband's diary of the polar journey. This is especially valuable because it is the only detailed account in existence from 87 degrees 32 minutes to the pole and after, with the exception of Scott's diary, already published. Lady Scott has given with both hands any records I wanted and could find. No one of my companions in the South has failed to help. They include Atkinson, Wright, Priestley, Simpson, Lilly and Debenham. To all these good friends I can do no more than express my very sincere thanks. I determined that the first object of the illustrations should be descriptive of the text. Wright and Debenham have photographs, sledging and otherwise, which do this admirably. Mrs. Wilson has allowed me to have any of her husband's sketches and drawings reproduced that I wished, and there are many hundreds from which to make a selection. In addition to the 6 watercolours which I have chosen for their beauty, I have taken a number of sketches because they illustrate typical incidents in our lives. They are just unfinished sketches, no more, and had Bill been alive, he would have finished them before he allowed them to be published. Then I have had reproduced nearly all the sketches and panoramas drawn by him on the Polar Journey, and found with him where he died. The half-tone process does not do them justice. I wish I could have had them reproduced in photogravure, but the cost is prohibitive. As to production, after a good deal of experience, I was convinced that I could trust a commercial firm to do its worst save when it gave them less trouble to do better. I acknowledge my mistake. In a wilderness of firms in whom nothing was first class except their names and their prices, I have dealt with R&R Clark, who have printed this book, and Emery Walker, who has illustrated it. The fact that Emery Walker is not only alive, but full of vitality, indicates why most of the other firms are millionaires. When I went south I never meant to write a book. I rather despise those who did so as being of an inferior brand to those who did things and said nothing about them. But that they say nothing is too often due to the fact that they have nothing to say, or are too idle or too busy to learn how to say it. Every one who has been through such an extraordinary experience has much to say, and ought to say it if he has any faculty that way. There is, after the event, a good deal of criticism, of stock-taking, of checking of supplies and distances and so forth, that cannot really be done without first-hand experience. Out there we knew what was happening to us too well, but we did not and could not measure its full significance. When I was asked to write a book by the Antarctic Committee, I discovered that, without knowing it, I had intended to write one ever since I had realized my own experiences. Once started, I enjoyed the process. My own writing is my own despair, but it is better than it was, and this is directly due to Mr. and Mrs. Bernard Shaw. At the age of 35 I am delighted to acknowledge that my education has at last begun. Apsley Cherry-Garrard, Lamer, Wheathampstead, 1921. End of preface. Chapter 5, Part 5 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, The Depot Journey, Part 5. On March 16th, the last sledge party to the Barrier that season started for Corner Camp with provisions to increase the existing depot there. The party was in charge of Lieutenant Evans, and consisted of Bowers, Oates, Atkinson Wright and myself, with 2 seamen, Crean and Ford. The journey out and back took 8 days and was uneventful as sledge journeys go. Thick weather prevailed for several days, and after running down our distance to Corner Camp we waited for it to clear. We found ourselves 6 miles from the depot and among crevasses, which goes to show how easy it is to steer off the course under such conditions, and how creditable the navigation is when a course is kept correctly, sometimes more by instinct than by skill. But we got our first experience of cold weather sledging, which was useful. The -30s and 40s are not very cold, as we were to understand cold afterwards, but quite cold enough to start with, cold enough to teach you how to look after your footgear, handle metal, and not to waste time. However, the sun was still well up during the day, and this makes all the difference, since any sun does more drying of clothes and gear than none at all. At the same time we began to realise the difficulties which attended upon spring journeys, though we could only imagine what might be the trials on a journey in mid-winter such as we intended to essay. It is easy to be wise after the event, but in looking back upon the expedition as a whole, and the tragedy which was to come, mainly from the unforeseen cold of the autumn on the Barrier, such as -40s in February, it seems that we might have grasped that these temperatures were lower than might have been expected in the middle of March, quite near the open sea. Even if this had occurred to anyone, and I do not think that it did, I doubt whether the next step of reasoning would have followed, namely, the possibility that the interior of the Barrier would, as actually happened, prove to be much colder than was expected at this date. On the contrary, I several times heard Scott mention the possibility of the Polar Party not returning until April. At the same time it must be realised that pony transport to the foot of the Beardmore Glacier made a late start inevitable, for the blizzards our ponies had already suffered proved that spring weather on the Barrier would be intolerable to them. As a matter of fact, Scott says in his message to the public, "No one in the world would have expected the temperature and surfaces which we encountered at this time of the year." We returned to find everything at Hut Point, including the hut, covered with frozen spray. This was the result of a blizzard, of which we only felt the tail end on the Barrier. Scott wrote, "The sea was breaking constantly and heavily on the ice foot. The spray carried right over the point, covering all things and raining on the roof of the hut. Poor Vince's cross, some 30 feet above the water, was enveloped in it. Of course the dogs had a very poor time, and we went and released 2 or 3 getting covered in spray during the operation. Our wind clothes very wet. This is the 3rd gale from the south since our arrival here, i.e. in 2½ weeks. Any one of these would have rendered the bay impossible for a ship, and therefore it is extraordinary that we should have entirely escaped such a blow when the Discovery was in it in 1902. It is difficult to see long distances across open water at this time of year, because the comparatively warm water throws up into the air a fog known as frost smoke. If there is a wind, this smoke is carried over the surface of the sea, but if calm the smoke rises and forms a dense curtain. Standing on Arrival Heights, which form the nail of the finger-like peninsula on which we now lived, we could see the 4 islands which lie near Cape Evans, and a black smudge in the face of the glaciers which descend from Erebus, which we knew to be the face of the steep slope above Cape Evans, afterwards named the Ramp. But for the present, our comfortable hut might have been thousands of miles away for all the good it was to us. As soon as the wind fell calm the sea was covered by a thin layer of ice. In 24 hours it might be 4 or 5 inches thick, but as yet it never proved strong enough to resist the next blizzard. In March the ice to the south was safe. There was appearance of ice in the 2 days at the foot of Erebus's slopes in the beginning of April. We treated newly formed ice with far too little respect. It was on April the 7th that Scott asked whether any of us would like to walk northwards over the newly formed ice towards Castle Rock. We had walked about 2 miles, the ice heaving up and down as we went, dodging the open pools and leads to the best of our ability, when Taylor went right in. Luckily he could lever himself out without help, and return to the hut with all speed. We prepared to cross this ice to Cape Evans the next day, but the whole of it went out in the night. On another occasion we were prepared to set out the following morning, but the ice on which we were to cross went out on the turn of the tide, some 5 hours before we timed ourselves to start. Scott was of the opinion that the ice in the 2 bays under Erebus was firm, and prepared to essay this route. The first of these bays is formed by the junction of the Hut Point Peninsula with Erebus to the south, and by Glacier Tongue to the north. Crossing Glacier Tongue, a party can descend on to the second bay beyond, the northern boundary of which is Cape Evans. The Delbridge Islands, of which Great Razorback is in direct line between Glacier Tongue and Cape Evans, help to hold in any ice which forms here. The route had never been attempted before, but it was hoped that a way down from the peninsula on to the frozen sea might be found at the Hutton Cliffs, an outcrop of lava rock in the irregular ice face. A party consisting of Scott, Bowers, Taylor and Seaman Evans with 1 tent, and Lieutenant Evans, Wright, Debenham, Cran and Crean with another, started for Hut Point. It was dark to the south and snowing by the time they reached the top of Ski Slope. We helped them past Third Crater. The ice from Hut Point to Glacier Tongue was impossible, and so they went on past Castle Rock and were to try and get down somewhere by the Hutton Cliffs onto some fast sea ice, which seemed to have held there some time, and so across Glacier Tongue on to sea ice which also seemed to be fast as far as Cape Evans. After lunch Wilson and I started about 4 p.m. in half a blizzard. It was much better on the heights and fairly clear towards Erebus, but we could not see any traces of the party on the ice. April 12th. This morning, as it was beginning to get light, a blizzard started, and it is blowing very hard now. The large amount of snow which has fallen will make it very thick. We are all anxious about the returning party, for Scott talked of camping on the sea ice. The ice in Arrival Bay, just north of Hut Point, has gone out.
They have sleeping bags, food for 2 meals, and a full primus for each tent. April 13th. We are very anxious about the returning party, especially when all the ice north of Hut Point went out. The blizzard blew itself out this morning, and it was a great change to see the white island and the bluff once more. Atkinson came in before lunch and told me that looking from the heights, the ice from Glacier Tongue to Cape Evans appeared to have gone out. This sobered our lunch. We all made our way to Second Crater afterwards, and found the ice from the Hutton Cliffs to Glacier Tongue and thence to Cape Evans was still in. Before leaving, Scott arranged to give Veery lights at 10 p.m. from Cape Evans on the first clear night of the next 3. Tonight is the 3rd, and the first clear night. We were out punctually, and then as we watched a flare blazed up, followed by quite a firework display. We all went wild with excitement, knowing that all was well. Meares ran in and soaked some awning with paraffin, and we lifted it as an answering flare and threw it into the air again and again, until it was burning in little bits all over the snow. The relief was great. Bowers must tell the story of the returning party. We topped the ridges and headed for Erebus beyond Castle Rock. It looked a little threatening at first, but cleared a bit as we got on. It was quite interesting to be breaking new ground. Scott is a fine stepper in a sledge, and he set a fast and easy swing all the time. It was snowing and misty when we got beyond the Hutton Cliffs, but we pitched the tents for lunch before going down the slope. There was no doubt that the blizzard was coming up. It cleared during lunch, which we finished about 3:30 p.m, as it had been a long morning march. It was just as well for us that the mist cleared, for the slope was not only crevassed in one direction, but it ended in a high ice cliff. By working along we found a lowish place about 30 feet down from top to bottom. Over this we lowered men and sledges. It had started to blow, and the drift was flying off the cliff in clouds. We put in a couple of strong male bamboos to lower the last man away, leaving the alpine rope there to facilitate ascent, i.e. for any party returning to Hut Point with food. We then repacked the sledges and headed across the bay towards Glacier Tongue, where we arrived after dark about 6 p.m. The young sea ice was covered in a salt deposit, which made it like pulling a sledge over treacle instead of ice, and it was very heavy going after the snow uplands. The Tongue was mostly hard blue ice, which is slipperiness itself, and crevassed every few yards. Most of these were bridged, but you were continually pushing a foot, or sometimes 2, into nothingness, in the semi-darkness. None of us, however, went down to the extent of our harness. Arrived on the other side, we struck a sheltered dip, where we decided to camp for something to eat. It was after 8 p.m, and I was for camping there for the night, as it seemed to me folly to venture upon a piece of untried, newly frozen sea ice in inky darkness, with a blizzard coming up behind us. Against this, of course, we were only 5 miles from Cape Evans, and though we had hardly any grub with us, not having anticipated the cliff or the saltiness of the sea ice, and having to set out to do the journey in one day, I thought hunger in a sleeping bag better than lying out in a blizzard on less than 1 foot of young ice. After a meal, we started off at 9:30 p.m. in a snowy mist in which we could literally see nothing. It had fallen calm though, and at last we could see the outline of the nearest of the Delbridge Islands, called the Great Razorback. Our course lay for a smaller island ahead called the Little Razorback. As we neared the Little Razorback Island, the snow hid everything. In fact, we could hardly see the island itself when we were right under it. It was impossible to go wandering on, so we had after all to camp on the sea ice. There was scarcely any snow to put on the valances of the tents, and the wet salt soaked the bags, and you knew that there was only about 6 or 10 inches of precarious ice between you and the black waters beneath. Altogether, I decided that I for one would lie awake in such an insecure camp. As expected, the blizzard overtook us shortly after midnight, and the shrieking of the wind among the rocks above might have been pretty unpleasant had it not assured me that we were still close to the island and not moving seaward. Needless to say, I said that I was sure the camp was as safe as a church. At daylight Taylor dived out and in until the wind from the door blew out the ice valance, and the next moment the tent closed on us like an umbrella. We would never have spread it again had not some of the drift settled around us, and so we were able to secure it after an hour or 2. The air was full of thick drift, and to work off some of Taylor's energy I said we might climb the island and look for Cape Evans. The island rose up straight from the sea at a sharp angle all round, and we climbed it with difficulty. On the top we saw the reason of its name, as it was absolutely so sharp right along that you could bestride the top as though sitting in a saddle. It was too windy sitting up there to be pleasant, so we descended, having seen nothing but clouds of flying snow and the peak of Inaccessible Island. At the bottom of the weather side we found a small ledge perfectly flat and just big enough to take 2 tents pitched close together. At this place the island made a wind buffer and it was practically calm, though the blizzard yelled all around. I urged Captain Scott to camp on this ledge, and Taylor fizzled for making for Cape Evans, so Scott decided to ensure Taylor's safety, as he put it, and we made for the ledge. Once there we had an ideal camp on good hard ground and no wind, and had we had food the blizzard might have lasted a week for aught I cared. We were 2 nights there, and on the morning of the 13th it took off enough for us to head for home. We saw Sonny Jim's (Simpson's) observatory on the hill, but still did not know how the hut had fared till we got round the cape into North Bay. There was the winter station all intact, however, and though North Bay had only just frozen in, it was strong enough to bear us safely. Somebody saw us, and in another moment the hut poured out her little party, consisting of Sonny Jim, Ponting, Nelson, Day, Lashly, Hooper, Clissold, Dimitri and Anton. Ponting's face was a study as he ran up. He failed to recognise any of us, and stopped dead with a blank look. As he admitted afterwards, he thought it was the Norwegian expedition for the space of a moment, and then we were all being greeted as heartily as if we had really done something to be proud of. The motors had had to be shifted, and a lot of gear placed higher up the beach, but the water had never reached near the hut, so all was well. Inside it looked tremendous, and we looked at our grimy selves in a glass for the first time for 3 months. No wonder Ponting did not recognise the ruffians. He photographed a group of us, which will amuse you some day, when it is permissible to send photos. We ate heartily, and had hot baths and generally civilized ourselves. I have since concluded that the hut is the finest place in the southern hemisphere, but then I could not shake down to it at once. I hankered for a sleeping bag out in the snow, or for the blubbery atmosphere of Hut Point. I expect the truth of the matter was that all my special pals, Bill, Cherry, Titus and Atch, had been left behind. We found 8 ponies at winter quarters in the stable, Hackenschmidt having died. These, with our 2 at Hut Point, left us with 10 to start the winter with. I at once looked out at the other big Siberian horse that had been a pair with my late lamented. They were the only Siberian ponies, all the rest being Manchurians, and singled him out for myself, should the powers that be willing. A party had to return to Hut Point with some provisions in a day or 2, so I asked to go. Captain Scott had decided to go himself, but he said he would be very pleased if I would go too, so it being a fine day, we left the following Monday. The 2 teams consisted of Captain Scott, Lashly, Day and Dimitri, with 1 sledge and tent, and Crean, Hooper, Nelson and myself with the other. We had it in fine as far as the Glacier Tongue, and then along came the cheery old south wind in our faces. We crossed the Tongue and struggled against this till we could camp under the Hutton Cliffs, where we got some shelter. All of us had our faces frostbitten, the washing and shaving having made mine quite tender. It was a bit of a job getting up the cliff. We had to stand on top of a pile of fallen ice and hoist a 10-feet sledge onto our shoulders, at least onto the shoulders of the tall ones. This just touched the overhanging cornice. A cornice of snow is caused by a continual drift over a sharp edge. It takes all sorts of fantastic shapes, but usually hangs over like this. Looking edgeways, it looks as if it must fall down, but as a matter of fact it is usually very tough indeed. In this case steps were cut in it with an ice axe from our extempore ladder, and Captain Scott and I got up first. With the aid of a rope and the ladder we got the light ones up first, and hauled up the gear last of all. Hanging the sledge from the top with 1 rope enabled the last 2 to struggle up it, assisted by a rope round them from above. It was a cold job, and more frostbites occurred in 2 of our novices, one on a foot and the other on a finger. We faced the blast again, but got it partially behind us on reaching the heights. We camped for the night under Castle Rock on an inclined slope. It calmed down to a glorious night with low temperature. Crean and I lay head downhill to make Nelson and Hooper, who had never sledged before, more comfortable. As a result, Crean slipped half out of the tent and let in a cold stream of air under the valance, for which I was at a loss to account until the morning disclosed him thus, fast asleep of course. It takes a lot to worry Captain Scott's coxswain. We arrived at Hut Point and had a great reception there, chiefly on account of the food we brought, particularly the sugar. We had been living on some paraffin sugar when I left before, and even this was finished. The next day we stayed there to kill seals. Cherry and I skinned one and then went for a walk around Cape Armitage. It was blowing big guns off the cape, fairly fizzing in fact. We went in as far as Pram Point, then turned, coming in with it behind us. I only had a thin balaclava and my ears were nearly nipped. Meanwhile, those of us who had been left at Hut Point with the ponies and dogs journeyed out one afternoon to Safety Camp to get some more bales of compressed fodder. Easter Sunday was spent in a howling blizzard, which cleared in the afternoon sufficiently to see a golden sun sinking into a sea of purple frost smoke and drift. I have it on record that we had tinned haddock this day for breakfast, made by Oates with great care, a biscuit and cheese hoosh for lunch, and a pemmican fry this evening, followed by cocoa with a tin of sweetened Nestlé's milk in it. Truly a great luxury. For the rest of us we mended our finnesko and we read Bleak House. Meares told us how the Chinese, who were going to war with the Lolos, who were one of the 18 tribes on the borders of Tibet and China, tied the Lolo hostage to a bench and, having cut his throat, caught the blood which dripped from it. Into this they dipped their flag and then cut out the heart and liver, which the officers ate, while the men ate the rest. The relief party arrived on April the 18th. We had spent such a happy week, just the 7 of us, at the Discovery Hut, that I think, glad as we were to see the men, we would most of us had rather been left undisturbed, and I expected that it would mean that we should have to move homewards, as it turned out. Meares is to be left in charge of the party which remains, namely Forde and Keohane of the old stagers, and Nelson, Day, Lashly and Dimitri of the newcomers. He is very amusing with the stores, and is evidently afraid that the food which has just been brought in, sugar, self-raising flour, chocolate, etc., will all be eaten up by those who have bought it. So we have dampers without butter and a minimum of chocolate. Tuesday and Thursday night was one of our few still, cold days, nearly -30. The sea northwards from Hut Point, whence the ice had previously all gone out, froze nearly 5 inches by Wednesday midday, when we got 3 more seal. Scott was evidently thinking that on Thursday, when we were to start, we might go by the sea ice all the way, when suddenly, with no warning, it silently floated out to sea. The following 2 teams travelled to Cape Evans via the Hutton Cliffs on April 21st. First team, Scott, Wilson, Atkinson, Crean. Second team, Bowers, Oates, Cherry-Garrard, Hooper. It was blowing hard, as usual, at the Hutton Cliffs, and we got rather frostbitten when lowering the sledges on to the sea ice. The sun was leaving us for the next 4 months, but luckily the light just lasted for this operation, though not for the subsequent meal which we hastily ate under the cliffs, nor for the crossing of Glacier Tongue. Bowers wrote home: I had the lighter team, and knowing what a flyer Captain Scott is, I took care to have the new sledge myself. Our weights were nothing, and the difference was only in the sledge runners, but it made all the difference to us that day. Scott fairly legged it, as I expected, and we came along gaily behind him. He could not understand it when the pace began to tell more on his heavy team than on us. After lowering down the sledges over the cliffs, we recovered the rope which we had left in the first place, and then struck out over the sea ice. Then our good runners told so much that I owned up to mine being the better sledge, and offered to give them one of my team. This was declined, but after we crossed the Tongue, Captain Scott said he would like to change sledges at the Little Razorback. At any time over this stretch we could have run away from his team, and once they got our sledge they started that game on us. We expected it, and never had I stepped out so hard before. We had been marching hard for nearly 12 hours, and now we had 2 miles spurt to do, and we should have stuck it, bad runners and all, had we had smooth ice. As it was, we struck a belt of rough ice, and in the dark we all stumbled, and I went down a whack that nearly knocked me out. This was not noticed, fortunately, and still we hung on to the end of their sledge, while I turned hot and cold and sick, and went through the various symptoms before I got my equilibrium back, which I fortunately did while legging it at full speed. They started to go ahead soon after that though, and we could not hold our own, although we were close to the Cape. I had the same thing happen again after another fall, but we stuck it round the Cape and arrived only about 50 yards behind. I have never felt so done, and so was my team. Of course we need not have raced, but we did, and I would do the same thing every time. Titus produced a mug of brandy he had sharked from the ship, and we all lapped it up with avidity. The other team were just about laid out too, so I don't think there was much to be said either way. 2 days later the sun appeared for the last time for 4 months. Looking back, I realised 2 things: that sledging, at any rate in summer and autumn, was a much less terrible ordeal than my imagination had painted it, and that those Hut Point days would prove some of the happiest of my life. Just enough to eat and keep us warm, no more, no frills nor trimmings. There is many a worse and more elaborate life. The necessaries of civilization were luxuries to us, and as Priestley found under circumstances compared to which our life at Hut Point was a Sunday school treat, the luxuries of civilization satisfy only those wants which they themselves create. End of chapter 5, part 5.
Chapter 6, Part 1 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The First Winter, Part 1. The highest object that human beings can set before themselves is not the pursuit of any such chimera as the annihilation of the unknown. It is simply the unwearied endeavour to remove its boundaries a little further from our little sphere of action. Huxley. And so we came back to our comfortable hut. Whatever merit there may be in going to the Antarctic, once there you must not credit yourself for being there. To spend a year in the hut at Cape Evans because you explore is no more laudable than to spend a month at Davos because you have consumption, or to spend an English winter at the Berkeley Hotel. It is just the most comfortable thing and the easiest thing to do under the circumstances. In our case the best thing was not at all bad, for the hut, as Arctic huts go, was as palatial as the Ritz, as hotels go. Whatever the conditions of darkness, cold and wind might be outside, there was comfort and warmth and good cheer within. And there was a mass of work to be done, as well as at least 2 journeys of the first magnitude ahead. When Scott first sat down at his little table at winter quarters to start working out a most complicated scheme of weights and averages for the southern journey, his thoughts were gloomy, I know. "This is the end of the Pole," he said to me, when he pulled us off the bergs after the sea ice had broken up, the loss of 6 ponies out of the 8 with which we started the depôt journey, the increasing emaciation and weakness of the pony transport as we travelled farther on the Barrier, the arrival of the dogs after their rapid journey home, starved rakes which looked as though they were absolutely done. These were not cheerful recollections with which to start to plan a journey of 1800 miles. On the other hand, we had 10 ponies left, though 2 or 3 of them were of more than doubtful quality, and it was obvious that considerable improvement could and must be made in the feeding of both ponies and dogs. With regard to the dogs, the remedy was plain: their ration was too small. With regard to the ponies, the question was not so simple. One of the main foods for the ponies which we had bought was compressed fodder in the shape of bales. Theoretically this fodder was excellent food value, and was made of wheat which was cut green and pressed. Whether it was really wheat or not I do not know, but there could be no 2 opinions about its nourishing qualities for our ponies. When fed upon it they lost weight until they were just skin and bone. Poor beasts, it was pitiful to see them. In oats we had a man who had forgotten as much as most men know about horses. It was no fault of his that this fodder was inadequate, nor that we had lost so many of the best ponies which we had. Oates had always been for taking the worst ponies out on the depôt journey, travelling as far on the Barrier as they could go, and there killing them and depôting their flesh. Now Oates took the 10 remaining ponies into his capable hands. Some of them were scarecrows, especially poor Jehu, who was never expected to start at all, and ended by gallantly pulling his somewhat diminished load 8 marches beyond One Ton Camp, a distance of 238 miles. Another, Christopher, was a man-killer, if ever a horse was. He had to be thrown in order to attach him to the sledge. To the end he would lay out any man who was rash enough to give him the chance, once started, and it took 4 men to achieve this. It was impossible to halt him during the day's march, and so Oates and his 3 tent mates and their ponies had to go without any lunch meal for 130 miles of the southern journey. Oates trained them and fed them as though they were to run in the Derby.
They were exercised whenever possible throughout the winter and spring by those who were to lead them on the actual journey. Fresh and good food was found in the shape of oil cake and oats, a limited quantity of each of which had been bought and was saved for the actual polar journey, and everything which care and foresight could devise was done to save them discomfort. It is a grim life for animals, but in the end we were to know that up to the time of that bad blizzard almost at the Glacier Gateway, which was the finishing post of these plucky animals, they had fed all they needed, slept as well and lived as well as any, and better than most horses, in ordinary life at home. "I congratulate you, Titus," said Wilson, as we stood under the shadow of Mount Hope, with the pony's task accomplished, and "I thank you," said Scott. Titus grunted and was pleased. Transport difficulties for the polar journey were considerable, but in every other direction the outlook was bright. The men who were to do the sledging had been away from winter quarters for 3 months. They had had plenty of sledging experience, some of it none too soft. The sledges, clothing, man food and outfit generally were excellent, although some changes were suggested and could be put into effect. There was no obvious means, however, of effecting the improvement most desired, a satisfactory snowshoe for the ponies. The work already accomplished was enormous. On the polar journey the ponies and dogs could now travel light for the first 130 geographical miles. When at One Ton Camp they would for the first time take their full loads. The advantage of being able to start again with full loads when so far on your way is obvious when it is considered that the distance travelled depends upon the weight of food that can be carried. During the geological journey on the western side of the Sound, Taylor and his party had carried out much useful geological work in Dry Valley and on the Ferrar and Koettlitz glaciers, which had been accurately plotted for the charts and had been examined for the first time by an expert physiographer and ice specialist. The ordinary routine of scientific and meteorological observations usual with all Scott's sledging parties was observed. Further, at Cape Evans there had been running for more than 3 months a scientific station which rivalled in thoroughness and exactitude any other such station in the world. I hope that later a more detailed account may be given of this continuous series of observations, some of them demanding the most complex mechanism, and all of them watched over by enthusiastic experts. It must here suffice to say that we, who on our return saw for the first time the hut and its annexes completely equipped, were amazed, though perhaps the gadget which appealed most to us at first was the electric apparatus by which the cook, whose invention it was, controlled the rising of his excellent bread. Glad as we were to find it all and to enjoy the food, bath and comfort which it offered, we had no illusions about Cape Evans itself. It is uninteresting, as only a low-lying spit of black lava, covered for the most part with snow, and swept constantly by high winds and drift, can be uninteresting. The kenyte lava of which it is formed is a remarkable rock, and is found in few parts of the world, but when you have seen one bit of kenyte you have seen all. Unlike the spacious and lofty Hut Point Peninsula 13 miles to the south, it has no outstanding hills and craters, no landmarks such as Castle Rock. Unlike the broad folds of Cape Royds 6 miles to the north, it has none of the rambling walks and varied lakes in which is found most of the limited plant life which exists in these latitudes, and though a few McCormick skuas meet here, there is no nursery of penguins such as that which makes Cape Royds so attractive in summer. Nor has the great ice sheet, which reached up Erebus and spread over the Ross Sea in the past, spilled over Cape Evans in its retreat a wealth of foreign granites, dolerites, porphyries and sandstone, such as cover the otherwise dull surface round Shackleton's old winter quarters. Cape Evans is a low lava flow, jutting out some 3,000 feet from the face of the glaciers which clothe the slopes of Erebus. It is roughly an equilateral triangle in shape, at its base some 3,000 feet, 9/16 of a mile, across. This base line, which divides the cape from the slopes of Erebus and the crevassed glaciers and giant ice falls which clothe them, consists of a ramp with a slope of 30 degrees, and a varying height of some 100 to 150 feet. From our hut, 400 yards away, it looks like a great embankment behind which rises the majestic volcano Erebus, with its plume of steam and smoke. The cape itself does not rise on the average more than 30 feet, and somewhat resembles the back of a hog with several backbones. The hollows between the ridges are for the most part filled with snow and ice, while in 1 or 2 places where the accumulation of snow is great enough there are little glacierets, which do not travel far before they ignominiously peter out. There are two small lakes called Skewer Lake and Island Lake respectively. There is only one hill, which is almost behind the hut, and is called Wind Vane Hill, for on it were placed one of our wind vanes and certain other meteorological instruments. Into the glacieret which flowed down in the lee of this hill we drove two caves, which gave both an even low temperature and excellent insulation. One of them was therefore used for our magnetic observations, and the other as an ice house for the mutton we had brought from New Zealand. The north side, upon which we had built our hut, slopes down by way of a rubbly beach to the sea in North Bay. We knew there was a beach, for we landed upon it, but we never saw it again, even in the height of summer, for the winter blizzards formed an ice foot several feet thick. The other side of the cape ends abruptly in black bastions and baby cliffs some 30 feet high. The apex of the triangle which forms, as it were, the cape proper, is a similar Kennett bluff. The whole makes a tricky place on which to walk in the dark, for the surface is strewn with boulders of all sizes and furrowed and channelled by drifts of hard and icy snow, and quite suddenly you might find yourself prostrate upon a surface of slippery blue ice. It may be easily imagined that it is no seemly place to exercise skittish ponies or mules in a cold wind, but there is no other place when the sea ice is unsafe. Come and stand outside the hut door. All around you, except where the cape joins the mountain, is the sea. You are facing north with your back to the great ice barrier and the pole, with your eyes looking out of the mouth of McMurdo Sound over the Ross Sea towards New Zealand, 2,000 miles of open water, pack and bergs. Look over the sea to your left. It is midday, and though the sun will not appear above the horizon, he is still near enough to throw a soft yellow light over the western mountains. These form the coastline 30 miles across the Sound, and as they disappear northwards are miraged up into the air and float, black islands in a lemon sky. Straight ahead of you there is nothing to be seen but black open sea, with a high light over the horizon, which you know betokens pack. This is ice blink. But as you watch there appears and disappears a little dark smudge. This puzzles you for some time, and then you realise that this is the mirage of some far mountain, or of Beaufort Island, which guards the mouth of McMurdo Sound against such traffic as ever comes that way, by piling up the ice floes across the entrance. As you still look north, in the middle distance jutting out into the sea is a low black line of land, with one excrescence. This is Cape Royds, with Shackleton's old hut upon it. The excrescence is High Peak, and this line marks the first land upon the eastern side of McMurdo Sound which you can see, and indeed is actually the most eastern point of Ross Island. It disappears abruptly behind a high wall, and if you let your eyes travel round towards your right front, you can see that the wall is a perpendicular cliff 200 feet high of pure green and blue ice, which falls sheer into the sea, and forms, with Cape Evans, on which we stand, the bay which lies in front of our hut, and which we called North Bay. This great ice cliff, with its crevasses, towers, bastions and cornices, was a never-ending source of delight to us. It forms the snout of one of the many glaciers which slides down the slopes of Erebus, in smooth slopes and contours where the mountain underneath is of regular shape, in impassable ice falls where the underlying surface is steep or broken. This particular ice stream is called the Barne Glacier, and is about 2 miles across. The whole background from our right front to our right rear, that is from north east to south east, is occupied by our massive and volcanic neighbour Erebus. He stands 13,500 feet high. We live beneath his shadow, and have both admiration and friendship for him, sometimes perhaps tinged with respect. However, there are no signs of dangerous eruptive disturbances in modern times, and we feel pretty safe, despite the fact that the smoke which issues from his crater sometimes rises in dense clouds for many thousands of feet, and at others the trail of his plume could be measured for at least 100 miles. If you are not too cold standing about (it does not pay to stand about at Cape Evans), let us make our way behind the hut and up Wind Vane Hill. This is only some 65 feet high, yet it dominates the rest of the cape, and is steep enough to require a scramble, even now when the wind is calm. Look out that you do not step on the electric wires which connect the wind vane cups on the hill with the recording dial in the hut. These cups revolve in the wind, the revolutions being registered electrically. Every 4 miles a signal was sent to the hut, and a pen working upon a chronograph registered one more step. There is also a meteorological screen on the summit, which has to be visited at 8 o'clock each morning in all weathers. Arrived on the top, you will now be facing south, that is, in the opposite direction to which you were facing before. The first thing that will strike you is that the sea, now frozen in the bays, though still unfrozen in the open sound, flows in nearly to your feet. The second, that though the sea stretches back for nearly 20 miles, yet the horizon shows land or ice in every direction. For a ship this is a cul-de-sac, as Ross found 70 years ago. But as soon as you have grasped these two facts, your whole attention will be riveted to the amazing sight on your left. Here are the southern slopes of Erebus, but how different from those which you have lately seen. Northwards they fell in broad calm lines to a beautiful stately cliff which edged the sea. But here all the epithets and all the adjectives which denote chaotic immensity could not adequately tell of them. Visualize a torrent 10 miles long and 20 miles broad. Imagine it falling over mountainous rocks and tumbling over itself in giant waves. Imagine it arrested in the twinkling of an eye, frozen and white. Countless blizzards have swept their drifts over it, but have failed to hide it, and it continues to move. As you stand in the still cold air, you may sometimes hear the silence broken by the sharp reports as the cold contracts it or its own weight splits it. Nature is tearing up that ice as human beings tear paper. The sea cliff is not so high here, and is more broken up by crevasses and caves, and more covered with snow. Some 5 miles along the coast the white line is broken by a bluff and black outcrop of rock. This is Turk's Head, and beyond it is the low white line of Glacier Tongue, jutting out for miles into the sea. We know, for we have already crossed it, that there is a small frozen bay of sea ice beyond, but all we can see from Cape Evans is the base of the Hut Point Peninsula, with a rock outcrop just showing where the Hutton Cliffs lie. The peninsula prevents us from seeing the Barrier, though the Barrier wind is constantly flowing over it, as the clouds of drift now smoking over the cliffs bear witness. Farther to the right still, the land is clear. Castle Rock stands up like a sentinel, and beyond are Arrival Heights and the old craters we have got to know so well during our stay at Hut Point. The Discovery Hut, which would, in any case, be invisible at 15 miles, is round that steep rocky corner which ends the peninsula, due south from where we stand. There remains undescribed the quadrant which stretches to our right front from south to west. Just as we have previously seen the line of the western mountains disappearing to the north miraged up in the light of the midday sun, so now we see the same line of mountains running south, with many miles of sea or barrier between us and them. On the far southern horizon, almost in transit with Hut Point, stands Minna Bluff, some 90 miles away, beyond which we have laid the 1 Ton Depôt, and from this point, as our eyes move round to the right, we see peak after peak of these great mountain ranges, Discovery, Morning, Lister, Hooker, and the glaciers which divide them one from another. They rise almost without a break to a height of 13,000 feet. Between us and them is the Barrier to the south, and the sea to the north. Unless a blizzard is impending or blowing, they are clearly visible, a gigantic wall of snow and ice and rock, which bounds our view to the west, constantly varied by the ever-changing colour of the Antarctic. Beyond is the plateau. We have not yet mentioned 4 islands, which lie within a radius of about 3 miles from where we stand. The most important is a mile from the end of Cape Evans and is called Inaccessible Island, owing to the inhospitality of its steep lava side, even when the sea is frozen. We found a way up, but it is not a very interesting place. Tent Island lies farther out and to the south-west. The remaining 2, which are more islets than islands, rise in front of us in South Bay. They are called Great and Little Razorback, being ribs of rock with a sharp divide in the centre. The latter of these is the refuge upon which Scott's party returning to Cape Evans pitched their camp when overtaken by a blizzard some weeks ago. All these islands are of volcanic origin and black in general colour, but I believe there is evidence to show that the lava stream which created them flowed from McMurdo Sound rather than from the more obvious craters of Erebus. Their importance in this story is the indirect help they gave in holding in sea ice against southerly blizzards, and in forming landmarks which proved useful more than once to men who had lost their bearings in darkness and thick weather. In this respect also several icebergs which sailed in from the Ross Sea and grounded on the shallows which run between Inaccessible Island and the Cape, as well as in South Bay, were most useful as well as being interesting and beautiful. For 2 years we watched the weathering of these great towers and bastions of ice by sea and sun and wind, and left them still lying in the same positions, but mere tumbled ruins of their former selves. Many places in the panorama we have examined show black rock, and the cape on which we stand exposes at times more black than white. This fact always puzzles those who naturally conclude that all the Antarctic is covered with ice and snow. The explanation is simple, that winds of the great velocity which prevails in this region will not only prevent snow resting to windward of outcropping rocks and cliffs, but will even wear away the rocks themselves. The fact that these winds always blow from the south or southerly causes a tendency for this aspect of any projecting rock to be blown free from snow, while the north or lee side is drifted up by marbled and extremely hard tongue of snow, which disappears into a point at a distance which depends upon the size of the rock. Of course, for the most part the land is covered to such a depth by glaciers and snow that no wind will do more than pack the snow or expose the ice beneath. At the same time, to visualize the Antarctic as a white land is a mistake, for not only is there much rock projecting wherever mountains or rocky capes and islands rise, but the snow seldom looks white, and if carefully looked at, will be found to be shaded with many colours, but chiefly with cobalt blue or rose madder, and all the gradations of lilac and mauve which the mixture of these colours will produce. A white day is so rare that I have recollections of going out from the hut or the tent and being impressed by the fact that the snow really looked white. When to the beautiful tints in the sky and the delicate shading on the snow are added, perhaps the deep colours of the open sea, with reflections from the ice foot and ice cliffs in it, all brilliant blues and emerald greens, then indeed a man may realize how beautiful this world can be, and how clean. Though I may struggle with inadequate expression to show the reader that this pure land in the south has many gifts to squander upon those who woo her, chiefest of these gifts is that of her beauty. Next perhaps is that of grandeur and immensity, of giant mountains and limitless spaces which must awe the most casual, and may well terrify the least imaginative of mortals. And there is one other gift which she gives with both hands, more prosaic but almost more desirable, that is the gift of sleep. Perhaps it is true of others, as is certainly the case with me, that the more horrible the conditions in which we sleep, the more soothing and wonderful are the dreams which visit us. Some of us have slept in a hurricane of wind and a hell of drifting snow and darkness, with no roof above our heads, with no tent to help us home, with no conceivable chance that we should ever see our friends again, with no food that we could eat, and only the snow which drifted into our sleeping bags, which we could drink day after day and night after night. We slept not only soundly the greater part of these days and nights, but with a certain numbed pleasure. We wanted something sweet to eat, for preference tinned peaches in syrup. Well, that is the kind of sleep the Antarctic offers you at her worst, or nearly at her worst. And if the worst or best happens, and death comes for you in the snow, he comes disguised as sleep, and you greet him rather as a welcome friend than as a gruesome foe. She treats you thus when you are in the extremity of peril and hardship. Perhaps then you can imagine what draughts of deep and healthy slumber she will give a tired sledger at the end of a long day's march in summer, when, after a nice hot supper, he tucks his soft, dry, warm, furry bag round him, with the light beating in through the green silk tent, the homely smell of tobacco in the air, and the only noise that of the ponies tethered outside, munching their supper in the sun. And so it came about that during our sojourn at Cape Evans, in our comfortable, warm, roomy home, we took our full allotted span of sleep. Most were in their bunks by 10 p.m, sometimes with a candle and a book, not rarely with a piece of chocolate. The acetylene was turned off at 10:30, for we had a limited quantity of carbide, and soon the room was in complete darkness, save for the glow of the galley stove, and where a splash of light showed the night watchman preparing his supper. Some snored loudly, but none so loud as Bowers. Others talked in their sleep, the more so when some nasty experience had lately set their nerves on edge. There was always the ticking of many instruments, and sometimes the ring of a little bell. To this day I do not know what most of them meant. On a calm night no sound penetrated except, perhaps, the whine of a dog, or the occasional kick of a pony in the stable outside. Any disturbance was the night watchman's job. But on a bad blizzard night, the wind, as it tore seawards over the hut, roared and howled in the ventilator let into the roof. In the more furious gusts the whole hut shook, and the pebbles picked up by the hurricane scattered themselves noisily against the woodwork of the southern wall. We did not get many nights like these the first winter. During the second we seemed to get nothing else. One ghastly blizzard blew for 6 weeks. The night watchman took his last hourly observation at 7 a.m. and was free to turn in after waking the cook and making up the fire. Frequently, however, he had so much work to do that he preferred to forego his sleep and remain up. For instance, if the weather looked threatening, he would take his pony out for exercise as soon as possible in the morning, or those lists of stores were not finished, or that fish trap had to be looked after, all kinds of things. A sizzling on the fire and a smell of porridge and fried seal liver heralded breakfast, which was at 8 a.m. in theory, and a good deal later in practice. A sleepy eye might see the meteorologist stumping out (Simpson always stumped) to change the records in his magnetic cave and visit his instruments on the hill. 20 minutes later he would be back, as often as not covered with drift and his wind helmet all iced up. Meanwhile the more hardy ones were washing, that is, they rubbed themselves all shivering with snow, of a minus temperature, and pretended they liked it. Perhaps they were right, but we told them it was swank. I am not sure that it wasn't. It should be explained that water was seldom possible in a land where ice is more abundant than coal. One great danger threatened all our meals in this hut, namely that of a cag. A cag is an argument, sometimes well informed and always heated upon any subject under the sun, or temporarily in our case the moon. They range from the pole to the equator, from the Barrier to Portsmouth Hard and Plymouth Hoe. They began on the smallest of excuses, they continued through the widest field, they never ended, they were left in mid-air, perhaps to be caught up again and twisted and tortured months after. What caused the cones on the ramp, the formation of ice crystals, the names and order of the public houses if you left the main gate of Portsmouth Dockyard and walked to the Unicorn Gate, if you ever reached so far, the best kinds of crampons in the Antarctic, and the best place in London for oysters, the ideal pony rug. Would the wine steward at the Ritz look surprised if you asked him for a pint of bitter? Though the Times Atlas does not rise to public houses, nor Chambers' Encyclopaedia sink to behaviour at our more expensive hotels, yet they settled more of these disputes than anything else. On the day we are discussing, though mutterings can still be heard from Nelson's cubicle, the long table had been cleared and everyone is busy by 9:30. From now until supper at 7, work is done by all in some form or other, except for a short luncheon interval. I do not mean for a minute that we all sit down, as a man may do in an office at home, and solidly grind away for upwards of 9 hours or more. Not a bit of it. We have much work out of doors, and exercise is a consideration of the utmost importance. But when we go out, each individual quite naturally takes the opportunity to carry out such work as concerns him, whether it deals with ice or rocks, or dogs or horses, meteorology or biology, tide gauges or balloons. When blizzards allowed, the ponies were exercised by their respective leaders between breakfast and midday, when they were fed. This exercising of animals might be a pleasant business. On the other hand, it could be at the deuce and all. It depended on the pony and the weather. A blubber fire was kept burning in the snug stable, which was built against the lee wall of the hut. The ponies were therefore quite warm, and found it chilly directly they were led outside, even if there was no wind. The difficulties of exercising them in the dark were so great that, with the best intentions in the world, it was difficult to give them sufficient work for the good feeding they received. Add to this the fact that one at any rate of these variable animals was really savage, and that most of them were keen to break away if possible, and the hour of exercise was not without its thrills, even on the calmest and most moonlight days. The worst days were those when it was difficult to say whether the ponies should be taken out on to the sea ice or not. It was thick weather that was to be feared, for then, if the leader once lost his bearings, it was most difficult for him to return. An overcast sky, light falling snow, perhaps a light northerly wind, generally meant a blizzard. But the blizzard might not break for 24 hours. It might be upon you in 4 seconds. It was difficult to say whether the pony should miss his exercise, whether the fish trap should be raised, whether to put off your intended trip to Cape Royds. Generally the risks were taken, for on the whole it is better to be a little over bold than a little over cautious. while always there was a something inside urging you to do it just because there was a certain risk, and you hardly liked not to do it. It is so easy to be afraid of being afraid. Let me give one instance. It must be typical of many. It was thick as it could be, no moon, no stars, light falling snow, and not even a light breeze to keep in your face to give direction. Bowers and I decided to take our ponies out, and once over the tide crack where the working sea ice joins the fast land ice, we kept close under the tall cliffs of the Barne Glacier. So far all was well, and also when we struck along a small crack into the middle of the bay where there was a thermometer screen. This we read with some difficulty by the light of a match, and started back towards the hut. In about a quarter of an hour we knew we were quite lost, until an iceberg which we recognised showed us that we had been walking at right angles to our course, and got us safe home. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Worst Journey in the World. Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The First Winter, Part 2. On a clear, crisp day, with the full moon to show you the ridges and cracks and sastrugi, it was most pleasant to put on your ski and wander forth with no object but that of healthy pleasure. Perhaps you would make your way round the bluff end of the cape and strike southwards. Here you may visit Nelson working with his thermometers and current meters and other instruments over a circular hole in the ice, which he keeps open from day to day by breaking out the biscuit of newly formed ice. He has connected himself with the hut by telephone, and built round himself an igloo of drifted snow and the aforesaid biscuits, which effectually shelter him from the wind. Or you may meet Meares and Dimitri returning with the dog teams from a visit to Hut Point. A little farther on the silence is complete, but now your ear catches the metallic scratch of ski sticks on hard ice. There is some one else skiing over there. It may be many miles away, for sound travels in an amazing way. Every now and then there comes a sharp crack like a pistol shot. It is the ice contracting in the glaciers of Erebus, and you know that it is getting colder. Your breath smokes, forming white rime over your face and ice in your beard. If it is very cold you may actually hear it crackle as it freezes in mid-air. These were the days which remain visibly in the mind as the most enjoyable during this first winter season. It was also novel, these much dreaded, and amongst us much derided, terrors of the long winter night. The atmosphere is very clear when it is not filled with snow or ice crystals, and the moonlight lay upon the land so that we could see the main outlines of the Hut Point Peninsula, and even Minna Bluff out on the Barrier 90 miles away. The ice cliffs of Erebus showed as great dark walls, but above them the blue ice of the glaciers gleamed silvery, and the steam flowed lazily from the crater carried away in a long line, showing us that the northerly breezes prevailed up there, and were storing up trouble in the south. Sometimes a shooting star would seem to fall right into the mountain, and for the most part the aurora flitted uneasily about in the sky. The importance of plenty of outdoor exercise was generally recognised, and our experience showed us that the happiest and healthiest members of our party during this first year were those who spent the longest period in the fresh air. As a rule we walked and worked and skied alone, not, I feel sure, because of any individual distaste for the company of our fellows, but rather because of a general inclination to spend a short period of the day without company. At least this is certainly true of the officers. I am not so sure about the men. Under the circumstances, the only time in the year that a man could be alone was in his walks abroad from winter quarters, for the hut, of course, was always occupied, and when sledging this sardine-like existence was continuous night and day. There was one regular exception to this rule. Every possible evening, that is to say if it was not blowing a full blizzard, Wilson and Bowers went up the ramp together to read Bertram. Now this phrase will convey little meaning without some explanation. I have already spoken of the ramp as the steep rubbly slope, partly covered by snow and partly by ice, which divided the cape on which we lived from the glaciated slopes of Erebus. After a breathless scramble up this embankment, one came upon a belt of rough boulder-strewn ground, from which arose at intervals conical mounds, the origin of which puzzled us for many months. At length, by the obvious means of cutting a section through one of them, it was proved that there was a solid kenyte lava block in the centre of this cone, proving that the whole was formed by the weathering of a single rock. Threading your way for some hundreds of yards through this terrain, a scramble attended by many slips and falls on a dark night, you reached the first signs of glaciation. A little farther, isolated in the ice stream, is another group of débris cones, and on the largest of these we placed meteorological screen B, commonly called Bertram. This screen, together with A, Algernon, and C, Clarence, which were in North and South Bays respectively, were erected by Bowers, who thought rightly that they would form an object to which men could guide their walks, and that at the same time the observations of maximum, minimum and present temperatures would be a useful check to the meteorologist when he came to compare them with those taken at the hut. As a matter of fact, the book in which we used to enter these observations shows that the air temperatures out on the sea ice vary considerably from those on the Cape, and that the temperatures several hundred feet up on the slopes of Erebus are often several degrees higher than those taken at sea level. I believe that much of the weather in this part of the world is an intensely local affair, and these screens produced useful data. Wilson and Bowers would go up the ramp when it was blowing and drifting fairly hard, so that although the rocks and landmarks immediately round them were visible, all beyond was blotted out. It is quite possible to walk thus among landmarks which you know at a time when it is most unwise to go out on to the sea ice, where there are no fixed points to act as a guide. It was Wilson's pleasant conceit to keep his balaclava rolled up so that his face was bare, on such occasions being somewhat proud of the fact that he had not, as yet, been frostbitten. Imagine our joy when he entered the hut one cold windy evening with 2 white spots on his cheeks, which he vainly tried to hide behind his dogskin mitts. The ponies' lunch came at midday, when they were given snow to drink and compressed fodder with oats or oil cake on alternate days to eat, the proportion of which was arranged according to the work they were able to do in the present, or expected to do in the future. Our own lunch was soon after 1, and a few minutes before that time Hooper's voice would be heard: "Table, please, Mr. Debenham," and all writing materials, charts, instruments and books would have to be removed. On Sunday this table displayed a dark blue cloth, but for meals and at all other times it was covered with white oilcloth. Lunch itself was a pleasant meatless meal, consisting of limited bread and butter with plenty of jam or cheese, tea or cocoa, the latter being undoubtedly a most useful drink in a cold country. Many controversies raged over the rival merits of tea and cocoa. Some of us made for ourselves buttered toast at the galley fire. I must myself confess to a weakness for Welsh rarebit, and the others followed my example on cheese days in making messes of which we were not a little proud. Scott sat at the head of the table, that is at the east end, but otherwise we all took our places haphazard from meal to meal, as our conversation, or want of it, merited, or as our arrival found a vacant chair. Thus if you felt talkative you might always find a listener in Debenham. If inclined to listen yourself it was only necessary to sit near Taylor or Nelson. If on the other hand you just wanted to be quiet, Atkinson or Oates would probably give you a congenial atmosphere. There was never any want of conversation, largely due to the fact that no conversation was expected. We most of us know the horrible blankness which comes over our minds when we realise that because we are eating we are also supposed to talk, whether we have anything to say or not. It was also due to the more primitive reason that in a company of specialists whose travels extended over most parts of the earth, and whose subjects overlapped and interlocked at so many points, topics of conversation were not only numerous, but full of possibilities of expansion. Add to this that from the nature of our work we were probably people of an inquisitive turn of mind, and wanted to get to the bottom of the subjects which presented themselves, and you may expect to find, as was in fact the case, an atmosphere of pleasant and quite interesting conversation, which sometimes degenerated into heated and noisy argument. The business of eating over, pipes were lit without further formality. I mention pipes only because while we had a most bountiful supply of tobacco, the kindly present of Mr. Wills, our supply of cigarettes from the same source was purposely limited, and only a small quantity were landed, allowing a ration to such members who wished. Consequently cigarettes were an article of some value, and in a land where the ordinary forms of currency are valueless, they became a frequent stake to venture when making bets. Indeed, "I bet you 10 cigarettes," or "I bet you a dinner when we get back to London," became the most frequent bids of the argumentative gambler, occasionally varied, when the bettor was more than usually certain of the issue, by the offer of a pair of socks. By 2 o'clock we were dispersed once more to our various works and duties. If it was bearable outside, the hut would soon be empty save for the cook and a couple of seamen washing up the plates. Otherwise every one went out to make the most of any glimmering of daylight which still came to us from the sun below the northern horizon. And here it may be explained that whereas in England the sun rises more or less in the east, is due south at midday, and sets in the west, this is not the case in the Antarctic regions. In the latitude in which we now lived, the sun is at his highest at midday in the north, at his lowest at midnight in the south. As is generally known, he remains entirely above the horizon for 4 months of the summer, October to February, and entirely below the horizon for 4 months in the winter, April 21st to August 21st. About February 27th, the end of summer, he begins to set and rise due south at midnight. The next day he sets a little earlier and dips a little deeper. During March and April he is going deeper and deeper every day, until by the middle of April he is set all the time except for just a peep over the northern horizon at midday, which is his last farewell before he goes away. The reverse process takes place from August 21st onwards. On this date the sun just peeped above the sea to the north of our hut. The next day he rose a little higher and longer, and in a few weeks he was rising well in the east and sinking behind the western mountains. But he did not stop there. Soon he was rising in the south east, until in the latter days of September he never rose, for he never set, but circled around us by day and night. On Midsummer Day, December 21st, at the South Pole, the sun circles round for 24 hours without changing his altitude for 1 minute of a degree, but elsewhere he is always rising in the sky until midday in the north, and falling from that time until midnight in the south. Often, far too often, it was blizzing, and it was impossible to go out except into the camp to take the observations, to care for the dogs, to get ice for water, or to bring in stores. Even a short excursion of a few yards had to be made with great care under such circumstances, and certainly no one went outside more than was necessary, if only because one was obliged to dig the accumulated drift from the door before it was possible to proceed. Blizzard or no blizzard, most men were back in the hut soon after 4, and from then until 6:30 worked steadily at their jobs. As supper time approached, some kindly disposed person would sit down and play on the Broadwood pianola, which was one of our blessings, and so it was that we came to supper with good tempers as well as keen appetites. Soup, in which the flavour of tomatoes occurred all too frequently, followed by seal or penguin, and twice weekly by New Zealand mutton, with tinned vegetables, formed the basis of our meal, and this was followed by a pudding. We drank lime juice and water, which sometimes included a suspicious penguin flavour derived from the ice slopes from which our water was quarried. During our passage out to New Zealand in the ship, or as Meares always insisted on calling her, the steamer, it was our pleasant custom to have a glass of port or a liqueur after dinner. Alas, we had this no longer. After leaving New Zealand, space allowed of little wine being carried in the Terra Nova, even if the general medical opinion of the expedition had not considered its presence undesirable. We had, however, a few cases for special festivals, as well as some excellent liqueur brandy, which was carried as medical comforts on our sledge journeys. Any officer who allowed the distribution of this luxury on nearing the end of a journey became extremely popular. Lack of wine probably led to the suspension of a custom which had prevailed on the Terra Nova, namely, the drinking of the old toast of Saturday night: "Sweethearts and wives, may our sweethearts become our wives, and our wives remain our sweethearts," and that more appropriate in our case toast of Sunday, namely, "Absent friends." We had but few married officers, though I must say most survivors of the expedition hurried to remedy this single state of affairs when they returned to civilization. Only 2 of them are unmarried now. Most of them will probably make a success of it, for the good Arctic explorer has most of the defects and qualities of a good husband. On the top of the pianola, close to the head of the table, lived the gramophone, and under the one looking glass we possessed, which hung on the bulkhead of Scott's cubicle, was a home-made box with shelves on which lay our records. It was usual to start the gramophone after dinner, and its value may be imagined. It is necessary to be cut off from civilization and all that it means to enable you to realize fully the power music has to recall the past, or the depths of meaning in it to soothe the present, and give hope for the future. We had also records of good classical music, and the kindly disposed individual who played them had his reward in the pleasant atmosphere of homeliness which made itself felt. After dinner had been cleared away, some men sat on at the table occupied with books and games. Others dispersed to various jobs. In the matter of games it was noticeable that one would have its vogue and yield place to another, without any apparent reason. For a few weeks it might be chess, which would then yield its place to draughts and backgammon, and again come into favour. It is a remarkable fact that, though we had playing cards with us, none of our company appeared desirous to use them. In fact, I cannot remember seeing a game of cards played except in the ship on the voyage from England. With regard to books, we were moderately well provided with good modern fiction, and very well provided with such authors as Thackeray, Charlotte Brontë, Bulwer Lytton, and Dickens. With all respect to the kind givers of these books, I would suggest that the literature most acceptable to us in the circumstances under which we did most of our reading, that is, in winter quarters, was the best of the more recent novels, such as Barrie, Kipling, Merriman, and Maurice Hewlett. We certainly should have taken with us as much of Shaw, Barker, Ibsen, and Wells as we could lay our hands on, for the train of ideas started by these works, and the discussions to which they would have given rise, would have been a godsend to us in our isolated circumstances. The one type of book in which we were rich was Arctic and Antarctic travel. We had a library of these, given to us by Sir Lewis Beaumont and Sir Albert Markham, which was very complete. They were extremely popular, though it is probably true that these are books which you want rather to read on your return than when you are actually experiencing a similar life. They were used extensively in discussions or lectures on such polar subjects as clothing, food, rations, and the building of igloos, while we were constantly referring to them on specific points and getting useful hints, such as the use of an inner lining to our tents and the mechanism of a blubber stove. I have already spoken of the importance of maps and books of reference, and these should include a good encyclopaedia and dictionaries, English, Latin, and Greek. Oates was generally deep in Napier's History of the Peninsular War, and some of us found Herbert Paul's History of Modern England a great standby. Most of us managed to find room in our personal gear when sledging for some book which did not weigh much, and yet would last. Scott took some Browning on the Polar Journey, though I only saw him reading it once. Wilson took Maud and In Memoriam. Bowers always had so many weights to tally and observations to record on reaching camp that I feel sure he took no reading matter. Bleak House was the most successful book I ever took away on sledging, though a volume of poetry was useful because it gave one something to learn by heart and repeat during the blank hours of the daily march, when the idle mind is all too apt to think of food in times of hunger, or possibly of purely imaginary grievances, which may become distorted into real foundations of discord under the abnormal strain of living for months in the unrelieved company of 3 other men. If your companions have much the same tastes as yourself, it is best to pool your allowance of weights and take one book which will offer a wide field of thought and discussion. I have heard Scott and Wilson bless the thought which led them to take Darwin's Origin of Species on their first southern journey. Such is the object of your sledging book, but you often want the book which you read for half an hour before you go to sleep at winter quarters to take you into the frivolous fripperies of modern social life, which you may not know and may never wish to know, but which it is often pleasant to read about, and never so much so as when its charms are so remote as to be entirely tantalizing. Scott, who always amazed me by the amount of work he got through without any apparent effort, was essentially the driving force of the expedition, in the hut quietly organizing, working out masses of figures, taking the greatest interest in the scientific work of the station, and perhaps turning out, quite by the way, an elaborate paper on an abstruse problem in the neighbourhood, fond of his pipe and a good book. Browning, Hardy, Tess was one of his favourites, Galsworthy, Barrie was one of his greatest friends. He was eager to accept suggestions if they were workable, and always keen to sift even the most unlikely theories if by any means they could be shaped to the desired end. A quick and modern brain which he applied with thoroughness to any question of practice or theory. Essentially an attractive personality, with strong likes and dislikes, he excelled in making his followers his friends by a few words of sympathy or praise. I have never known anybody, man or woman, who could be so attractive when he chose. Sledging he went harder than any man of whom I have ever heard. Men never realised Scott until they had gone sledging with him. On our way up the Beardmore Glacier we were going at top pressure some 17 hours out of the 24, and when we turned out in the morning we felt as though we had only just turned in. By lunch time we felt that it was impossible to get through in the afternoon a similar amount of work to that which we had done in the morning. A cup of tea and 2 biscuits worked wonders, and the first 2 hours of the afternoon's march went pretty well. Indeed they were the best hours marching of the day, but by the time we had been going some 4½ or 5 hours we were watching Scott for that glance to right and left which betokened the search for a good camping site. "Spell O," Scott would cry, and then "How's the enemy, Titus?" to Oates, who would hopefully reply that it was, say, 7 o'clock. "Oh well, I think we'll go on a little bit more," Scott would say. "Come along." It might be an hour or more before we halted and made our camp. Sometimes a blizzard had its silver lining. Scott could not wait. However welcome a blizzard could be to tired bodies, I speak only of summer sledging, to Scott himself any delay was intolerable. And it is hard to realize how difficult waiting may be to one in a responsible position. It was our simple job to follow, to get up when we were roused, to pull our hardest, to do our special work as thoroughly and quickly as possible. It was Scott who had to organize distances and weights and food, as well as do the same physical work as ourselves. In sledging, responsibility and physical work are combined to an extent seldom if ever found elsewhere. He was a subtle character, full of lights and shades. England knows Scott as a hero. She has little idea of him as a man. He was certainly the most dominating character in our not uninteresting community. Indeed, there is no doubt that he would carry weight in any gathering of human beings, but few who knew him realized how shy and reserved the man was, and it was partly for this reason that he so often laid himself open to misunderstanding. Add to this that he was sensitive, femininely sensitive, to a degree which might be considered a fault, and it will be clear that leadership to such a man may be almost a martyrdom, and that the confidence so necessary between leader and followers, which must of necessity be based upon mutual knowledge and trust, becomes in itself more difficult. It wanted an understanding man to appreciate Scott quickly. To others knowledge came with experience. He was not a very strong man physically, and was in his youth a weakly child, at one time not expected to live, but he was well proportioned, with broad shoulders and a good chest, a stronger man than Wilson, weaker than Bowers or Seaman Evans. He suffered from indigestion, and told me at the top of the Beardmore that he never expected to go on during the first stage of the ascent. Temperamentally he was a weak man, and might very easily have been an irritable autocrat. As it was, he had moods and depressions which might last for weeks, and of these there is ample evidence in his diary. The man with the nerves gets things done, but sometimes he has a terrible time in doing them. He cried more easily than any man I have ever known. What pulled Scott through was character, sheer good grain, which ran over and under and through his weaker self and clamped it together. It would be stupid to say he had all the virtues. He had, for instance, little sense of humour, and he was a bad judge of men. But you have only to read one page of what he wrote towards the end to see something of his sense of justice. For him justice was God. Indeed, I think you must read all those pages, and if you have read them once, you will probably read them again. You will not need much imagination to see what manner of man he was. And notwithstanding the immense fits of depression which attacked him, Scott was the strongest combination of a strong mind in a strong body that I have ever known. And this because he was so weak. Naturally so peevish, highly strung, irritable, depressed and moody. Practically such a conquest of himself, such vitality, such push and determination, and withal in himself such a personal and magnetic charm. He was naturally an idle man, he had told us so. He had been a poor man. He had had a horror of leaving those dependent upon him in difficulties. You may read it over and over again in his last letters and messages. He will go down to history as the Englishman who conquered the South Pole, and who died as fine a death as any man has had the honour to die. His triumphs are many, but the Pole was not by any means the greatest of them. Surely the greatest was that by which he conquered his weaker self, and became the strong leader whom we went to follow and came to love. End of chapter 6, part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, The First Winter, Part 3. Scott had under him this first year in his main party a total of 15 officers and 9 men. These officers may be divided into 3 executive officers and 12 scientific staff, but the distinction is very rough, inasmuch as a scientist such as Wilson was every bit as executive as anybody else, and the executive officers also did much scientific work. I will try here briefly to give the reader some idea of the personality and activities of these men as they work in any ordinary day in the hut. It should be noticed that not all the men we had with us were brought to do sledging work. Some were chosen rather for their scientific knowledge than for their physical or other fitness for sledging. The regular sledgers in this party of officers were Scott, Wilson, Evans, Bowers, Oates, ponies, Mears, dogs, Atkinson, surgeon, Wright, physicist, Taylor, physiographer, Debenham, geologist, Gran and myself, while Day was to drive his motors as far as they would go on the polar journey. This leaves Simpson, who was the meteorologist, and whose observations had of necessity to be continuous. Nelson, whose observations into marine biology, temperatures of sea, salinity, currents and tides came under the same heading, and Ponting, whose job was photography, and whose success in this art everybody recognises. However much of good I may write of Wilson, his many friends in England, those who served with him on the ship or in the hut, and most of all those who had the good fortune to sledge with him, for it is sledging which is far the greatest test, will all be dissatisfied, for I know that I cannot do justice to his value. If you knew him, you could not like him. You simply had to love him. Bill was the salt of the earth. If I were asked what quality it was before others that made him so useful and so lovable, I think I should answer that it was because he never for one moment thought of himself. In this respect also Bowers, of whom I will speak in a moment, was most extraordinary, and in passing may I be allowed to say that this is a most necessary characteristic of a good Antarctic traveller. We had many such officers and seamen, and the success of the expedition was in no small measure due to the general and unselfish way in which personal likes and dislikes, wishes or tastes, were ungrudgingly subordinated to the common weal. Wilson and Pennell set an example of expedition first, and the rest nowhere, which others followed ungrudgingly. It pulled us through more than one difficulty which might have led to friction. Wilson was a man of many parts. He was Scott's right-hand man. He was the expedition's chief of the scientific staff. He was a doctor of St. George's Hospital, and a zoologist specialising in vertebrates. His published work on whales, penguins and seals, contained in the scientific report of the Discovery Expedition, is still the best available, and makes excellent reading even to the non-scientist. On the outward journey of the Terra Nova he was still writing up his work for the Royal Commission on grouse disease, the published report of which he never lived to see. But those who knew him best will probably remember Wilson by his water-colour paintings, rather than by any other form of his many-sided work. As a boy his father sent him away on rambling holidays, the only condition being that he should return with a certain number of drawings. I have spoken of the drawings which he made when sledging, or when otherwise engaged away from painting facilities, as at Hut Point. He brought back to winter quarters a notebook filled with such sketches of outlines and colours, of sunsets behind the western mountains, of lights reflected in the freezing sea or in the glass houses of the ice foot, of the steam clouds on Erebus by day and of the aurora australis by night. Next door to Scott he rigged up for himself a table consisting of 2 venesta cases on end supporting a large drawing board some 4 feet square. On this he set to work systematically to paint the effects which he had seen and noted. He painted with his paper wet, and necessarily therefore he worked quickly. An admirer of Ruskin, he wished to paint what he saw as truly as possible. If he failed to catch the effect he wished, he tore up the picture, however beautiful the result he had obtained. There is no doubt as to the faithfulness of his colouring. The pictures recalled then, and will still recall now in intimate detail, the effects which we saw together. As to the accuracy of his drawing, it is sufficient to say that in the Discovery Expedition Scott wrote on his southern journey:
Wilson is the most indefatigable person. When it is fine and clear, at the end of our fatiguing days he will spend 2 or 3 hours seated in the door of the tent, sketching each detail of the splendid mountainous coast scene to the west. His sketches are most astonishingly accurate. I have tested his proportions by actual angular measurement, and found them correct." In addition to the drawings of land, pack, icebergs and Barrier, the primary object of which was scientific and geographical, Wilson has left a number of paintings of atmospheric phenomena, which are not only scientifically accurate, but are also exceedingly beautiful. Of such are the records of auroral displays, parhelions, paraselene, lunar halos, fog bows, iridescent clouds, and refracted images of mountains and mirage generally. If you look at a picture of a parhelion by Wilson, not only can you be sure that the mock suns, circles, and shafts appeared in the sky as they are shown on the paper, but you can also rest assured that the number of degrees between, say, the sun and the outer ring of light were in fact such as he has represented them. You can also be certain in looking at his pictures that if cirrus clouds is shown, then cirrus and not stratus cloud was in the sky. If it is not shown, then the sky was clear. It is accuracy such as this which gives an exceptional value to work viewed from a scientific standpoint. Mention should also be made of the paintings and drawings made constantly by Wilson for the various specialists on the expedition whenever they wished for colour records of their specimens. In this connection the paintings of fish and various parasites are especially valuable. I am not specially qualified to judge Wilson from the artistic point of view, but if you want accuracy of drawing, truth and colour, and a reproduction of the soft and delicate atmospheric effects which obtain in this part of the world, then you have them here. Whatever may be said of the painting as such, it is undeniable that an artist of this type is of inestimable value to an expedition which is doing scientific and geographical work in a little known part of the earth. Wilson himself set a low value on his artistic capacity. We used to discuss what Turner would have produced in a land which offered colour effects of such beauty. If we urged him to try and paint some peculiar effect, and he felt that to do so was beyond his powers, he made no scruple of saying so. His colour is clear, his brushwork clean, and he handled sledging subjects with the vigour of a professional who knew all there was to be known about a sledging life. Scott and Wilson worked hand in hand to further the scientific objects of the expedition. For Scott, though no specialist in any one branch, had a most genuine love of science. "Science, the rock foundation of all effort," he wrote.
And whether discussing ice problems with Wright, meteorology with Simpson, or geology with Taylor, he showed not only a mind which was receptive and keen to learn, but a knowledge which was quick to offer valuable suggestions. I remember Pennell condemning anything but scientific learning in dealing with the problems round us. No guesswork was his argument. But he emphatically made an exception of Scott, who had an uncanny knack of hitting upon a solution. Over and over again in his diary we can read of the interest he took in pure and applied science, and it is doubtful whether this side of an expedition in high northern or southern latitudes has ever been more fortunate in their leader. Wilson's own share in the scientific results is more obvious because he was the director of the work, but no published reports will give an adequate idea of the ability he showed in co-ordinating the various interests of a varied community, nor of the tact he displayed in dealing with the difficulties which arose. Above all, his judgment was excellent, and Scott as well as the rest of us relied upon him to a very great extent. The value of judgment in a land where a wrong decision may mean disaster as well as loss of life is beyond all price. Weather in which changes are most sudden is a case in point. Also the state of sea ice, the direction to be followed in difficult country when sledging, the best way of taking crevassed areas when they must be crossed, and all the ways by which the maximum of result may be combined with the minimum of danger in a land where nature is sometimes almost too big an enemy to fight. All this wants judgment and, if possible, experience. Wilson could supply both, for his experience was as wide as that of Scott, and I have constantly known Scott change his mind after a talk with Bill. For the rest I give quotations from Scott's diary.
"He has had a hand in almost every lecture given, and has been consulted in almost every effort which has been made towards the solution of the practical or theoretical problems of our polar world."
And again,
"Words must always fail me when I talk of Bill Wilson. I believe he really is the finest character I ever met. The closer one gets to him, the more there is to admire. Every quality is so solid and dependable. Cannot you imagine how that counts down here? Whatever the matter, one knows Bill will be sound, shrewdly practical, intensely loyal, and quite unselfish. Add to this a wider knowledge of persons and things than is at first guessable, a quiet vein of humour, and a really consummate tact, and you have some idea of his values. I think he is the most popular member of the party, and that is saying much."
And at the end, when Scott himself lay dying, he wrote to Mrs. Wilson:
"I can do no more to comfort you than to tell you that he died as he lived, a brave, true man, the best of comrades and staunchest of friends."
Physically, Scott had been a delicate boy, but developed into a strong man, 5 feet 9 inches in height, 11 stone 6 pounds in weight, with a chest measurement of 39¼ inches. Wilson was not a particularly strong man. On leaving with the Discovery he was but lately cured of consumption, yet he went with Scott to his farthest south, and helped to get Shackleton back alive. Shackleton owed his life to those two. Wilson was of a slimmer, more athletic build, a great walker, 5 feet 10½ inches in height, 11 stones in weight, with a chest measurement of 36 inches. He was an ideal example of my contention, which I believe can be proved many times over to be a fact, that it is not strength of body, but rather strength of will, which carries a man farthest where mind and body are taxed at the same time to their utmost limit. Scott was 43 years of age at his death, and Wilson 39. Bowers was of a very different build. Aged 28, he was only 5 feet 4 inches in height, while his chest measurement, which I give more as a general guide to his physique than for any other reason, was 40 inches, and his weight 12 stones. He was recommended to Scott by Sir Clements Markham, who was dining one day with Captain Wilson Barker on the Worcester, on which ship Bowers was trained. Bowers was then home from India, and the talk turned to the Antarctic. Wilson Barker turned to Sir Clements in the course of conversation, and alluding to Bowers, said, "Here is a man who will be leading one of those expeditions some day." He lived a rough life after passing from the Worcester into the merchant service, sailing 5 times round the world in the Loch Torridon. Thence he passed into the service of the Royal Indian Marine, commanded a river gunboat on the Irrawaddy, and afterwards served on HMS Fox, where he had considerable experience, often in open boats, preventing the gun running which was carried on by the Afghans in the Persian Gulf. Thence he came to us. It is at any rate a curious fact, and it may be a significant one, that Bowers, who enjoyed a greater resistance to cold than any man on this expedition, joined it direct from one of the hottest places on the globe. My knowledge is insufficient to say whether it is possible that any trace can be found here of cause and effect, especially since the opposite seems to be the more common experience, in that such people as return from India to England generally find the English winter trying. I give the fact for what it may be worth, remarking only that the cold of an English winter is generally damp, while that of the Antarctic is dry, so far at any rate as the atmosphere is concerned. Bowers himself always professed the greatest indifference not only to cold but also to heat, and his indifference was not that of a poser, as many experiences will show. At the same time he was temperamentally one who refused to admit difficulties. Indeed, if he did not actually welcome them, he greeted them with scorn, and in scorning went far to master them. Scott believed that difficulties were made to be overcome. Bowers certainly believed that he was the man to overcome them. This self-confidence was based on a very deep and broad religious feeling, and carried conviction with it. The men swore by him both on the ship and ashore. "He's all right," was their judgment of his seamanship, which was admirable. "I like being with Birdie, because I always know where I am," was the remark made to me by an officer one evening as we pitched the tent. We had just been spending some time in picking up a depôt, which a less able man might well have missed. As he was one of the 2 or 3 greatest friends of my life, I found it hard to give the reader a mental picture of Birdie Bowers, which will not appear extravagant. There were times when his optimism appeared forced and formal, though I believe it was not really so. There were times when I have almost hated him for his infernal cheerfulness. To those accustomed to judge men by the standards of their fashionable and corseted drawing rooms, Bowers appeared crude. "You couldn't kill that man if you took a poleaxe to him," was the comment of a New Zealander at a dance at Christchurch. Such men may be at a discount in conventional life, but give me a snowy ice floe waving about on top of a black swell, a ship thrown aback, a sledge party almost shattered, or one that has just upset their supper onto the floor cloth of the tent, which is much the same thing, and I would lie down and cry for Bowers to come and lead me to food and safety. Those whom the gods love die young. The gods loved him, if indeed it be benevolent to show your favourites a clear, straight, shining path of life, with plenty of discomfort and not a little pain, but with few doubts and no fears. Browning might well have had Bowers in mind when he wrote of "one who never turned his back, but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right were worsted, wrong would triumph. Held we fall to rise, are baffled to fight better, sleep to wake." There was nothing subtle about him. He was transparently simple, straightforward and unselfish. His capacity for work was prodigious, and when his own work happened to take less than his full time, he characteristically found activity in serving a scientist or exercising an animal. So he used to help to send up balloons with self-recording instruments attached to them, and track the threads which led to them when detached. He was responsible for putting up the 3 outlying meteorological screens, and read them more often than anybody else. At times he looked after some of the dogs, because at the moment there was nobody else whose proper job it happened to be, and he took a particular fancy to one of our strongest huskies, called Krisravitsa, which is the Russian, so I am told, for most beautiful. This fancy originated in a fact that to Chris, as the most truculent of our untamed devils, fell a large share of well-deserved punishment. A living thing in trouble, be it dog or man, was something to be helped. Being the smallest man in the party, he schemed to have allotted to him the largest pony available, both for the depot and polar journeys. Their exercise, when he succeeded, was a matter for experiment, for his knowledge of horses was as limited as his love of animals was intense. He started to exercise his second pony, for the first was lost on the floe, by riding him. "I'll soon get used to him," he said one day, when Victor had just deposited him in the tide crack. "To say nothing of his getting used to me," he added in a more subdued voice. This was open-air work, and as such more congenial than that which had to be done inside the hut, but his most important work was indoors, and he brought to it just the same restless enthusiasm which allowed no leisure for reading or relaxation. He joined as one of the ship's officers in London. Given charge of the stores, the way in which he stowed the ship aroused the admiration of even the stevedores, especially when he fell down the main hatch one morning on to the pig iron below, recovered consciousness in about half a minute, and continued to work for the rest of the day as though nothing had happened. As the voyage out proceeded, it became obvious that his knowledge of the stores and undefeatable personality would be of great value to the shore party, and it was decided that he should land to his great delight. He was personally responsible for all food supplies, whether for home consumption or for sledging, for all sledging stores and the distribution of weights, the loading of sledges, the consumption of coal, the issue of clothing, boatswain's stores, and carpenter's stores. Incidentally, the keeper of stores wanted a very exact knowledge of the cases which contained them, for the drifts of snow soon buried them as they lay in the camp outside. As time proved his capacity, Scott left one thing after another in Bowers' hands. Scott was a leader of men, and it is a good quality in such to delegate work from themselves on to those who prove their power to shoulder the burden. Undoubtedly Bowers saved Scott a great deal of work, and gave him time, which he might not otherwise have been able to spare, to interest himself in the scientific work of the station, greatly to its benefit, and do a good deal of useful writing. The 2 ways in which Bowers helped Scott most this winter were in the preparation of the plans and the working out of the weights of the southern journey, which shall be discussed later, and in the routine work of the station, for which he was largely responsible, and which ran so smoothly that I am unable to tell the reader how the stores were issued, or the dinner settled, by what rule the working parties for fetching ice for water and other kindred jobs about the camp were ordered. They just happened, and I don't know how. I only know that Bowers had the bunk above mine in the hut, and that when I was going to sleep he was generally standing on a chair and using his own bunk as a desk, and I conclude from the numerous list of stores and weights which are now in my hands that these were being produced. Anyway, the job was done, and the fact that we knew nothing about it goes far to prove how efficiently it was carried through. For him difficulties simply did not exist. I have never known a more buoyant, virile nature. Scott's writing abound in references to the extraordinary value he placed upon his help, and after the share which he took in the depôt and winter journeys, it was clear that he would probably be taken in the Polar Party, as indeed proved to be the case. No man of that party better deserved the place.
I believe he is the hardest traveller that ever undertook a polar journey, as well as one of the most undaunted.
The standard is high. Bowers gave us two of our best lectures, the first on the evolution of sledge foods, at the end of which he discussed our own rations on the depôt journey, and made suggestions which he had worked out scientifically for those of the polar journey. His arguments were sound enough to disarm the hostility, if not to convert to his opinions at least one scientist who had come to hear him strongly of the opinion that an untrained man should not discuss so complex a subject. The second lecture, on the evolution of polar clothing, was also the fruit of much work. The general conclusion come to, and this was after the winter journey, was that our own clothing and equipment could not be bettered in any important respect, though it must be always understood that the expedition wore windproof clothing and not furs, except for hands and feet. When man-hauling, windproof, I am convinced, cannot be improved upon, but for dog driving in cold weather I suspect that furs may be better. The table was cleared after supper, and we sat round it for these lectures 3 times a week. There was no compulsion about them, and the seamen only turned up for those which especially interested them, such as Meare's vivid account of his journeyings on the eastern or Chinese borderland of Tibet. This land is inhabited by the 18 tribes, the original inhabitants of Tibet, who were driven out by the present inhabitants, and Meares told us chiefly of the Lolos who killed his companion Brooke after having persuaded him that they were friendly and anxious to help him.
He had no pictures and very makeshift maps, yet he held us really entranced for nearly 2 hours by the sheer interest of his adventures. The spirit of the wanderer is in Meare's blood. He has no happiness but in the wild places of the earth. I have never met so extreme of a type. Even now he is looking forward to getting away by himself to Hut Point, tired already of our scant measure of civilization.
3 lectures a week were too many in the opinion of the majority. The second winter, with our very reduced company, we had 2 a week, and I feel sure that this was an improvement. No officer nor seaman, however, could have had too many of Ponting's lectures, which gave us glimpses into many lands, illustrated by his own inimitable slides. Thus we lived every now and then for a short hour in Burma, India, or Japan, in scenes of trees and flowers and feminine charm, which were the very antithesis of our present situation, and we were all the better for it. Ponting also illustrated the subjects of other lectures with home-made slides of photographs taken during the autumn or from printed books. But for the most part the lecturers were perforce content with designs and plans drawn on paper and pinned one on top of the other upon a large drawing-board propped up on the table and torn off sheet by sheet. From the practical point of view, the most interesting evening to us was that on which Scott produced the plan of the southern journey. The reader may ask why this was not really prepared until the winter previous to the journey itself, and the answer clearly is that it was impossible to arrange more than a rough idea until the autumn sledging had taught its lesson in food, equipment, relative reliability of dogs, ponies and men, and until the changes and chances of our life showed exactly what transport would be available for the following sledging season. Thus it was with lively anticipation that we sat down on May the 8th, an advisory committee as it were, to hear and give our suggestions on the scheme which Scott had evolved in the early weeks of the winter after the adventures of the depôt journey and the loss of 6 ponies. It was on just such a winter night, too, that Scott read his interesting paper on the ice barrier and inland ice, which will probably form the basis for all future work on these subjects. The barrier, he maintained, is probably afloat, and covers at least 5 times the extent of the North Sea, with an average thickness of some 400 feet, though it has only been possible to get the very roughest of levels. According to the movement of a depôt laid in the Discovery days, the barrier moved 608 yards towards the open Ross Sea in 13½ months. It must be admitted that the inclination of the ice sheet is not sufficient to cause this, and the old idea that the glacier streams flowing down from inland plateau provide the necessary impetus is imperfect. It was Simpson's suggestion that the deposition of snow on the barrier leads to an expansion due to the increase of weight. Some admittedly vague ideas as to the extent and character of the inland ice sheet ended a clever and convincing paper, which contained a lot of good reasoning. Simpson proved an excellent lecturer, and in meteorology and in the explanation of the many instruments with which his corner of the hut was full, he possessed subjects which interested and concerned everybody. Nelson on biological problems and Taylor on physiography were always interesting.
Taylor, I dreamt of your lecture last night. How could I live so long in the world and not know something of so fascinating a subject?
Thus Scott on the morning following one of these lectures. Wright on ice problems, radium, and the origin of matter had highly technical subjects, which left many of us somewhat befogged. But Atkinson on scurvy had an audience each member of which felt that he had a personal interest in the subject under discussion. Indeed, one of his hearers was to suffer the advanced stage of this dread disease within 6 months. Atkinson inclined to Almroth Wright's theory that scurvy is due to an acid intoxication of the blood caused by bacteria. He described the litmus paper test, which was practised on us monthly, and before and after sledge journeys. In this the blood of each individual is drawn, and various strengths of dilute sulphuric acid are added to it until it is neutralized, the healthy man showing normal 30 to 50, while the man with scorbutic signs will be normal 50 to 90, according to the stage to which he has reached. The only thing which is certain to stop scurvy is fresh vegetables. Fresh meat when life is otherwise under extreme conditions will not do so, an instance being the siege of Paris, when they had plenty of horse meat. In 1795 voyages were being ruined by scurvy, and Anson lost 300 out of 500 men. But in that year the first discoveries were made, and lime juice was introduced by Blaine. From this time scurvy practically disappeared from the Navy, and there was little scurvy in Nelson's days. But the reason is not clear, since, according to modern research, lime juice only helps to prevent it. It continued in the merchant service, and in a decade from about 1865 some 400 cases were admitted into the Dreadnought Hospital, whereas in the decade 1887 to 1896 there were only 38 cases. We had at Cape Evans a salt of sodium to be used to alkalise the blood as an experiment if necessity arose. Darkness, cold, and hard work are in Atkinson's opinion important causes of scurvy. Nansen was an advocate of variety of diet as being antiscorbutic, and Scott recalled a story told him by Nansen which he had never understood. It appeared that some men had eaten tins of tainted food. Some of it was slightly tainted, some of it was really bad. They rejected the really bad ones and ate those only which were slightly tainted. And of course, said Nansen, they should have eaten the worst. I have since asked Nansen about this story. He tells me that he must have been referring to the crew of the Windward, the ship of the Jackson-Harmsworth expedition to Franz Josef Land in 1894-97. The crew of this ship, which was travelling to and from civilization, got scurvy, though the land party kept healthy. Of this Jackson writes: "In the case of the crew of the Windward, I fear that there was a considerable carelessness in the use of tinned meats that were not free from taint, although tins quite gone were rejected. We, on shore, largely used fresh bear's meat, and the crew of the Windward were also allowed as much as they could be induced to eat. They, however, preferred tinned meat several days a week to a diet of bear's meat alone, and some of the crew had such a prejudice against bear's meat as to refuse to eat it at all." Of course tainted food should not have been eaten at all, but if it had to be eaten, then according to Nansen the ptomaines which cause scurvy in the earlier stages of decomposition are destroyed by the ferment which forms in the later stages. They should therefore have taken the worst tins, if any at all. Wilson was strongly of opinion that fresh meat alone would stop scurvy. On the Discovery seal meat cured it. As to scurvy on Scott's Discovery Southern journey, he made light of it. However, during the winter journey I remember Wilson stating that Shackleton several times fell in a faint as he got outside the tent, and he seems to have been seriously ill. Wilson knew that he himself had scurvy some time before the others knew it, because the discoloration of his gums did not show in front for some time. He did not think their dogs on that journey had scurvy, but ptomaine poisoning from fish which had travelled through the tropics. He was of opinion that on returning from sledge journeys on the Discovery they had wrongly attributed to scurvy such symptoms as rash on the body, swollen legs and ankles, which were rather the result of excessive fatigue. I may add that we had these signs on our return from the winter journey. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 6, Part 4 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 The First Winter, Part 4. Then there were lectures on geology by Debenham, on birds and beasts, and also on sketching by Wilson, on surveying by Evans, but perhaps no lecture remains more vividly in my memory than that given by Oates on what we called the mismanagement of horses. Of course, to all of us who were relying upon the ponies for the first stage of the southern journey, the subject was of interest as well as utility, but the greater share of interest centred upon the lecturer, for it was certainly supposed that the taciturn Titus could not have concealed about his person the gift of the gab, and it was as certain as it could be that the whole business was most distasteful to him. Imagine our delight when he proved to have an elaborate discourse with full notes of which no one had seen in preparation. "I have been fortunate in securing another night," he mentioned amidst mirth, and proceeded to give us the most interesting and able account of the minds and bodies of horses in general, and ours in particular. He ended with a story of a dinner party at which he was a guest, probably against his will. A young lady was so late that the party sat down to dinner without waiting longer. Soon she arrived covered with blushes and confusion. "I'm so sorry," she said, "but that horse was the limit. He—" "Perhaps it was a gibber," suggested her hostess to help her out. "No, he was a— I heard the cabby tell him so several times." Titus Oates was the most cheerful and lovable old pessimist that you could imagine. Often, after tethering and feeding our ponies at a night camp on the Barrier, we would watch the dog teams coming up into camp. "I'll give these dogs 10 days more," he would murmur in a voice such as some people used when they heard of a British victory. I am acquainted with so few dragoons that I do not know their general characteristics. Few of them, I imagine, would have gone about with the slouch which characterized his method of locomotion, nor would many of them have dined in a hat so shabby that it was picked off the peg and passed round as a curiosity. He came to look after the horses, and as an officer in the Inniskillings he no doubt had excellent training, but his skill went far deeper than that. There was little he didn't know about horses, and the pity is that he did not choose our ponies for us in Siberia. We should have had a very different lot. In addition to his general charge of them all, Oates took as his own pony the aforesaid devil Christopher for the southern journey, and for previous training. We shall hear much more of Christopher, who appeared to have come down to the Antarctic to initiate the well-behaved inhabitants into all the vices of civilization, but from beginning to end Oates's management of this animal might have proved a model to any governor of a lunatic asylum. His tact, patience and courage, for Christopher was a very dangerous beast, remain some of the most vivid recollections of a very gallant gentleman. In this connection let me add that no animals could have had more considerate and often self-sacrificing treatment than these ponies of ours. Granted that they must be used at all, and I do not mean to enter into that question, they were fed, trained, and even clothed as friends and companions rather than as beasts of burden. They were never hit, a condition to which they were clearly unaccustomed. They lived far better than they had before, and all this was done for them in spite of the conditions under which we ourselves lived. We became very fond of our beasts, but we could not be blind to their faults. The mind of a horse is a very limited concern, relying almost entirely upon memory. He rivals our politicians in that he has little real intellect. Consequently, when the pony was faced with conditions different from those to which he was accustomed, he showed but little adaptability. And when you add to this frozen harness and rugs, with all their straps and buckles and lashings, an incredible facility for eating anything within reach, including his own tethering ropes and the headstalls, fringes and what-nots of his companions, together with our own scanty provisions and a general wish to do anything except the job of the moment, it must be admitted that the pony leader's lot was full of occasions for bad temper. Nevertheless, leaders and ponies were on the best of terms, excepting always Christopher, which is really not surprising when you come to think that most of the leaders were sailors, whose love of animals is profound. A lean-to roof was built against the northern side of the hut, and the ends and open side were boarded up. This building was buttressed by the bricks of coal which formed our fuel, and drifted up with snow by the blizzards, formed an extremely sheltered and even warm stable. The ponies stood in stalls with their heads towards the hut and divided from it by a corridor. The bars which kept them in carried also their food boxes. They lay down very little, the ground was too cold, and Oates was of opinion that litter would not have benefited them if we had had space in the ship to bring it. The floor of their stall was formed of the gravel on which the hut was built. On any future occasion it might be worth consideration whether a flooring of wood might add to their comfort. As you walked down this narrow passage you passed a line of heads, many of which would have a nip at you in the semi-darkness, and at the far end Oates had rigged up for himself a blubber stove, more elaborate than the one we had made with the odds and ends at Hut Point, but in principle the same, in that the fids of sealskin with the blubber attached to them were placed on a grid, and the heat generated caused them to drop their oil on to ashes below which formed the fire. This fire not only warmed the stable, but melted the snow to water the ponies, and heated their bran mashes. I do not wonder that this warm companionable home appealed to their minds when they were exercising in the cold, dark, windy sea ice. They were always trying to get rid of their leader, and if successful generally went straight back to the hut. Here they would dodge their pursuers until such time as they were sick of the game, when they quietly walked into the stable of their own accord to be welcomed with triumphant squeals and kickings by their companions. I have already spoken of their exercise. Their ration during the winter was as follows: 8 a.m. chaff. 12 noon snow, chaff and oats or oil cake alternate days. 5 p.m. snow, hot bran mash with oil cake, or boiled oats and chaff. Finally a small quantity of hay. In the spring they were got into condition on hard food or cold, and by a carefully increased scale of exercise, during the latter part of which they drew sledges with very light loads. Unfortunately I have no record as to what changes of feeding stuffs Oates would have made if it had been possible. Certainly we should not have brought the bales of compressed fodder, which, as I have already explained, was theoretically green wheat cut young, but practically no manner of use as food, though of some use perhaps as bulk. Probably he would have used hay for this purpose at winter quarters, had our stock of it not been very limited, for hay takes up too much room on a ship when every square inch of stowage space is of value. The original weights of fodder with which we left New Zealand were: compressed chaff 30 tons, hay 5 tons, oil cake 5 to 6 tons, bran 4 to 5 tons, and 2 kinds of oats, of which the white was better than the black. We wanted for more bran than we had. This does not exhaust our list of feeding stuffs, for one of our ponies, called Snippets, would eat blubber, and so far as I know it agreed with him. We left New Zealand with 19 ponies, 17 of which were destined for the main party and 2 for the help of Campbell in the exploration of King Edward VII's Land. 2 of these died in the big gale at sea, and we landed 15 ponies at Cape Evans in January. Of these we lost 6 on the depôt journey, while Hackenschmidt, who was a vicious beast, sickened and wasted away in our absence for no particular reason that we could discover, until there was nothing to do but shoot him. Thus 8 only out of the original 17 main party ponies which started from New Zealand were left by the beginning of the winter. I have told how during our absence on the depôt journey the ship had tried to land Campbell with his 2 ponies on King Edward VII's Land, but had been prevented from reaching it by pack ice. Coasting back in search of a landing place, they found Amundsen in the Bay of Whales. Under the circumstances Campbell decided not to land his party there, but try and land on the north coast of South Victoria Land, in which he was finally successful. In the interval the ship returned to Cape Evans with the news, and since he was of opinion that his animals would be useless to him in that region, he took the opportunity to swim the 2 ponies ashore, a distance of half a mile, for the ship could get no nearer and the sea ice had gone. Thus we started the winter with Campbell's 2 ponies, Jehu and Chinaman, 2 ponies which had survived the depôt journey, Nobby and James Pigg, and 6 ponies which had been left at Cape Evans, Snatcher, Snippets, Bones, Victor, Michael and Christopher, a total of 10. Of these Christopher was the only real devil with vice, but he was a strong pony, and it was clear that he would be useful if he could be managed. Bones, Snatcher, Victor and Snippets were all useful ponies. Michael was a highly strung nice beast, but his value was doubtful. Chinaman was more doubtful still, and it was questionable sometimes whether Jehu would be able to pull anything at all. This leaves Nobby and Jimmy Pigg, both of which were with us on the depôt journey. Nobby was the best of the 2. He was the only survivor from the sea ice disaster, and I am not sure that his rescue did not save the situation with regard to the Pole. Jimmy Pigg was wending his way slowly back from Corner Camp at this time, and so was also saved. He was a weak pony, but did extremely well on the Polar journey. It may be coincidence that these two ponies, the only ponies which had gained previous sledging experience, did better according to their strength than any of the others, but I am inclined to believe that their familiarity with the conditions on the Barrier was of great value to them, doing away with much useless worry and exhaustion. And so it will be understood with what feelings of anxiety any cases of injury or illness to our ponies were regarded. The cases of injury were few and of small importance, thanks to the care with which they were exercised in the dark on ice which was by no means free from inequalities. Let me explain in passing that this ice is almost always covered by at least a thin layer of drifted snow, and for the most part is not slippery. Every now and then there would be a great banging and crashing heard through the walls of the hut in the middle of the night. The watchman would run out, Oates put on his boots, Scott be audibly uneasy. It was generally Bones or Chinaman kicking their stalls, perhaps to keep themselves warm, but by the time the watchman had reached the stable he would be met by a line of sleepy faces blinking at him in the light of the electric torch, each saying plainly that he could not possibly have been responsible for a breach of the peace. But antics might easily lead to accidents, and more than once a pony was found twisted up in some way in his stall, or even to have fallen to the ground. Their heads were tied on either side to the stanchions of the stall, and so if they tried to lie down complications might arise. More alarming was the one serious case of illness, preceded by a slighter case of a similar nature in another pony. Jimmy Pigg had a slight attack of colic in the middle of June, but he was feeling all right again during the evening of the same day. It was at noon, July 14th, that Bones went off his feed. This was followed by spasms of acute pain.
Every now and again he attempted to lie down, and Oates eventually thought it was wiser to allow him to do so. Once down, his head gradually drooped until he lay at length, every now and then twitching very horribly with the pain, and from time to time raising his head and even scrambling to his legs when it grew intense. I don't think I ever realized before how pathetic a horse could be under such conditions. No sound escapes him. His misery can only be indicated by those distressing spasms, and by dumb movement of the head, with a patient expression always suggestive of appeal.
Towards midnight it seemed that we were to lose him, and apart from other considerations we knew that unless we could keep all the surviving animals alive, the risks of failure in the coming journey were much increased.
It was shortly after midnight when I, Scott, was told that the animal seemed a little easier. At 2:30 I was again in the stable and found the improvement had been maintained. The horse still lay on its side with outstretched head, but the spasms had ceased, and its eye looked less distressed, and its ears pricked to occasional noises. As I stood looking, it suddenly raised its head and rose without effort to his legs. Then, in a moment, as though some bad dream had passed, it began to nose at some hay and at its neighbour. Within 3 minutes it had drunk a bucket of water and had started to feed.
The immediate cause of the trouble was indicated by
a small ball of semi-fermented hay covered with mucus and containing tapeworms. So far not very serious, but unfortunately attached to this mass was a strip of the lining of the intestine.
The recovery of Bones was uninterrupted. 2 days later another pony went off his feed and lay down, but was soon well again. Considerable speculation as to the original cause of this illness never found a satisfactory answer. Some traced it to a want of ventilation, and it is necessary to say that both the ponies who were ill stood next to the blubber stove. At any rate a big ventilator was fitted and more fresh air let in. Others traced it to the want of water, supposing that the animals would not eat as much snow as they would have drunk water. The easy remedy for this was to give them water instead of snow. We also gave them more salt than they had had before. Whatever the cause may have been, we had no more of this colic, and the improvement in their condition until we started sledging was uninterrupted. All the ponies were treated for worms. It was also found that they had lice, which were eradicated after some time and difficulty by a wash of tobacco and water. I know that Oates wished that he had clipped the ponies at the beginning of the winter, believing that they would have had grown far better coats if this had been done. He also would have wished for a loose box for each pony. No account of the ponies would be complete without the mention of our Russian pony boy, Anton. He was small in height, but he was exceedingly strong, and had a chest measurement of 40 inches. I believe both Anton and Dmitri, the Russian dog driver, were brought originally to look after the ponies and dogs on their way from Siberia to New Zealand, but they proved such good fellows and so useful that we were very glad to take them on the strength of the landing party. I fear that Anton at any rate did not realise what he was in for. When we arrived at Cape Crozier in the ship on our voyage south, and he saw the two great peaks of Ross Island in front and the Barrier Cliff disappearing in an unbroken wall below the eastern horizon, he imagined that he had reached the South Pole and was suitably elated. When the darkness of the winter closed down upon us, this apparently unnatural order of things so preyed upon his superstitious mind that he became seriously alarmed. Where the sea ice joined the land in front of the hut was of course a working crack, caused by the rise and fall of the tide. Sometimes the sea water found its way up, and Anton was convinced that the weird phosphorescent lights which danced up out of the sea were devils. In propitiation we found that he had sacrificed to them his most cherished luxury, his scanty allowance of cigarettes, which he had literally cast upon the waters in the darkness. It was natural that his thoughts should turn to the comforts of his Siberian home and the one-legged wife whom he was going to marry there, and when it became clear that another year would be spent in the south, his mind was troubled. And so he went to Oates and asked him, "If I go away at the end of this year, will Captain Scott disinherit me?" In order to try and express his idea, for he knew little English, he had some days before been asking, "What we called it when a father died and left his son nothing?" Poor Anton. He looked long and anxiously for the ship, and with his kit bag on his shoulder was amongst the first to trek across the ice to meet her. Having asked for and obtained a job of work, there was no happier man on board. He never left her until she reached New Zealand. Nevertheless he was always cheerful, always working, and a most useful addition to our small community. It is still usual to talk of people living in complete married happiness, when we really mean, so Mr. Bernard Shaw tells me, that they confine their quarrels to Thursday nights. If then I say that we lived this life for nearly 3 years, from the day when we left England until the day we returned to New Zealand, without any friction of any kind, I shall be supposed to be making a formal statement of somewhat limited truth. May I say that there is really no formality about it, and nothing but the truth? To be absolutely accurate, I must admit to having seen a man in a very prickly state on one occasion. That was all. It didn't last, and may have been well justified for aught I know. I have forgotten what it was all about. Why we should have been more fortunate than polar travellers in general, it is hard to say, but undoubtedly a very powerful reason was that we had no idle hours. There was no time to quarrel. Before we went south people were always saying, "You will get fed up with one another. What will you do all the dark winter?" As a matter of fact, the difficulty was to get through with the work. Often after working all through a long night, watch officers carried on as a matter of course through the following day in order to clear off arrears. There was little reading or general relaxation during the day, certainly not before supper, if at all, and while no fixed hours for work were laid down, the custom was general that all hours between breakfast and supper should be so used. Our small company was desperately keen to obtain results. The youngest and most cynical pessimist must have had cause for wonder to see a body of healthy and not unintellectual men striving thus single-mindedly to add their small quota of scientific and geographical knowledge to the sum total of the world, with no immediate prospect of its practical utility. Laymen and scientists alike were determined to attain the objects to gain which they had set forth. And I believe that in a vague, intangible way there was an ideal in front of and behind this work. It is really not desirable for men who do not believe that knowledge is of value for its own sake to take up this kind of life. The question constantly put to us in civilization was, and still is, what is the use? Is there gold, or is there coal? The commercial spirit of the present day can see no good in pure science. The English manufacturer is not interested in research which will not give him a financial return within 1 year. The city man sees in it only so much energy wasted on unproductive work. Truly they are bound to the wheel of conventional life. Now, unless a man believes that such a view is wrong, he has no business to be "down south." Our magnetic and meteorological work may, I suppose, have a fairly immediate bearing upon commerce and shipping, otherwise I cannot imagine any branch of our labours which will do more at present than swell the central pool of unapplied knowledge. The members of this expedition believed that it was worth while to discover new land and new life, to reach the southern pole of the earth, to make elaborate meteorological and magnetic observations, and extended geological surveys with all the other branches of research for which we were equipped. They were prepared to suffer great hardship, and some of them died for their beliefs. Without such ideals the spirit which certainly existed in our small community would have been impossible. But if the reasons for this happy state of our domestic life were due largely to the adaptability and keenness of the members of our small community, I doubt whether the frictions which have caused other expeditions to be less comfortable than they might have been would have been avoided in our case, had it not been for the qualities of some of our men which set a fashion of hard work without any thought of personal gain. With all its troubles it is a good life. We came back from the Barrier telling one another we loathed the place, and nothing on earth should make us return. But now the Barrier comes back to us, with its clean, open life, and the smell of the cooker, and its soft, sound sleep. So much of the trouble of this world is caused by memories, for we only remember half. We have forgotten, or nearly forgotten, how the loss of a biscuit crumb left a sense of injury which lasted for a week, how the greatest friends were so much on one another's nerves that they did not speak for days for fear of quarrelling, how angry we felt when the cook ran short on the weekly bag, how sick we were after the first meals when we could eat as much as we liked, how anxious we were when a man fell ill many hundreds of miles from home, and we had a fortnight of thick weather and had to find our depôt or starve. We remember the cry of "Camp ho!" which preceded the cup of tea which gave us 5 more miles that evening, the good fellowship which completed our supper after safely crossing a bad patch of crevasses, the square inch of plum pudding which celebrated our Christmas Day, the chanties we sang all over the Barrier as we marched our ponies along. We travelled for science, those 3 small embryos from Cape Crozier, that weight of fossils from Buckley Island, and that mass of material less spectacular, but gathered just as carefully hour by hour in wind and drift, darkness and cold, were striven for, in order that the world may have a little more knowledge, that it may build on what it knows instead of on what it thinks. Some of our men were ambitious. Some wanted money, others a name, some a help up the scientific ladders, others an F.R.S. Why not? But we had men who did not care a rap for money or fame. I do not believe it mattered to Wilson when he found that Amundsen had reached the Pole a few days before him. Not much. Pennell would have been very bored if you had given him a knighthood. Lilly, Bowers, Priestley, Debenham, Atkinson, and many others were much the same. But there is no love lost between the class of men who go out and do such work and the authorities at home who deal with their collections. I remember a conversation in the hut during the last bad winter. Men were arguing fiercely that professionally they lost a lot by being down south, that they fell behindhand in current work and got out of the running, and so forth. There is a lot in that. And then the talk went on to the publication of results, and the way in which they would wish them done. A said he wasn't going to hand over his work to be mucked up by such and such a body at home. B said he wasn't going to have his buried in museum bookshelves never to be seen again. C said he would jolly well publish his own results in the scientific journals, and the ears of the armchair scientists, who might deal with our hard-won specimens and observations, should have been warm that night. At the time I felt a little indignant. It seemed to me that these men ought to think themselves lucky to be down south at all. There were thousands who would have liked to take their place. But now I understand quite a lot more than I did then. Science is a big thing if you can travel a winter journey in her cause and not regret it. I am not sure she is not bigger still if you can have dealings with scientists and continue to follow in her path. End of chapter 6, part 4.
Chapter 7, Part 1 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7.
THE WINTER JOURNEY. Part 1. Ah, but a man's reach should exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for? Robert Browning, Andrea del Sarto.
To me, and to every one who has remained here, the result of this effort is the appeal it makes to our imagination, as one of the most gallant stories in polar history. That men should wander forth in the depth of a polar night, to face the most dismal cold and the fiercest gales in darkness, is something new. That they should have persisted in this effort in spite of every adversity for 5 full weeks is heroic. It makes a tale for our generation, which I hope may not be lost in the telling.
Scott's Diary at Cape Evans. The following list of the Winter Journey sledge weights for 3 men is taken from the reckoning made by Bowers before we started. Expendable stores: Antarctic biscuit, 135 lbs. 3 cases for same, 12 lbs. Pemmican, 110 lbs. Butter, 21 lbs. Salt, 3 lbs. Tea, 4 lbs. Oil, 60 lbs. Spare parts for primus and matches, 2 lbs. Toilet paper, 2 lbs. Candles, 8 lbs. Packing, 5 lbs. Spirit, 8 lbs. Total, 370 lbs. Permanent weights, etc. 2 9-foot sledges, 41 lbs. each, 82 lbs. 1 cooker complete, 13 lbs. 2 primus filled with oil, 8 lbs. 1 double tent complete, 35 lbs. 1 sledging shovel, 3½ lbs. 3 reindeer sleeping bags, 12 lbs. each, 36 lbs. 3 eider down sleeping bag linings, 4 lbs. each, 12 lbs. 1 alpine rope, 5 lbs. 1 boatswain's bag containing repairing materials, and 1 bonser outfit containing repairing tools, 5 lbs. 3 personal bags, each containing 15 lbs. spare clothing, etc., 45 lbs. Lamp box with knives, steel, etc., for seal and penguin, 21 lbs. Medical and scientific box, 40 lbs. 2 ice axes, 3 lbs. each, 6 lbs. 3 man harnesses, 3 lbs. 3 portaging harnesses, 3 lbs. Cloth for making roof and door for stone igloo, 24 lbs. Instrument box, 7 lbs. 3 pairs of ski and sticks, discarded afterwards, 33 lbs. 1 pickaxe, 11 lbs. 3 crampons, 2 lbs. 3 ounces each, 6½ lbs. 2 bamboos for measuring tide if possible, 14 feet each, 4 lbs. 2 male bamboos, 4 lbs. 1 plank to form top of door of igloo, 2 lbs. 1 bag sennegrass, 1 lb. 6 small female bamboo ends, and 1 knife for cutting snow block to make igloo, 4 lbs. Packing, 8 lbs. Total 420 lbs. Grand total 790 lbs. The lamp box mentioned above contained the following: 1 lamp for burning blubber, 1 lamp for burning spirit, 1 tent candle lamp, 1 blubber cooker, 1 blowpipe. The party of 3 men set out with a total weight of 757 lbs. to draw, the ski and sticks in the above list being left behind at the last moment. It was impossible to load the total bulk upon 1 12-foot sledge, and so 2 9-foot sledges were taken, one toggled on behind the other. While this made the packing and handling of the gear much easier, it nearly doubled the friction surface against which the party had to pull. June 22nd, midwinter night. A hard night, clear, with a blue sky so deep that it looks black. The stars are steel points, the glaciers burnished silver. The snow rings and thuds to your footfall. The ice is cracking to the falling temperature, and the tide crack groans as the water rises. And over all, wave upon wave, fold upon fold, there hangs the curtain of the aurora. As you watch, it fades away, and then quite suddenly a great beam flashes up and rushes to the zenith, an arch of palest green and orange, a tail of flaming gold. Again it falls, fading away into great searchlight beams, which rise behind the smoking crater of Mount Erebus, and again the spiritual veil is drawn. Here at the roaming loom of time I ply, and weave for God the garment thou seest him by. Inside the hut are orgies. We are all very merry, and indeed why not? The sun turns to come back to us to night, and such a day comes only once a year. After dinner we had to make speeches, but instead of making a speech, Bowers brought in a wonderful Christmas tree made of split bamboos and a ski stick, with feathers tied to the end of each branch, candles, sweets, preserved fruits, and the most absurd toys of which Bill was the owner. Titus got 3 things which pleased him immensely: a sponge, a whistle, and a pop gun, which went off when he pressed in the butt. For the rest of the evening he went round asking whether you were sweating. No. Yes, you are, he said, and wiped your face with the sponge. If you want to please me very much, you will fall down when I shoot you, he said to me, and then he went round shooting everybody. At intervals he blew the whistle. He danced the Lancers with Anton, and Anton, whose dancing puts that of the Russian ballet into the shade, continually apologized for not being able to do it well enough. Ponting gave a great lecture, with slides which he had made since we arrived, many of which Meares had coloured. When one of these came up, one of us would shout, "Who coloured that?" and another would cry, "Meares!" Then uproar. It was impossible for Ponting to speak. We had a milk punch, when Scott proposed the Eastern Party, and Clissold, the cook, proposed good old true milk. Titus blew away the ball of his gun. I blew it into the cerulean. How doth Homer have it? Cerulean azure, hence Erebus. As we turned in he said, "Cherry, are you responsible for your actions?" And when I said yes, he blew loudly on his whistle, and the last thing I remember was that he woke up Meares to ask him whether he was fancy free. It was a magnificent bust. 5 days later, and 3 men, one of whom at any rate is feeling a little frightened, stand panting and sweating out in McMurdo Sound. They have 2 sledges, one tied behind the other, and these sledges are piled high with sleeping bags and camping equipment. 6 weeks' provisions, and a venesta case full of scientific gear for pickling and preserving. In addition there is a pickaxe, ice axes, an alpine rope, a large piece of green Willesden canvas, and a bit of board. Scott's amazed remark when he saw our sledges 2 hours ago, "Bill, why are you taking all this oil?" pointing to the 6 cans lashed to the tray on the second sledge, had a bite in it. Our weights for such travelling are enormous, 253 pounds a man. It is midday, but it is pitchy dark, and it is not warm. As we rested my mind went back to a dusty, dingy office in Victoria Street some 15 months ago. "I want you to come," said Wilson to me, and then, "I want to go to Cape Crozier in the winter and work out the embryology of the Emperor penguins, but I'm not saying much about it. It might never come off." Well, this was better than Victoria Street, where the doctors had nearly refused to let me go, because I could only see the people across the road as vague blobs walking. Then Bill went and had a talk with Scott about it, and they said I might come if I was prepared to take the additional risk. At that time I would have taken anything. After the depôt journey at Hut Point, walking over that beastly slippery sloping ice foot, which I always imagined would leave me some day in the sea, Bill asked me whether I would go with him, and who else for a third. There can have been little doubt whom we both wanted, and that evening Bowers had been asked. Of course he was mad to come, and here we were. "This winter travel is a new and bold venture," wrote Scott in the hut that night, "but the right men have gone to attempt it." I don't know. There never could have been any doubt about Bill and Birdie. Probably Lashly would have made the best third, but Bill had a prejudice against seamen for a journey like this. "They don't take enough care of themselves, and they will not look after their clothes." But Lashly was wonderful. If Scott had only taken a 4-man party and Lashly to the Pole! What is this venture? Why is the embryo of the Emperor penguin so important to science? And why should 3 sane and common sense explorers be sledging away on a winter's night to a cape which has only been visited before in daylight, and then with very great difficulty? I have explained more fully in the introduction to this book the knowledge the world possessed at this time of the Emperor penguin, mainly due to Wilson. But it is because the Emperor is probably the most primitive bird in existence that the working out of his embryology is so important. The embryo shows remains of the development of an animal in former ages and former states. It recapitulates its former lives. The embryo of an emperor may prove the missing link between birds and the reptiles from which birds have sprung. Only one rookery of emperor penguins had been found at this date, and this was on the sea ice inside a little bay of the Barrier edge at Cape Crozier, which was guarded by miles of some of the biggest pressure in the Antarctic. Chicks had been found in September, and Wilson reckoned that the eggs must be laid in the beginning of July. And so we started just after midwinter on the weirdest bird's nesting expedition that has ever been or ever will be. But the sweat was freezing in our clothing and we moved on. All we could see was a black patch away to our left, which was Turk's Head. When this disappeared we knew that we had passed Glacier Tongue, which, unseen by us, eclipsed the rocks behind, and then we camped for lunch. That first camp only lives in my memory because it began our education of camp work in the dark. Had we now struck the blighting temperature which we were to meet? There was just enough wind to make us want to hurry. Down harness, each man to a strap on the sledge, quick with the floorcloth, the bags to hold it down, now a good spread with the bamboos, and the tent inner lining, hold them, Cherry, and over with the outer covering, snow onto the skirting, and inside with the cook with his candle and a box of matches. That is how we tied it. That is the way we were accustomed to do it, day after day and night after night, when the sun was still high, or at any rate only setting, sledging on the Barrier in spring and summer and the autumn, pulling our hands from our mitts when necessary, plenty of time to warm up afterwards, in the days when we took pride in getting our tea boiling within 20 minutes of throwing off our harness, when the man who wanted to work in his fur mitts was thought a bit too slow. But now it didn't work. "We shall have to go a bit slower," said Bill, and "we shall get more used to working in the dark." At this time I remember I was still trying to wear spectacles. We spent that night on the sea ice, finding that we were too far in towards Castle Rock, and it was not until the following afternoon that we reached and lunched at Hut Point. I speak of day and night, though they were much the same, and later on when we found that we could not get the work into a 24-hour day, we decided to carry on as though such a convention did not exist, as in actual fact it did not. We had already realized that cooking under these conditions would be a bad job, and that the usual arrangement by which one man was cook for the week would be intolerable. We settled to be cook alternately day by day. For food we brought only pemmican and biscuit and butter. For drink we had tea, and we drank hot water to turn in on. Pulling out from Hut Point that evening we brought along our heavy loads on the 2 9-foot sledges with comparative ease. It was the first, and though we did not know it then, the only bit of good pulling we were to have. Good pulling to the sledge traveller means easy pulling. Anyway, we went round Cape Armitage and eastward. We knew that the Barrier edge was in front of us, and also that the break-up of the sea ice had left the face of it as a low perpendicular cliff. We had, therefore, to find a place where the snow had formed a drift. This we came right up against, and met quite suddenly a very keen wind flowing, as it always does, from the cold Barrier down to the comparatively warm sea ice. The temperature was -47° Fahrenheit, and I was a fool to take my hands out of my mitts to haul on the ropes to bring the sledges up. I started away from the Barrier edge with all 10 fingers frostbitten. They did not really come back until we were in the tent for our night meal, and within a few hours there were 2 or 3 large blisters, up to an inch long, on all of them. For many days those blisters hurt frightfully. We were camped that night about half a mile in from the Barrier edge. The temperature was -56°. We had a baddish time, being very glad to get out of our shivering bags next morning, June 29th. We began to suspect, as we knew only too well later, that the only good time of the 24 hours was breakfast, for then with reasonable luck we need not get into our sleeping bags again for another 17 hours. The horror of the 19 days it took us to travel from Cape Evans to Cape Crozier would have to be re-experienced to be appreciated, and any one would be a fool who went again. It is not possible to describe it. The weeks which followed them were comparative bliss, not because later our conditions were better, they were far worse, because we were callous. I for one had come to that point of suffering at which I did not really care if only I could die without much pain. They talk of the heroism of the dying. They little know. It would be so easy to die. A dose of morphia, a friendly crevasse, and blissful sleep. The trouble is to go on. It was the darkness that did it. I don't believe -70 temperatures would be bad in daylight, not comparatively bad, when you could see where you were going, where you were stepping, where the sledge straps were, the cooker, the primus, the food, could see your footsteps lately trodden deep into the soft snow that you might find your way back to the rest of your load, could see the lashings of the food bags, could read a compass without striking 3 or 4 different boxes to find one dry match, could read your watch to see if the blissful moment of getting out of your bag was come, without groping in the snow all about, when it would not take you 5 minutes to lash up the door of the tent, and 5 hours to get started in the morning. But in these days we were never less than 4 hours from that moment when Bill cried "Time to get up!" to the time when we got into our harness. It took 2 men to get 1 man into his harness, and was all they could do, for the canvas was frozen, and our clothes were frozen until sometimes not even 2 men could bend them into the required shape. The trouble is sweat and breath. I never knew before how much of the body's waste comes out through the pores of the skin. On the most bitter days, when we had to camp before we had done a 4-hour march in order to nurse back our frozen feet, it seemed that we must be sweating, and all this sweat, instead of passing away through the porous wool of our clothing and gradually drying off us, froze and accumulated. It passed just away from our flesh and then became ice. We shook plenty of snow and ice down from inside our trousers every time we changed our foot gear, and we could have shaken it from our vests and from between our vests and shirts, but of course we could not strip to this extent. But when we got into our sleeping bags, if we were fortunate, we became warm enough during the night to thaw this ice. Part remained in our clothes, part passed into the skins of our sleeping bags, and soon both were sheets of armour plate. As for our breath, in the daytime it did nothing worse than cover the lower parts of our faces with ice and solder our balaclavas tightly to our heads. It was no good trying to get your balaclava off until you had had the primus going quite a long time, and then you could throw your breath about if you wished. The trouble really began in your sleeping bag, for it was far too cold to keep a hole open through which to breathe. So all night long our breath froze into the skins, and our respiration became quicker and quicker as the air in our bags got fouler and fouler. It was never possible to make a match strike or burn inside our bags. Of course we were not iced up all at once. It took several days of this kind of thing before we really got into big difficulties on this score. It was not until I got out of the tent one morning, fully ready to pack the sledge, that I realized the possibilities ahead. We had had our breakfast, struggled into our foot gear, and squared up inside the tent, which was comparatively warm. Once outside, I raised my head to look round and found I could not move it back. My clothing had frozen hard as I stood, perhaps 15 seconds. For 4 hours I had to pull with my head stuck up, and from that time we all took care to bend down into a pulling position before being frozen in. By now we had realized that we must reverse the usual sledging routine and do everything slowly, wearing when possible the fur mitts which fitted over our woollen mitts, and always stopping whatever we were doing directly we felt that any part of us was getting frozen, until the circulation was restored. Henceforward it was common for one or other of us to leave the other 2 to continue the camp work while he stamped about in the snow, beat his arms, or nursed some exposed part. But we could not restore the circulation of our feet like this. The only way then was to camp and get some hot water into ourselves before we took our foot gear off. The difficulty was to know whether our feet were frozen or not, for the only thing we knew for certain was that we had lost all feeling in them. Wilson's knowledge as a doctor came in here. Many a time he had to decide from our descriptions of our feet whether to camp or to go on for another hour. A wrong decision meant disaster, for if one of us had been crippled the whole party would have been placed in great difficulties. Probably we should all have died. On June 29th the temperature was -50° all day, and there was sometimes a light breeze which was inclined to frostbite our faces and hands. Owing to the weight of our 2 sledges and the bad surface, our pace was not more than a slow and very heavy plod. At our lunch camp Wilson had the heel and sole of one foot frostbitten, and I had 2 big toes. Bowers was never worried by frostbitten feet. That night was very cold, the temperature falling to -66°, and it was -55 at breakfast on June 30th. We had not shipped the eider-down linings to our sleeping bags in order to keep them dry as long as possible. My own fur bag was too big for me, and throughout this journey was more difficult to thaw out than the other 2. On the other hand, it never split, as did Bill's. We were now getting into that cold bay which lies between the Hut Point Peninsula and Terror Point. It was known from old Discovery days that the Barrier winds are deflected from this area, pouring out into McMurdo Sound behind us, and into the Ross Sea at Cape Crozier in front. In consequence of the lack of high winds, the surface of the snow is never swept and hardened and polished as elsewhere. It was now a mass of the hardest and smallest snow crystals, to pull through which in cold temperatures was just like pulling through sand. I have spoken elsewhere of Barrier surfaces, and how, when the cold is very great, sledge runners cannot melt the crystal points, but only advance by rolling them over and over upon one another. That was the surface we met on this journey, and in soft snow the effect is accentuated. Our feet were sinking deep at every step. And so, when we tried to start on June 30th, we found we could not move both sledges together. There was nothing for it but to take one on at a time and come back for the other. This has often been done in daylight, when the only risks run are those of blizzards, which may spring up suddenly and obliterate tracks. Now in darkness it was more complicated. From 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. there was enough light to see the big holes made by our feet, and we took on one sledge, trudged back in our tracks and brought on the second. Bowers used to toggle and untoggle our harnesses when we changed sledges. Of course in this relay work we covered 3 miles in a distance for every 1 mile forward, and even the single sledges were very hard pulling. When we lunched the temperature was -61°. After lunch the little light had gone, and we carried a naked lighted candle back with us when we went to find our second sledge. It was the weirdest kind of procession: 3 frozen men and a little pool of light. Generally we steered by Jupiter, and I never see him now without recalling his friendship in those days. We were very silent. It was not very easy to talk, but sledging is always a silent business. I remember a long discussion which began just now about cold snaps. Was this the normal condition of the Barrier, or was it a cold snap? What constituted a cold snap? The discussion lasted about a week. Do things slowly, always slowly. That was the burden of Wilson's leadership. And every now and then the question, "Shall we go on?" and the answer, "Yes." "I think we are all right as long as our appetites are good," said Bill. Always patient, self-possessed, unruffled, he was the only man on earth, as I believe, who could have led this journey. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of The Worst Journey in the World, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Winter Journey, Part 2. That day we made 3¼ miles, and travelled 10 miles to do it. The temperature was -66 when we camped, and we were already pretty badly iced up. That was the last night I had written slept, in my big reindeer bag without the lining of eiderdown which we each carried. For me it was a very bad night, a succession of shivering fits which I was quite unable to stop, and which took possession of my body for many minutes at a time, until I thought my back would break, such was the strain placed upon it. They talk of chattering teeth, but when your body chatters you may call yourself cold. I can only compare the strain to that which I have been unfortunate enough to see in a case of lockjaw. One of my big toes was frostbitten, but I do not know for how long. Wilson was fairly comfortable in his smaller bag, and Bowers was snoring loudly. The minimum temperature that night, as taken under the sledge, was -69°, and as taken on the sledge was -75°, that is 107 degrees of frost. We did the same relay work on July 1st, but I found the pulling still harder, and it was all that we could do to move the one sledge forward. From now onwards Wilson and I, but not to the same extent Bowers, experienced a curious optical delusion when returning in our tracks for the second sledge. I have said that we found our way back by the light of a candle, and we found it necessary to go back in our same footprints. These holes became to our tired brains not depressions but elevations, hummocks over which we stepped, raising our feet painfully and draggingly. And then we remembered and said what fools we were, and for a while we compelled ourselves to walk through these phantom hills. But it was no lasting good, and as the days passed we realized that we must suffer this absurdity, for we could not do anything else. But of course it took it out of us. During these days the blisters on my fingers were very painful. Long before my hands were frostbitten, or indeed anything but cold, which was of course a normal thing, the matter inside these big blisters, which rose all down my fingers with only a skin between them, was frozen into ice. To handle the cooking gear or the food bags was agony. To start the primus was worse, and when one day I was able to prick 6 or 7 of the blisters after supper and let the liquid matter out, the relief was very great. Every night after that I treated such others as were ready in the same way, until they gradually disappeared. Sometimes it was difficult not to howl. I did want to howl many times, every hour of these days and nights, but I invented a formula instead, which I repeated to myself continually. Especially, I remember, it came in useful when at the end of the march, with my feet frost-bitten, my heart beating slowly, my vitality at its lowest ebb, my body solid with cold, I used to seize the shovel and go on digging snow onto the tent skirting, while the cook inside was trying to light the primus. "You've got it in the neck, stick it, stick it, you've got it in the neck," was the refrain, and I wanted every little bit of encouragement it would give me. Then I would find myself repeating, "Stick it, stick it, stick it, stick it," and then, "You've got it in the neck." One of the joys of summer sledging is that you can let your mind wander thousands of miles away for weeks and weeks. Oates used to provision his little yacht. There was a pickled herring he was going to have. I invented the compactest little revolving bookcase, which was going to hold not books but pemmican and chocolate and biscuit and cocoa and sugar, and have a cooker on the top, and was going to stand always ready to quench my hunger when I got home. And we visited restaurants and theatres and grouse moors, and we thought of a pretty girl or girls, and... But now that was all impossible. Our conditions forced themselves upon us without pause. It was not possible to think of anything else. We got no respite. I found it best to refuse to let myself think of the past or the future, to live only for the job of the moment, and to compel myself to think only how to do it the most efficiently. Once you let yourself imagine. This day also, July the 1st, we were harassed by a nasty little wind which blew in our faces. The temperature was -66°, and in such temperatures the effect of even the lightest airs is blighting, and immediately freezes any exposed part. But we all fitted the bits of windproof lined with fur which we had made in the hut across our balaclavas in front of our noses, and these were of the greatest comfort. They formed other places upon which our breath could freeze, and the lower parts of our faces were soon covered with solid sheets of ice, which was in itself an additional protection. This was a normal and not uncomfortable condition during the journey. The hair on our faces kept the ice away from the skin, and for myself I would rather have the ice than be without it, until I want to get my balaclava off to drink my hoosh. We only made 2¼ miles, and it took 8 hours. It blew force 3 that night, with a temperature of -65.2°, and there was some drift. This was pretty bad, but luckily the wind dropped to a light breeze by the time we were ready to start the next morning, July 2nd. The temperature was then -60°, and continued so all day, falling lower in the evening. At 4 p.m. we watched a bank of fog form over the peninsula to our left, and noticed at the same time that our frozen mitts thawed out on our hands, and the outlines of the land as shown by the stars became obscured. We made 2½ miles with the usual relaying, and camped at 8 p.m. with the temperature -65°. It really was a terrible march, and parts of both my feet were frozen at lunch. After supper I pricked 6 or 7 of the worst blisters, and the relief was considerable. I have met with amusement people who say, "Oh, we had -50 temperatures in Canada, they didn't worry me," or "I've been down to -60 something in Siberia," and then you find that they had nice dry clothing, a nice night's sleep in a nice aired bed, and had just walked out after lunch for a few minutes from a nice warm hut or an overheated train, and they look back upon it as an experience to be remembered. Well, of course, as an experience of cold, this can only be compared to eating a vanilla ice with hot chocolate cream after an excellent dinner at Claridge's, but in our present state we began to look upon -50s as a luxury which we did not often get. That evening, for the first time, we discarded our naked candle in favour of the rising moon. We had started before the moon on purpose, but as we shall see she gave us little light. However, we owed our escape from a very sticky death to her on one occasion. It was a little later on, when we were among crevasses, with Terror above us but invisible, somewhere on our left, and the Barrier pressure on our right. We were quite lost in the darkness, and only knew that we were running downhill, the sledge almost catching our heels. There had been no light all day, clouds obscured the moon, we had not seen her since yesterday, and quite suddenly a little patch of clear sky drifted, as it were, over her face, and she showed us, 3 paces ahead, a great crevasse with just a shining icy lid not much thicker than glass. We should all have walked into it, and the sledge would certainly have followed us down. After that I felt we had a chance of pulling through. God could not be so cruel as to have saved us just to prolong our agony. But at present we need not worry about crevasses, for we had not reached the long stretch where the moving Barrier, with the weight of many hundred miles of ice behind it, comes butting up against the slopes of Mount Terror, itself some 11,000 feet high. Now we were still plunging ankle deep in the mass of soft sandy snow which lies in the windless area. It seemed to have no bottom at all, and since the snow was much the same temperature as the air, our feet as well as our bodies got colder and colder the longer we marched. In ordinary sledging you begin to warm up after a quarter of an hour's pulling. Here it was just the reverse. Even now I find myself unconsciously kicking the toes of my right foot against the heel of my left, a habit I picked up on this journey by doing it every time we halted. Well, no, not always, for there was one halt when we just lay on our backs and gazed up at the sky, where, so the others said, there was blazing the most wonderful aurora they had ever seen. I did not see it, being so near-sighted and unable to wear spectacles owing to the cold. The aurora was always before us as we travelled east, more beautiful than any seen by previous expeditions wintering in McMurdo Sound, where Erebus must have hidden the most brilliant displays. Now most of the sky was covered with swinging, swaying curtains, which met in a great whirl overhead, lemon yellow, green and orange. The minimum this night was -65°, and during July 3rd it ranged between -52 and -58°. We got forward only 2½ miles, and by this time I had silently made up my mind that we had not the ghost of a chance of reaching the penguins. I am sure that Bill was having a very bad time these nights, though it was an impression rather than anything else, for he never said so. We knew we did sleep, for we heard one another snore, and also we used to have dreams and nightmares, but we had little consciousness of it, and we were now beginning to drop off while we halted on the march. Our sleeping bags were getting really bad by now, and already it took a long time to thaw a way down into them at night. Bill spread his in the middle, Bowers was on his right, and I was on his left. Always he insisted that I should start getting my legs into mine before he started. We were rapidly cooling down after our hot supper, and this was very unselfish of him. Then came 7 shivering hours, and first thing on getting out of our sleeping bags in the morning we stuffed our personal gear into the mouth of the bag before it could freeze. This made a plug which, when removed, formed a frozen hole for us to push into as a start in the evening. We got into some strange knots when trying to persuade our limbs into our bags, and suffered terribly from cramp in consequence. We would wait and rub, but directly we tried to move again down it would come and grip our legs in a vice. We also, especially Bowers, suffered agony from cramp in the stomach. We let the primus burn on after supper now for a time. It was the only thing which kept us going, and when one who was holding the primus was seized with cramp we hastily took the lamp from him until the spasm was over. It was horrible to see Birdie's stomach cramp sometimes. He certainly got it much worse than Bill or I. I suffered a lot from heartburn, especially in my bag at nights. We were eating a great proportion of fat, and this was probably the cause. Stupidly I said nothing about it for a long time. Later, when Bill found out, he soon made it better with the medical case. Birdie always lit the candle in the morning, so called, and this was an heroic business. Moisture collected on our matches if you looked at them. Partly I suppose it was bringing them from outside into a comparatively warm tent, partly from putting boxes into pockets in our clothing. Sometimes it was necessary to try 4 or 5 boxes before a match struck. The temperature of the boxes and matches was about 100 degrees of frost, and the smallest touch of the metal on naked flesh caused frostbite. If you wore mitts you could scarcely feel anything, especially since the tips of our fingers were already very callous. To get the first light going in the morning was beastly cold business, made worse by having to make sure that it was at last time to get up. Bill insisted that we must lie in our bags 7 hours every night. In civilization men are taken at their own valuation because there are so many ways of concealment, and there is so little time, perhaps even so little understanding. Not so down south. These 2 men went through the winter journey and lived. Later they went through the polar journey and died. They were gold, pure, shining, unalloyed. Words cannot express how good their companionship was. Through all these days, and those which were to follow, the worst I suppose in their dark severity that men have ever come through alive, no single hasty or angry word passed their lips. When, later, we were sure, so far as we can be sure of anything, that we must die, they were cheerful, and so far as I can judge their songs and cheery words were quite unforced. Nor were they ever flurried, though always as quick as the conditions would allow in moments of emergency. It is hard that often such men must go first when others far less worthy remain. There are those who write of polar expeditions as though the whole thing was as easy as possible. They are trusting, I suspect, in a public who will say, "What a fine fellow this is! We know what horrors he has endured, yet see how little he makes of all his difficulties and hardships." Others have gone to the opposite extreme. I do not know that there is any use trying to make a -18° temperature appear formidable to an uninitiated reader by calling it 50 degrees of frost. I want to do neither of these things. I am not going to pretend that this was anything but a ghastly journey, made bearable and even pleasant to look back upon by the qualities of my 2 companions who have gone. At the same time I have no wish to make it appear more horrible than it actually was. The reader need not fear that I am trying to exaggerate. During the night of July 3rd the temperature dropped to -65°, but in the morning we wakened. We really did wake that morning, to great relief. The temperature was only -27, and the wind blowing some 15 miles an hour with steadily falling snow. It only lasted a few hours, and we knew it must be blowing a howling blizzard outside the windless area in which we lay, but it gave us time to sleep and rest and get thoroughly thawed and wet and warm inside our sleeping bags. To me at any rate this modified blizzard was a great relief, though we all knew that our gear would be worse than ever when the cold came back. It was quite impossible to march. During the course of the day the temperature dropped to -44°, during the following night to -54°. The soft new snow which had fallen made the surface the next day, July 5th, almost impossible. We relayed as usual and managed to do 8 hours pulling, but we got forward only 1½ miles. The temperature ranged between -55 and -61°, and there was at one time a considerable breeze, the effect of which was paralysing. There was the great circle of a halo around the moon with a vertical shaft, and mock moons. We hoped that we were rising on to the long snow cape which marks the beginning of Mount Terror. That night the temperature was -75°, at breakfast -70, at noon nearly -77. The day lives in my memory as that on which I found out that records are not worth making. The thermometer, as swung by Bowers after lunch at 5:51 p.m., registered -77.5°, which is 109½ degrees of frost, and is, I suppose, as cold as any one will want to endure in darkness and iced up gear and clothes. The lowest temperature recorded by a Discovery Spring Journey party was -67.7°. And in those days 14 days was a long time for a spring party to be away sledging, and they were in daylight. This was our 10th day out, and we hoped to be away for 6 weeks. Luckily we were spared wind. Our naked candle burnt steadily as we trudged back in our tracks to fetch our other sledge, but if we touched metal for a fraction of a second with naked fingers we were frostbitten. To fasten the strap buckles over the loaded sledge was difficult. To handle the cooker, or mugs or spoons, the primus or oil can was worse. How Bowers managed with the meteorological instruments I do not know, but the meteorological log is perfectly kept. Yet as soon as you breathed near the paper it was covered with a film of ice, through which the pencil would not bite. To handle rope was always cold, and in these very low temperatures dreadfully cold work. The toggling up of our harnesses to the sledge we were about to pull, the untoggling at the end of the stage, the lashing up of our sleeping bags in the morning, the fastening of the cooker to the top of the instrument box, were bad, but not nearly so bad as the smaller lashings, which were now strings of ice. One of the worst was round the weekly food bag, and those round the pemmican, tea and butter bags inside were thinner still. But the real devil was the lashing of the tent door. It was like wire, and yet had to be tied tight. If you had to get out of the tent during the 7 hours spent in our sleeping bags, you must tie a string as stiff as a poker, and re-thaw your way into a bag already as hard as a board. Our paraffin was supplied at a flash point suitable to low temperatures, and was only a little milky. It was very difficult to splinter bits off the butter. The temperature that night was -75.8°, and I will not pretend that it did not convince me that Dante was right when he placed the circles of ice below the circles of fire. Still we slept sometimes, and always we lay for 7 hours. Again and again Bill asked us how about going back, and always we said no. Yet there was nothing I should have liked better. I was quite sure that to dream of Cape Crozier was the wildest lunacy. That day we had advanced 1½ miles by the utmost labour and the usual relay work. This was quite a good march, and Cape Crozier is 67 miles from Cape Evans. More than once in my short life I have been struck by the value of the man who is blind to what appears to be a common sense certainty. He achieves the impossible. We never spoke our thoughts. We discussed the age of stone which was to come, when we built our cosy warm rock hut on the slopes of Mount Terror, and ran our stove with penguin blubber, and pickled little emperors in warmth and dryness. We were quite intelligent people, and we must all have known that we were not going to see the penguins, and that it was folly to go forward. And yet, with quiet perseverance, in perfect friendship, almost with gentleness, those two men led on. I just did what I was told. It is desirable that the body should work, feed and sleep at regular hours, and this is too often forgotten when sledging. But just now we found we were unable to fit 8 hours marching and 7 hours in our sleeping bags into a 24-hour day. The routine camp work took more than 9 hours, such were the conditions. We therefore ceased to observe the quite imaginary difference between night and day, and it was noon on Friday, July 7th, before we got away. The temperature was -68°, and there was a thick white fog. Generally we had but the vaguest idea where we were, and we camped at 10 p.m. after managing 1 3/4 miles for the day. But what a relief! Instead of labouring away, our hearts were beating more naturally. It was easier to camp. We had some feeling in our hands, and our feet had not gone to sleep. Birdie swung the thermometer and found it only -55. Now if we tell people that to get only 87 degrees of frost can be an enormous relief, they simply won't believe us, I remember saying. Perhaps you won't, but it was, all the same. And I wrote that night, there is something after all rather good in doing something never done before. Things were looking up, you see. Our hearts were doing very gallant work. Towards the end of the march they were getting beaten and were finding it difficult to pump the blood out to our extremities. There were few days that Wilson and I did not get some part of our feet frostbitten. As we camped I suspect our hearts were beating comparatively slowly and weakly. Nothing could be done until a hot drink was ready. Tea for lunch, hot water for supper. Directly we started to drink, then the effect was wonderful. It was, said Wilson, like putting a hot water bottle against your heart. The beats became very rapid and strong, and you felt the warmth travelling outwards and downwards. Then you got your footgear off, puttees cut in half and wound round the bottom of the trousers, finnesko, sennegrass, hair socks and 2 pairs of woollen socks. Then you nursed back your feet and tried to believe you were glad. A frostbite does not hurt until it begins to thaw. Later came the blisters, and then the chunks of dead skin. Bill was anxious. It seems that Scott had twice gone for a walk with him during the winter, and tried to persuade him not to go, and only finally consented on condition that Bill brought us all back unharmed. We were southern journeymen. Bill had a tremendous respect for Scott, and later, when we were about to make an effort to get back home over the Barrier, and our case was very desperate, he was most anxious to leave no gear behind at Cape Crozier, even the scientific gear which could be of no use to us, and of which we had plenty more at the hut. "Scott will never forgive me if I leave gear behind," he said. It is a good sledging principle, and the party which does not follow it, or which leaves some of its load to be fetched in later, is seldom a good one, but it is a principle which can be carried to excess. And now Bill was feeling terribly responsible for both of us. He kept on saying that he was sorry, but he had never dreamed it was going to be as bad as this. He felt that having asked us to come he was in some way chargeable with our troubles. When leaders have this kind of feeling about their men they get much better results if the men are good. If men are bad, or even moderate, they will try and take advantage of what they consider to be softness. The temperature on the night of July 7th was -59°. On July 8th we found the first sign that we might be coming to an end of this soft, powdered, arrowrooty snow. It was frightfully hard pulling, but every now and then our finnesko pierced a thin crust before they sank right in. This meant a little wind, and every now and then our feet came down on a hard slippery patch under the soft snow. We were surrounded by fog which walked along with us, and far above us the moon was shining on its roof. Steering was as difficult as the pulling, and 4 hours of the hardest work only produced 1¼ miles in the morning, and 3 more hours 1 mile in the afternoon, and the temperature was -57 with a breeze. Horrible. In the early morning of the next day snow began to fall, and the fog was dense. When we got up we could see nothing at all anywhere. After the usual 4 hours to get going in the morning, we settled that it was impossible to relay, for we should never be able to track ourselves back to the second sledge. It was with very great relief that we found we could move both sledges together, and I think this was mainly due to the temperature, which had risen to -36°. This was our 4th day of fog, in addition to the normal darkness, and we knew we must be approaching the land. It would be Terror Point, and the fog is probably caused by the moist, warm air coming up from the sea through the pressure cracks and crevasses, for it is supposed that the Barrier here is afloat. I wish I could take you on to the Great Ice Barrier some calm evening, when the sun is just dipping in the middle of the night, and show you the autumn tints on Ross Island. A last look round before turning in, a good day's march behind, enough fine fat pemmican inside you to make you happy, the homely smell of tobacco from the tent, a pleasant sense of soft fur and deep sleep to come, and all the softest colours God has made are in the snow, on Erebus to the west, where the wind can scarcely move his cloud of smoke, and on Terror to the east, not so high, and more regular in form. How peaceful and dignified it all is. That was what you might have seen 4 months ago had you been out on the Barrier Plain. Low down on the extreme right or east of the land there was a black smudge of rock peeping out from the great snowdrifts. That was the Knoll, and close under it were the cliffs of Cape Crozier, the Knoll looking quite low and the cliffs invisible, although they are 800 feet high, a sheer precipice falling into the sea. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The First Winter, Part 3. It is at Cape Crozier that the Barrier edge, which runs for 400 miles as an ice cliff up to 200 feet high, meets the land. The Barrier is moving against this land at a rate which is sometimes not much less than a mile in a year. Perhaps you can imagine the chaos which it piles up. There are pressure ridges compared to which the waves of the sea are like a ploughed field. These are worst at Cape Crozier itself, but they extend all along the southern slopes of Mount Terror, running parallel with the land, and the disturbance which Cape Crozier makes is apparent at Corner Camp some 40 miles back on the Barrier, in the crevasses we used to find and the occasional ridges we had to cross. In the Discovery days the pressure just where it hit Cape Crozier formed a small bay, and on the sea ice frozen in this bay the men of the Discovery found the only Emperor penguin rookery which had ever been seen. The ice here was not blown out by the blizzards which cleared the Ross Sea, and open water or open leads were never far away. This gave the Emperors a place to lay their eggs and an opportunity to find their food, We had therefore to find our way along the pressure to the Knoll, and thence penetrate through the pressure to the Emperor's Bay, and we had to do it in the dark. Terror Point, which we were approaching in the fog, is a short 20 miles from the Knoll, and ends in a long snow tongue running out into the Barrier. The way had been travelled a good many times in Discovery days and in daylight, and Wilson knew there was a narrow path, free from crevasses, which skirted along between the mountain and the pressure ridges running parallel to it. But it is one thing to walk along a corridor by day, and quite another to try to do so at night, especially when there are no walls by which you can correct your course, only crevasses. Anyway, Terror Point must be somewhere close to us now, and vaguely in front of us was that strip of snow, neither barrier nor mountain, which was our only way forward. We began to realise, now that our eyes were more or less out of action, how much we could do with our feet and ears. The effect of walking in finnesko is much the same as walking in gloves, and you get a sense of touch which nothing else except bare feet could give you. Thus we could feel every small variation in surface, every crust through which our feet broke, every hardened patch below the soft snow, and soon we began to rely more and more upon the sound of our footsteps to tell us whether we were on crevasses or solid ground. From now onwards we were working among crevasses fairly constantly. I loathe them in full daylight, when much can be done to avoid them, and when, if you fall into them, you can at any rate see where the sides are, which way they run, and how best to scramble out. When your companions can see how to stop the sledge, to which you are all attached by your harness, how most safely to hold the sledge when stopped, how, if you are dangling 15 feet down in a chasm, to work above you to get you up to the surface again. And then our clothes were generally something like clothes. Even under the ideal conditions of good light, warmth and no wind, crevasses are beastly, whether you are pulling over a level and uniform snow surface, never knowing what moment will find you dropping into some bottomless pit, or whether you are rushing for the alpine rope and the sledge to help some companion who has disappeared. I dream sometimes now of bad days we had on the Beardmore and elsewhere, when men were dropping through to be caught up and hang at the full length of the harnesses and toggles many times in an hour. On the same sledge as myself on the Beardmore, one man went down once head first, and another 8 times to the length of his harness in 25 minutes. And always you wondered whether your harness was going to hold when the jerk came. But those days were a Sunday school treat compared to our days of blind man's buff with the Emperor penguins among the crevasses of Cape Crozier. Our troubles were greatly increased by the state of our clothes. If we had been dressed in lead we should have been able to move our arms and necks and heads more easily than we could now. If the same amount of icing had extended to our legs, I believe we should still be there, standing unable to move. But happily the forks of our trousers still remained movable. To get into our canvas harnesses was the most absurd business. Quite in the early days of our journey we met with this difficulty, and somewhat foolishly decided not to take off our harness for lunch. The harnesses thawed in the tent, and froze back as hard as boards. Likewise our clothing was hard as boards, and stuck out from our bodies in every imaginable fold and angle. To fit one board over the other required the united efforts of the would-be wearer and his 2 companions, and the process had to be repeated for each one of us twice a day. Goodness knows how long it took, but it cannot have been less than 5 minutes thumping at each man. As we approached Terror Point in the fog, we sensed that we had risen and fallen over several rises. Every now and then we felt hard slippery snow under our feet. Every now and then our feet went through crusts in the surface. And then quite suddenly, vague, indefinable, monstrous, there loomed a something ahead. I remember having a feeling as of ghosts about as we untoggled our harnesses from the sledge, and thus roped, walked upwards on that ice. The moon was showing a ghastly ragged mountainous edge above us in the fog, and as we rose we found that we were on a pressure ridge. We stopped, looked at one another, and then bang! Right under our feet. More bangs and creaks and groans, for that ice was moving and splitting like glass. The cracks went off all round us, and some of them ran along for hundreds of yards. Afterwards we got used to it, but at first the effect was very jumpy. From first to last during this journey we had plenty of variety and none of that monotony which is inevitable in sledging over long distances of a Barrier in summer, only the long shivering fits following close one after the other all the time we lay in our dreadful sleeping bags. Hour after hour and night after night, in those temperatures, they were as monotonous as could be. Later we got frostbitten even as we lay in our sleeping bags. Things are getting pretty bad when you get frostbitten in your bag. There was only a glow where the moon was. We stood in a moonlit fog, and this was sufficient to show the edge of another ridge ahead, and yet another on our left. We were utterly bewildered. The deep booming of the ice continued, and it may be that the tide had something to do with this, though we were many miles from the ordinary coastal ice. We went back, toggled up to our sledges again, and pulled in what we thought was the right direction, always with that feeling that the earth may open underneath your feet which you have in crevassed areas. But all we found were more mounds and banks of snow and ice, into which we almost ran before we saw them. We were clearly lost. It was near midnight, and I wrote, "It may be the pressure ridges, or it may be Terror. It is impossible to say, and I should think it is impossible to move till it clears." We were steering N.E. when we got here, and returned S.W. till we seemed to be in a hollow, and camped. The temperature had been rising from -36 at 11 a.m. and it was now -27°. Snow was falling and nothing whatever could be seen. From under the tent came noises as though some giant was banging a big empty tank. All the signs were for a blizzard, and indeed we had not long finished our supper and were thawing our way little by little into our bags when the wind came away from the south. Before it started we got a glimpse of black rock, and knew we must be in the pressure ridges where they nearly join Mount Terror. It is with great surprise that in looking up the records I find that blizzard lasted 3 days, the temperature and wind both rising till it was +9°, and blowing force 9 on the morning of the second day, July 11th. On the morning of the third day, July 12th, it was blowing storm force 10. The temperature had thus risen over 80°. It was not an uncomfortable time. Wet and warm, the risen temperature allowed all our ice to turn to water, and we lay steaming and beautifully liquid, and wondered sometimes what we should be like when our gear froze up once more. But we did not do much wondering, I suspect. We slept. From that point of view these blizzards were a perfect godsend. We also revised our food rations. From the moment we started to prepare for this journey we were asked by Scott to try certain experiments in view of the plateau stage of the Polar Journey in the following summer. It was supposed that the plateau stage would be the really tough part of the Polar Journey, and no one then dreamed that harder conditions could be found in the middle of the Barrier in March than on the plateau, 10,000 feet higher, in February. In view of the extreme conditions we knew we must meet on this winter journey, far harder of course in point of weather than anything experienced on the Polar Journey, we had determined to simplify our food to the last degree. We only bought pemmican, biscuit, butter and tea. And tea is not a food, only a pleasant stimulant, and hot. The pemmican was excellent and came from Beauvais, Copenhagen. The immediate advantage of this was that we had few food bags to handle for each meal. If the air temperature is 100° of frost, then everything in the air is about 100° of frost too. You have only to untie the lashings of one bag in a -70° temperature, with your feet frozen and your fingers just nursed back after getting a match to strike for the candle (you will have tried several boxes, metal), to realize this as an advantage. The immediate and increasing pressing disadvantage is that you have no sugar. Have you ever had a craving for sugar which never leaves you, even when asleep? It is unpleasant. As a matter of fact, the craving for sweet things never seriously worried us on this journey, and there must have been some sugar in our biscuits which gave a pleasant sweetness to our midday tea, or nightly hot water when broken up and soaked in it. These biscuits were specially made for us by Huntley and Palmer. Their composition was worked out by Wilson and that firm's chemist, and is a secret, but they are probably the most satisfying biscuit ever made, and I doubt whether they can be improved upon. There were 2 kinds called Emergency and Antarctic, but there was, I think, little difference between them except in the baking. A well-baked biscuit was good to eat when sledging if your supply of food was good, but if you were very hungry an underbaked one was much preferred. By taking individually different quantities of biscuit, pemmican and butter, we were able to roughly test the proportion of proteids, fats and carbohydrates wanted by the human body under such extreme circumstances. Bill was all for fat, starting with 8 ounces of butter, 12 ounces of pemmican and only 12 ounces of biscuits a day. Bowers told me he was going for proteids, 16 ounces of pemmican and 16 ounces of biscuit, and suggested I should go the whole hog on carbohydrates. I did not like this, since I knew I should want more fat, but the rations were to be altered as necessary during the journey, so there was no harm in trying. So I started with 20 ounces of biscuits and 12 ounces of pemmican a day. Bowers was all right, this was usual with him, but he did not eat all his extra pemmican. Bill could not eat all his extra butter, but was satisfied. I got hungry, certainly got more frostbitten than the others, and wanted more fat. I also got heartburn. However, before taking more fat I increased my biscuits to 24 ounces, but this did not satisfy me. I wanted fat. Bill and I now took the same diet, he giving me 4 ounces of butter which he could not eat, and I giving him 4 ounces of biscuits which did not satisfy my wants. We both therefore had 12 ounces of pemmican, 16 ounces of biscuit and 4 ounces of butter a day, but we did not always finish our butter. This is an extremely good ration, and we had enough to eat during most of this journey. We certainly could not have faced the conditions without. I will not say that I was entirely easy in my mind as we lay out that blizzard somewhere off Terror Point. I don't know how the others were feeling. The unearthly banging going on underneath us may have had something to do with it, but we were quite lost in the pressure, and it might be the deuce and all to get out in the dark. The wind eddied and swirled quite out of its usual straightforward way, and the tent got badly snowed up. Our sledge had disappeared long ago. The position was not altogether a comfortable one. Tuesday night and Wednesday it blew up to force 10, temperature from -7° to +2°, and then it began to modify and get squally. By 3 a.m. on Thursday, July 13th, the wind had nearly ceased, the temperature was falling and the stars were shining through detached clouds. We were soon getting our breakfast, which always consisted of tea followed by pemmican. We soaked our biscuits in both. Then we set to work to dig out the sledges and tent, a big job taking several hours. At last we got started. In that jerky way in which I was still managing to jot a few sentences down each night as a record, I wrote: "Did 7½ miles during day. Seems a marvellous run. Rose and fell over several ridges of terror. In afternoon suddenly came on huge crevasse on one of these. We were quite high on terror. Moon saved us walking in. It might have taken sledge and all." To do 7 miles in a day, a distance which had taken us nearly a week in the past, was very heartening. The temperature was between -20 and -30 all day, and that was good too. When crossing the undulations which ran down out of the mountains into the true pressure ridges on our right, we found that the wind which came down off the mountain struck along the top of the undulation, and flowing each way caused a north easterly breeze on one side and a north westerly breeze on the other. There seemed to be wind in the sky, and the blizzard had not cleared as far away as we should have wished. During the time through which we had come it was by burning more oil than is usually allowed for cooking that we kept going at all. After each meal was cooked we allowed the primus to burn on for a while, and thus warmed up the tent. Then we could nurse back our frozen feet and do any necessary little odd jobs. More often we just sat and nodded for a few minutes, keeping one another from going too deeply to sleep. But it was running away with the oil. We started with 6 one-gallon tins. Those tins Scott had criticised, and we now had used 4 of them. At first we said we must have at least 2 one-gallon tins with which to go back, but by now our estimate had come down to 1 full gallon tin and 2 full primus lamps. Our sleeping bags were awful. It took me, even as early in the journey as this, an hour of pushing and thumping and cramp every night to thaw out enough of mine to get into it at all. Even that was not so bad as lying in them when we got there. Only -35°, but a very bad night, according to my diary. We got away in good time, but it was a ghastly day and my nerves were quivering at the end, for we could not find that straight and narrow way which led between the crevasses on either hand. Time after time we found we were out of our course by the sudden fall of the ground beneath our feet. In we went, and then, "Are we too far right?" Nobody knows. "Well, let's try nearer to the mountain," and so forth. By hard slogging 2 3/4 miles this morning, then on in thick gloom, which suddenly lifted and we found ourselves under a huge mountain of pressure ridge, looking black in shadow. We went on, bending to the left when Bill fell and put his arm into a crevasse. We went over this and another, and some time after got somewhere up to the left, and both Bill and I put a foot into a crevasse. We sounded all about and everywhere was hollow. And so we ran the sledge down over it, and all was well. Once we got right into the pressure and took a longish time to get out again. Bill lengthened his trace out with the Alpine rope now, and often afterwards, so he found the crevasses well ahead of us and the sledge. Nice for us, but not so nice for Bill. Crevasses in the dark do put your nerves on edge. When we started next morning, July 15th, we could see on our left front and more or less on top of us the Knoll, which is a big hill whose precipitous cliffs to seaward form Cape Crozier. The sides of it sloped down towards us, and pressing against its ice cliffs on ahead were miles and miles of great pressure ridges, along which we had travelled, and which hemmed us in. Mount Terror rose 10,000 feet high on our left, and was connected with the Knoll by a great cup-like drift of wind-polished snow. The slope of this in one place runs gently out on to the corridor along which we had sledged, and here we turned and started to pull our sledges up. There were no crevasses, only the great drift of snow, so hard that we used our crampons just as though we had been on ice, and as polished as the china sides of a giant cup which it resembled. For 3 miles we slogged up, until we were only 150 yards from the moraine shelf where we were going to build our hut of rocks and snow. This moraine was above us on our left, the twin peaks of the Knoll were across the cup on our right, and here, 800 feet up the mountain side, we pitched our last camp. We had arrived. What should we call our hut? How soon could we get our clothes and bags dry? How would the blubber stove work? Would the penguins be there? It seems too good to be true. 19 days out. Surely seldom has any one been so wet. Our bags hardly possible to get into, our wind clothes just frozen boxes. Birdie's patent balaclava is like iron. It is wonderful how our cares have vanished. It was evening, but we were so keen to begin that we went straight up to the ridge above our camp where the rock cropped out from the snow. We found that most of it was in situ, but that there were plenty of boulders, some gravel, and of course any amount of the icy snow which fell away below us down to our tent, and the great pressure about a mile beyond. Between us and that pressure, as we were to find out afterwards, was a great ice cliff. The pressure ridges and the great ice barrier beyond were at our feet, the Ross Sea edge but some 4 miles away. The Emperors must be somewhere around that shoulder of the Knoll which hides Cape Crozier itself from our view. Our scheme was to build an igloo with rock walls banked up with snow, using a 9-foot sledge as a ridge beam, and a large sheet of green Willesden canvas as a roof. We had also brought a board to form a lintel over the door. Here, with the stove, which was to be fed with blubber from the penguins, we were to have a comfortable warm home, whence we would make excursions to the rookery, perhaps 4 miles away. Perhaps we would manage to get our tent down to the rookery itself, and do our scientific work there on the spot, leaving our nice hut for a night or more. That is how we planned it. That same night we started to dig in under a great boulder on the top of the hill, hoping to make this a large part of one of the walls of the hut, but the rock came close underneath and stopped us. We then chose a moderately level piece of moraine about 12 feet away and just under the level of the top of the hill, hoping that here in the lee of the ridge we might escape a good deal of the tremendous winds which we knew were common. Birdie gathered rocks from over the hill. Nothing was too big for him. Bill did the banking up outside while I built the wall with boulders. The rocks were good. The snow, however, was blown so hard as to be practically ice. A pick made little impression upon it, and the only way was to chip out big blocks gradually with the small shovel. The gravel was scanty, but good when there was any. Altogether things looked very hopeful when we turned in to the tent some 150 yards down the slope, having done about half one of the long walls. The view from 800 feet up the mountain was magnificent, and I got my spectacles out and cleared the ice away, time after time, to look. To the east a great field of pressure ridges below, looking in the moonlight as if giants had been ploughing with ploughs which made furrows 50 or 60 feet deep. These ran right up to the barrier edge, and beyond was the frozen Ross Sea, lying flat, white and peaceful, as though such things as blizzards were unknown. To the north and north east the Knoll. Behind us Mount Terror, on which we stood, and over all the grey limitless barrier seemed to cast a spell of cold immensity, vague, ponderous, a breeding place of wind and drift and darkness. God, what a place! There was now little moonlight or daylight, but for the next 48 hours we used both to their utmost, being up at all times by day and night, and often working on when there was great difficulty in seeing anything, digging by the light of the hurricane lamp. By the end of 2 days we had the walls built and banked up to 1 or 2 feet from the top. We were to fit the roof cloth close before banking up the rest. The great difficulty in banking was the hardness of the snow, it being impossible to fill in the cracks between the blocks, which were more like paving stones than anything else. The door was in, being a triangular tent doorway with flaps which we built close in to the walls, cementing it with snow and rocks. The top folded over a plank and the bottom was dug into the ground. Birdie was very disappointed that we could not finish the whole thing that day. He was nearly angry about it. But there was a lot to do yet, and we were tired out. We turned out early the next morning, Tuesday the 18th, to try and finish the igloo, but it was blowing too hard. When we got to the top we did some digging, but it was quite impossible to get the roof on, and we had to leave it. We realized that day that it blew much harder at the top of the slope than where our tent was. It was bitterly cold up there that morning, with a wind force 4 to 5 and a -30 temperature. The oil question was worrying us quite a lot. We were now well into the 5th of our 6 tins, and economizing as much as possible, often having only 2 hot meals a day. We had to get down to the Emperor penguins somehow and get some blubber to run the stove which had been made for us in the hut. The 19th being a calm, fine day, we started at 9:30 with an empty sledge, 2 ice axes, alpine rope, harnesses and skinning tools. Wilson had made this journey through the Cape Crozier pressure ridges several times in the Discovery days, but then they had daylight, and they had found a practicable way close under the cliffs which at the present moment were between us and the ridges. As we neared the bottom of the mountain slope, farther to the north than we had previously gone, we had to be careful about crevasses, but we soon hit off the edge of the cliff and skirted along it until it petered out on the same level as the Barrier. Turning left-handed we headed towards the sea ice, knowing that there were some 2 miles of pressure between us and Cape Crozier itself. For about half a mile it was fair going, rounding big knobs of pressure, but always managing to keep more or less on the flat and near the ice cliff, which soon rose to a very great height on our left. Bill's idea was to try and keep close under this cliff along that same Discovery way which I have mentioned before. They never arrived there early enough for the eggs in those days. The chicks were hatched. Whether we should now find any emperors, and if so whether they would have any eggs, was by no means certain. However, we soon began to get into trouble, meeting several crevasses every few yards, and I have no doubt crossing scores of others of which we had no knowledge. Though we hugged the cliffs as close as possible, we found ourselves on the top of the first pressure ridge, separated by a deep gulf from the ice slope which we wished to reach. Then we were in a great valley between the first and second ridges. We got into huge heaps of ice pressed up in every shape on either side, crevassed in every direction. We slithered over snow slopes and crawled along drift ridges trying to get in towards the cliffs. And always we came up against impossible places and had to crawl back. Bill led on a length of alpine rope fastened to the toggle of the sledge. Birdie was in his harness also fastened to the toggle, and I was in my harness fastened to the rear of the sledge, which was of great use to us both as a bridge and a ladder. 2 or 3 times we tried to get down the ice slopes to the comparatively level road under the cliff, but it was always too great a drop. In that dim light every proportion was distorted. Some of the places we actually did manage to negotiate with ice axes and alpine rope looked absolute precipices, and there were always crevasses at the bottom if you slipped. On the way back I did slip into one of these and was hauled out by the other 2 standing on the wall above me. We then worked our way down into the hollow between the first and second large pressure ridges, and I believe on to the top of the second. The crests here rose 50 or 60 feet. After this I don't know where we went. Our best landmarks were patches of crevasses, sometimes 3 or 4 in a few footsteps. The temperatures were lowish, -37°. It was impossible for me to wear spectacles, and this was a tremendous difficulty to me and a handicap to the party. Bill would find a crevasse and point it out. Birdie would cross, and then time after time in trying to step over or climb over on the sledge, I put my feet right into the middle of the cracks. This day I went well in at least 6 times, once when we were close to the sea, rolling into and out of one and then down a steep slope until brought up by Birdie and Bill on the rope. We blundered along until we got into a great cul-de-sac, which probably formed the end of the 2 ridges, where they butted on to the sea ice. On all sides rose great walls of battered ice with steep snow slopes in the middle, where we slithered about and blundered into crevasses. To the left rose the huge cliff of Cape Crozier, but we could not tell whether there were not 2 or 3 pressure ridges between us and it, and though we tried at least 4 ways, there was no possibility of getting forward. And then we heard the Emperors calling. Their cries came to us from the sea ice we could not see, but which must have been a chaotic quarter of a mile away. They came echoing back from the cliffs, as we stood helpless and tantalized. We listened and realized that there was nothing for it but to return, for the little light which now came in the middle of the day was going fast, and to be caught in absolute darkness there was a horrible idea. We started back on our tracks, and almost immediately I lost my footing and rolled down a slope into a crevasse. Birdie and Bill kept their balance, and I clambered back to them. The tracks were very faint, and we soon began to lose them. Birdie was the best man at following tracks that I have ever known, and he found them time after time. But at last even he lost them altogether, and we settled we must just go ahead. As a matter of fact we picked them up again, and by then we were out of the worst. But we were glad to see the tent. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Winter Journey, Part 4. The next morning, Thursday, June 20th, we started work on the igloo at 3 a.m. and managed to get the canvas roof on in spite of a wind which harried us all that day. Little did we think what that roof had in store for us as we packed it in with snow blocks, stretching it over our second sledge, which we put athwartships across the middle of the longer walls. The windward, south end came right down to the ground, and we tied it securely to rocks before packing it in. On the other 3 sides we had a good 2 feet or more of slack all round, and in every case we tied it to rocks by lanyards at intervals of 2 feet. The door was the difficulty, and for the present we left the cloth arching over the stones, forming a kind of portico. The whole was well packed in and over with slabs of hard snow, but there was no soft snow with which to fill up the gaps between the blocks. However, we felt already that nothing could drag that roof out of its packing, and subsequent events proved that we were right. It was a bleak job for 3 o'clock in the morning before breakfast, and we were glad to get back to the tent and a meal, for we meant to have another go at the Emperors that day. With the first glimpse of light we were off for the rookery again. But now we knew 1 or 2 things about that pressure which we had not known 24 hours ago. For instance, that there was a lot of alteration since the Discovery days, and that probably the pressure was bigger. As a matter of fact, it has been since proved by photographs that the ridges now ran out 3/4 of a mile farther into the sea than they did 10 years before. We knew also that if we entered the pressure at the only place where the ice cliffs came down to the level of the Barrier, as we did yesterday, we could neither penetrate to the rookery nor get in under the cliffs, where formerly a possible way had been found. There was only one other thing to do: to go over the cliff. And this was what we proposed to try and do. Now these ice cliffs are some 200 feet high, and I felt uncomfortable, especially in the dark. But as we came back the day before, we had noticed at one place a break in the cliffs from which there hung a snowdrift. It might be possible to get down that drift. And so, all harnessed to the sledge, with Bill on a long lead out in front and Birdie and myself checking the sledge behind, we started down the slope which ended in the cliff, which of course we could not see. We crossed a number of small crevasses, and soon we knew we must be nearly there. Twice we crept up to the edge of the cliff with no success, and then we found the slope. More, we got down it without great difficulty, and it brought us out just where we wanted to be, between the land cliffs and the pressure. Then began the most exciting climb among the pressure that you can imagine. At first very much as it was the day before, pulling ourselves and one another up ridges, slithering down slopes, tumbling into and out of crevasses and holes of all sorts, we made our way along under the cliffs which rose higher and higher above us as we neared the black lava precipices which form Cape Crozier itself. We straddled along the top of a snow ridge with a razor-backed edge, balancing the sledge between us as we wriggled. On our right was a drop of great depth, with crevasses at the bottom. On our left was a smaller drop, also crevassed. We crawled along, and I can tell you it was exciting work in the more than half darkness. At the end was a series of slopes full of crevasses, and finally we got right in under the rock on to moraine, and here we had to leave the sledge. We roped up and started to worry along under the cliffs, which had now changed from ice to rock, and rose 800 feet above us. The tumult of pressure which climbed against them showed no order here. 400 miles of moving ice behind it had just tossed and twisted those giant ridges until Job himself would have lacked words to reproach their maker. We scrambled over and under, hanging on with our axes and cutting steps where we could not find a foothold with our crampons, and always we got towards the Emperor penguins, and it really began to look as if we were going to do it this time, when we came up against a wall of ice which a single glance told us we could never cross. One of the largest pressure ridges had been thrown end on against the cliff. We seemed to be stopped, when Bill found a black hole, something like a fox's earth, disappearing into the bowels of the ice. We looked at it. "Well, here goes," he said, and put his head in and disappeared. Bowers likewise. It was a longish way, but quite possible to wriggle along, and presently I found myself looking out of the other side with a deep gully below me, the rock face on one hand and the ice on the other. "Put your back against the ice and your feet against the rock, and lever yourself along," said Bill, who was already standing on firm ice at the far end in a snow pit. We cut some 15 steps to get out of that hole. Excited by now, and thoroughly enjoying ourselves, we found the way ahead easier until the penguin's call reached us again, and we stood, 3 crystallized ragamuffins, above the Emperor's home. They were there all right, and we were going to reach them, but where were all the thousands of which we had heard? We stood on an ice foot, which was really a dwarf cliff, some 12 feet high, and the sea ice, with a good many ice blocks strewn upon it, lay below. The cliff dropped straight, with a bit of an overhang and no snowdrift. This may have been because the sea had only frozen recently. Whatever the reason may have been, it meant that we should have a lot of difficulty in getting up again without help. It was decided that some one must stop on the top with the Alpine rope, and clearly that one should be I, for with short sight and fogged spectacles which I could not wear, I was much the least useful of the party for the job immediately ahead. Had we had the sledge, we could have used it as a ladder, but of course we had left this at the beginning of the moraine, miles back. We saw the Emperors standing all together, huddled under the barrier cliff some hundreds of yards away. The little light was going fast. We were much more excited about the approach of complete darkness and the look of wind in the south than we were about our triumph. After indescribable effort and hardship, we were witnessing a marvel of the natural world, and we were the first and only men who had ever done so. We had within our grasp material which might prove of the utmost importance to science. We were turning theories into facts with every observation we made, and we had but a moment to give. The disturbed Emperors made a tremendous row, trumpeting with their curious metallic voices. There was no doubt they had eggs, for they tried to shuffle along the ground without losing them off their feet, but when they were hustled a good many eggs were dropped and left lying on the ice, and some of these were quickly picked up by eggless Emperors who had probably been waiting a long time for the opportunity. In these poor birds the maternal side seems to have necessarily swamped the other functions of life. Such is the struggle for existence that they can only live by a glut of maternity, and it would be interesting to know whether such a life leads to happiness or satisfaction. I have told how the men of the Discovery found this rookery where we now stood, how they made journeys in the early spring but never arrived early enough to get eggs, and only found parents and chicks. They concluded that the Emperor was an impossible kind of bird, who for some reason or other nests in the middle of the Antarctic winter with the temperature anywhere below 70 degrees of frost, and the blizzards blowing, always blowing, against his devoted back, and they found him holding his precious chick balanced upon his big feet, and pressing it maternally or paternally, for both sexes squabble for the privilege, against a bald patch in his breast. And when at last he simply must go and eat something in the open leads near by, he just puts the child down on the ice, and 20 chickless Emperors rush to pick it up, and they fight over it, and so tear it that sometimes it will die, and if it can it will crawl into any ice crack to escape from so much kindness, and there it will freeze. Likewise many broken and addled eggs were found, and it is clear that the mortality is very great. But some survive, and summer comes, and when a big blizzard is going to blow (they know all about the weather), the parents take the children out for miles across the sea ice until they reach the threshold of the open sea, and there they sit until the wind comes, and the swell rises and breaks that ice floe off, and away they go in the blinding drift to join the main pack ice, with a private yacht all to themselves. You must agree that a bird like this is an interesting beast, and when, 7 months ago, we rowed a boat under those great black cliffs, and found a disconsolate emperor chick still in the down, we knew definitely why the emperor has to nest in mid-winter. For if a June egg was still without feathers in the beginning of January, the same egg laid in the summer would leave its produce without practical covering for the following winter. Thus the emperor penguin is compelled to undertake all kinds of hardships because his children insist on developing so slowly, very much as we are tied in our human relationships for the same reason. It is of interest that such a primitive bird should have so long a childhood. But interesting as the life history of these birds must be, we had not travelled for 3 weeks to see them sitting on their eggs. We wanted the embryos, and we wanted them as young as possible, and fresh and unfrozen, that specialists at home might cut them into microscopic sections and learn from them the previous history of birds throughout the evolutionary ages. And so Bill and Birdie rapidly collected 5 eggs, which we hoped to carry safely in our fur mitts to our igloo upon Mount Terror, where we could pickle them in the alcohol we had bought for the purpose. We also wanted oil for our blubber stove, and they killed and skinned 3 birds. An emperor weighs up to 6½ stones. The Ross Sea was frozen over, and there were no seal in sight. There were only 100 emperors, as compared with 2,000 in 1902 and 1903. Bill reckoned that every 4th or 5th bird had an egg, but this was only a rough estimate, for we did not want to disturb them unnecessarily. It is a mystery why there should have been so few birds, but it certainly looked as though the ice had not formed very long. Were these the first arrivals? Had a previous rookery been blown out to sea, and was this the beginning of a second attempt? Is this bay of sea ice becoming unsafe? Those who previously discovered the emperors with their chicks saw the penguins nursing dead and frozen chicks if they were unable to obtain a live one. They had also found decomposed eggs, which they must have incubated after they had been frozen. Now we found that these birds were so anxious to sit on something that some of those which had no eggs were sitting on ice. Several times Bill and Birdie picked up eggs to find them lumps of ice, rounded and about the right size, dirty and hard. Once a bird dropped an ice nest egg as they watched, and again a bird returned and tucked another one into itself, immediately forsaking it for a real one, however, when one was offered. Meanwhile a whole procession of emperors came round under the cliff on which I stood. The light was already very bad, and it was well that my companions were quick in returning. We had to do everything in a great hurry. I hauled up the eggs in their mitts, which we fastened together round our necks with lampwick lanyards, and then the skins, but failed to help Bill at all. "Pull!" he cried from the bottom. "I am pulling," I said. "But the line's quite slack down here," he shouted. And when he had reached the top by climbing up on Bowers' shoulders, and we were both pulling all we knew, Birdie's end of the rope was still slack in his hands. Directly we put on a strain the rope cut into the ice edge and jammed, a very common difficulty when working among crevasses. We tried to run the rope over an ice axe, without success, and things began to look serious, when Birdie, who had been running about prospecting and had meanwhile put one leg through a crack into the sea, found a place where the cliff did not overhang. He cut steps for himself. We hauled, and at last we were all together on the top, his foot being by now surrounded by a solid mass of ice. We legged it back as hard as we could go, 5 eggs in our fur mitts, Birdie with 2 skins tied to him and trailing behind, and myself with 1. We were roped up, and climbing the ridges and getting through the holes was very difficult. In one place, where there was a steep rubble and snow slope down, I left the ice axe half-way up. In another it was too dark to see our former ice axe footsteps, and I could see nothing, and so just let myself go and trusted to luck. With infinite patience Bill said, "Cherry, you must learn how to use an ice axe." For the rest of the trip my wind clothes were in rags. We found the sledge, and none too soon, and now had 3 eggs left, more or less whole. Both mine had burst in my mitts. The first I emptied out, the second I left in my mitt to put into the cooker. It never got there, but on the return journey I had my mitts far more easily thawed out than Birdie's. Bill had none, and I believe the grease in the egg did them good. When we got into the hollows under the ridge where we had to cross, it was too dark to do anything but feel our way. We did so over many crevasses, found the ridge and crept over it. Higher up we could see more, but to follow our tracks soon became impossible, and we plugged straight ahead, and luckily found the slope down which we had come. All day it had been blowing a nasty cold wind with a temperature between -20° and 30°, which we felt a good deal. Now it began to get worse. The weather was getting thick and things did not look very nice when we started up to find our tent. Soon it was blowing force 4, and soon we missed our way entirely. We got right up above the patch of rocks which marked our igloo, and only found it after a good deal of search. I have heard tell of an English officer at the Dardanelles who was left blinded in no man's land between the English and Turkish trenches. Moving only at night and having no sense to tell him which were his own trenches, he was fired at by Turk and English alike as he groped his ghastly way to and from them. Thus he spent days and nights until one night he crawled towards the English trenches to be fired at as usual. "Oh God, what can I do?" someone heard him say, and he was brought in. Such extremity of suffering cannot be measured. Madness or death may give relief, but this I know, we on this journey were already beginning to think of death as a friend. As we groped our way back that night, sleepless, icy, and dog-tired in the dark and the wind and the drift, a crevasse seemed almost a friendly gift. "Things must improve," said Bill next day. "I think we reached the bedrock last night." We hadn't, by a long way. It was like this. We moved into the igloo for the first time, for we had to save oil by using our blubber stove if we were to have any left to travel home with, and we did not wish to cover our tent with the oily black filth which the use of blubber necessitates. The blizzard blew all night, and we were covered with drift which came in through hundreds of leaks. In this wind-swept place we had found no soft snow with which we could pack our hard snow blocks. As we flensed some blubber from one of our penguin skins, the powdery drift covered everything we had. Though uncomfortable, this was nothing to worry about over much. Some of the drift which the blizzard was bringing would collect to leeward of our hut and the rocks below which it was built, and they could be used to make our hut more weatherproof. Then, with great difficulty, we got the blubber stove to start, and it spouted a blob of boiling oil into Bill's eye. For the rest of the night he lay, quite unable to stifle his groans, obviously in very great pain. He told us afterwards that he thought his eye was gone. We managed to cook a meal somehow, and Birdie got the stove going afterwards, but it was quite useless to try and warm the place. I got out and cut the green canvas outside the door, so as to get to the roof cloth in under the stones, and then packed it down as well as I could with snow, and so blocked most of the drift coming in. It's extraordinary how often angels and fools do the same thing in this life, and I have never been able to settle which we were on this journey. I never heard an angry word, once only, when, this same day I could not pull Bill up the cliff out of the penguin rookery, I heard an impatient one, and these groans were the nearest approach to complaint. Most men would have howled. "I think we reached bedrock last night," was strong language for Bill. "I was incapacitated for a short time," he says in his report to Scott. Endurance was tested on this journey under unique circumstances, and always these two men, with all the burden of responsibility which did not fall upon myself, displayed that quality which is perhaps the only one which may be said with certainty to make for success, self-control. We spent the next day, it was July 21st, in collecting every scrap of soft snow we could find and packing it into the crevasses between our hard snow blocks. It was a pitifully small amount, but we could see no cracks when we had finished. To counteract the lifting tendency the wind had on our roof, we cut some great flat hard snow blocks and laid them on the canvas top to steady it against the sledge which formed the ridge support. We also pitched our tent outside the igloo door. Both tent and igloo were therefore 800 or 900 feet up Terror. Both were below an outcrop of rocks, from which the mountain fell steeply to the barrier behind us, and from this direction came the blizzards. In front of us the slope fell for a mile or more down to the ice cliffs, so wind-swept that we had to wear crampons to walk upon it. Most of the tent was in the lee of the igloo, but the cap of it came over the igloo roof, while a segment of the tent itself jutted out beyond the igloo wall. That night we took much of our gear into the tent and lighted the blubber stove. I always mistrusted that stove, and every moment I expected it to flare up and burn the tent, but the heat it gave, as it burned furiously with the double lining of the tent to contain it, was considerable. It did not matter, except for a routine which we never managed to keep, whether we started to thaw our way into our frozen sleeping bags at 4 in the morning or 4 in the afternoon. I think we must have turned in during the afternoon of that Friday, leaving the cooker, our finnesko, a deal of our foot gear, Bowers' bag of personal gear, and many other things in the tent. I expect we left the blubber stove there too, for it was quite useless at present to try and warm the igloo. The tent floor cloth was under our sleeping bags in the igloo. "Things must improve," said Bill. After all, there was much for which to be thankful. I don't think anybody could have made a better igloo with the hard snow blocks and rocks which were all we had. We would get it airtight by degrees. The blubber stove was working, and we had fuel for it. We also had found a way down to the penguins, and had 3 complete though frozen eggs, the 2 which had been in my mitts smashed when I fell about because I could not wear spectacles. Also the twilight given by the sun below the horizon at noon was getting longer. But already we had been out twice as long in winter as the longest previous journeys in spring. The men who made those journeys had daylight where we had darkness. They had never had such low temperatures, generally nothing approaching them, and they had seldom worked in such difficult country. The nearest approach to healthy sleep we had had for nearly a month was when, during the blizzards, the temperature allowed the warmth of our bodies to thaw some of the ice in our clothing and sleeping bags into water. The wear and tear on our minds was very great. We were certainly weaker. We had a little more than a tin of oil to get back on, and we knew the conditions we had to face on that journey across the Barrier. Even with fresh men and fresh gear it had been almost unendurable. And so we spent half an hour or more getting into our bags. Cirrus cloud was moving across the face of the stars from the north. It looked rather hazy and thick to the south, but it is always difficult to judge weather in the dark. There was little wind, and the temperature was in the -20s. We felt no particular uneasiness. Our tent was well dug in, and was also held down by the rocks and the heavy tank off the sledge, which were placed on the skirting as additional security. We felt that no power on earth could move the thick walls of our igloo, nor drag the canvas roof from the middle of the embankment into which it was packed and lashed. "Things must improve," said Bill. I do not know what time it was when I woke up. It was calm, with that absolute silence which can be so soothing or so terrible as circumstances dictate. Then there came a sob of wind, and all was still again. 10 minutes, and it was blowing as though the world was having a fit of hysterics. The earth was torn in pieces. The indescribable fury and roar of it all cannot be imagined. "Bill! Bill! The tent has gone!" was the next I remember, from Bowers shouting at us again and again through the door. It is always these early morning shocks which hit one hardest. Our slow minds suggested that this might mean a particularly lingering form of death. Journey after journey, Birdie and I fought our way across the few yards which had separated the tent from the igloo door. I have never understood why so much of our gear which was in the tent remained, even in the lee of the igloo. The place where the tent had been was littered with gear, and when we came to reckon up afterwards we had everything except the bottom piece of the cooker and the top of the outer cooker. We never saw these again. The most wonderful thing of all was that our finnesko were lying where they were left, which happened to be on the ground in the part of the tent which was under the lee of the igloo. Also Birdie's bag of personal gear was there, and a tin of sweets. Birdie brought 2 tins of sweets away with him. One we had to celebrate our arrival at the Knoll. This was the second, of which we knew nothing, and which was for Bill's birthday the next day. We started eating them on Saturday, however, and the tin came in useful to Bill afterwards. To get that gear in we fought against solid walls of black snow which flowed past us and tried to hurl us down the slope. Once started, nothing could have stopped us. I saw Birdie knocked over once, but he clawed his way back just in time. Having passed everything we could find in to Bill, we got back into the igloo and started to collect things together, including our very dishevelled minds. End of Chapter 7, Part 4. Chapter 7, Part 5 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Winter Journey, 5. There was no doubt that we were in the devil of a mess, and it was not altogether our fault. We had had to put our igloo more or less where we could get rocks with which to build it. Very naturally we had given both our tent and igloo all the shelter we could from the full force of the wind, and now it seemed we were in danger not because they were in the wind, but because they were not sufficiently in it. The main force of the hurricane, deflected by the ridge behind, fled over our heads and appeared to form by suction a vacuum below. Our tent had either been sucked upwards into this, or had been blown away because some of it was in the wind while some of it was not. The roof of our igloo was being wrenched upwards and then dropped back with great crashes. The drift was spouting in, not it seemed because it was blown in from outside, but because it was sucked in from within. The lee, not the weather wall, was the worst. Already everything was 6 or 8 inches under snow. Very soon we began to be alarmed about the igloo. For some time the heavy snow blocks we had heaved up on to the canvas roof kept it weighted down, but it seemed that they were being gradually moved off by the hurricane. The tension became well nigh unendurable. The waiting in all that welter of noise was maddening. Minute after minute, hour after hour, those snow blocks were off now anyway, and the roof was smashed up and down. No canvas ever made could stand it indefinitely. We got a meal that Saturday morning, our last for a very long time as it happened. Oil being of such importance to us, we tried to use the blubber stove, but after several preliminary spasms it came to pieces in our hands, some solder having melted, and a very good thing too, I thought, for it was more dangerous than useful. We finished cooking our meal on the primus. 2 bits of the cooker having been blown away, we had to balance it on the primus as best we could. We then settled that in view of the shortage of oil we would not have another meal for as long as possible. As a matter of fact, God settled that for us. We did all we could to stop up the places where the drift was coming in, plugging the holes with our socks, mitts and other clothing, but it was no real good. Our igloo was vacuum, which was filling itself up as soon as possible, and when snow was not coming in, a fine black moraine dust took its place, covering us and everything. For 24 hours we waited for the roof to go. Things were so bad now that we dared not unlash the door. Many hours ago Bill had told us that if the roof went he considered that our best chance would be to roll over in our sleeping bags until we were lying on the openings, and get frozen and drifted in. Gradually the situation got more desperate. The distance between the taut sucked canvas and the sledge on which it should have been resting became greater, and this must have been due to the stretching of the canvas itself and the loss of the snow blocks on the top. It was not drawing out of the walls. The crashes as it dropped and banged out again were louder. There was more snow coming through the walls, though all our loose mitts, socks and smaller clothing were stuffed into the worst places. Our pyjama jackets were stuffed between the roof and the rocks over the door. The rocks were lifting and shaking here till we thought they would fall. We talked by shouting, and long before this one of us proposed to try and get the alpine rope lashed down over the roof from outside, but Bowers said it was an absolute impossibility in that wind. "You could never ask men at sea to try such a thing," he said. He was up and out of his bag continually, stopping up holes, pressing against bits of roof to try and prevent the flapping and so forth. He was magnificent. And then it went. Birdie was over by the door, where the canvas, which was bent over the lintel board, was working worse than anywhere else. Bill was practically out of his bag, pressing against some part with a long stick of some kind. I don't know what I was doing, but I was half out and half in my bag. The top of the door opened in little slits, and that green Willesden canvas flapped into hundreds of little fragments in fewer seconds than it takes to read this. The uproar of it all was indescribable. Even above the savage thunder of that great wind on the mountain came the lash of the canvas as it was whipped to tiny little strips. The highest rocks which we had built into our walls fell upon us, and a sheet of drift came in. Birdie dived for his sleeping bag and eventually got in together with a terrible lot of drift. Bill also, but he was better off. I was already half into mine and all right, so I turned to help Bill. "Get into your own," he shouted, and when I continued to try and help him he leaned over until his mouth was against my ear. "Please, Cherry," he said, and his voice was terribly anxious. I know he felt responsible, feared it was he who had brought us to this ghastly end. The next I knew was Bowers' head across Bill's body. "We're all right," he yelled, and we answered in the affirmative. Despite the fact that we knew we only said so because we knew we were all wrong, this statement was helpful. Then we turned our bags over as far as possible, so that the bottom of the bag was uppermost and the flaps were more or less beneath us. And we lay and thought, and sometimes we sang. "I suppose," wrote Wilson, "we were all revolving plans to get back without a tent, and the one thing we had left was the floor cloth upon which we were actually lying." Of course we could not speak at present, but later, after the blizzard had stopped, we discussed the possibility of digging a hole in the snow each night and covering it over with the floor cloth. I do not think we had any idea that we could really get back in those temperatures in our present state of ice by such means, but no one ever hinted at such a thing. Birdie and Bill sang quite a lot of songs and hymns, snatches of which reached me every now and then, and I chimed in, somewhat feebly I suspect. Of course we were getting pretty badly drifted up. "I was resolved to keep warm," wrote Bowers, "and beneath my débris covering I paddled my feet and sang all the songs and hymns I knew to pass the time. I could occasionally thump Bill, and as he still moved I knew he was alive all right. What a birthday for him!" Birdie was more drifted up than we, but at times we all had to hummock ourselves up to heave the snow off our bags. By opening the flaps of our bags we could get small pinches of soft drift, which we pressed together and put into our mouths to melt. When our hands warmed up again we got some more, so we did not get very thirsty. A few ribbons of canvas still remained in the wall over our heads, and these produced volleys of cracks like pistol shots, hour after hour. The canvas never drew out from the walls, not an inch. The wind made just the same noise as an express train running fast through a tunnel if you have both the windows down. I can well believe that neither of my companions gave up hope for an instant. They must have been frightened, but they were never disturbed. As for me, I never had any hope at all, and when the roof went I felt that this was the end. What else could I think? We had spent days in reaching this place through the darkness and cold such as had never been experienced by human beings. We had been out for 4 weeks under conditions in which no man had existed previously for more than a few days, if that. During this time we had seldom slept except from sheer physical exhaustion, as men sleep on the rack, and every minute of it we had been fighting for the bedrock necessaries of bare existence, and always in the dark. We had kept ourselves going by enormous care of our feet and hands and bodies, by burning oil, and by having plenty of hot fatty food. Now we had no tent, 1 tin of oil left out of 6, and only part of our cooker. When we were lucky and not too cold we could almost wring water from our clothes, and directly we got out of our sleeping bags we were frozen into solid sheets of armoured ice. In cold temperatures, with all the advantages of a tent over our heads, we were already taking more than an hour of fierce struggling and cramp to get into our sleeping bags, so frozen were they, and so long did it take us to thaw our way in. No, without the tent we were dead men. And there seemed not one chance in a million that we should ever see our tent again. We were 900 feet up on the mountain side, and the wind blew about as hard as a wind can blow straight out to sea. First there was a steep slope, so hard that a pick made little impression upon it, so slippery that if you started down in finnesko you could never stop. This ended in a great ice cliff, some hundreds of feet high, and then came miles of pressure ridges, crevassed and tumbled, in which you might as well look for a daisy as a tent, and after that the open sea. The chances, however, were that the tent had just been taken up in the air and dropped somewhere in the sea, well on the way to New Zealand. Obviously the tent was gone. Face to face with real death, one does not think of things that torment the bad people in the tracts and fill the good people with bliss. I might have speculated on my chances of going to heaven, but candidly I did not care. I could not have wept if I had tried. I had no wish to review the evils of my past, but the past did seem to have been a bit wasted. The road to hell may be paved with good intentions. The road to heaven is paved with lost opportunities. I wanted those years over again. What fun I would have with them! What glorious fun! It was a pity. Well has the Persian said that when we come to die we, remembering that God is merciful, will gnaw our elbows with remorse for thinking of things we have not done for fear of the day of judgment. And I wanted peaches and syrup badly. We had them at the hut, sweeter and more luscious than you can imagine, and we had been without sugar for a month. Yes, especially the syrup. Thus impiously I set out to die, making up my mind that I was not going to try and keep warm, that it might not take too long, and thinking I would try and get some morphia from the medical case if it got very bad. Not a bit heroic, and entirely true. Yes, comfortable warm reader, men do not fear death, they fear the pain of dying. And then quite naturally, and no doubt disappointingly to those who would like to read of my last agonies, for who would not give pleasure by his death, I fell asleep. I expect the temperature was pretty high during this great blizzard, and anything near zero was very high to us. That and the snow which drifted over us made a pleasant wet kind of snipe marsh inside our sleeping bags, and I'm sure we all dozed a good bit. There was so much to worry about that there was not the least use in worrying, and we were so very tired. We were hungry, for the last meal we had had was in the morning of the day before, but hunger was not very pressing. And so we lay, wet and quite fairly warm, hour after hour, while the wind roared around us, blowing storm force continually and rising in the gusts to something indescribable. Storm force is force 11, and force 12 is the biggest wind which can be logged. Bowers logged it at force 11, but he was always so afraid of overestimating that he was inclined to underrate. I think it was blowing a full hurricane. Sometimes awake, sometimes dozing, we had not a very uncomfortable time so far as I can remember. I knew that parties which had come to Cape Crozier in the spring had experienced blizzards which lasted 8 or 10 days, but this did not worry us as much as I think it did Bill. I was numb. I vaguely called to mind that Peary had survived a blizzard in the open, but wasn't that in the summer? It was in the early morning of Saturday, July 22nd, that we discovered the loss of the tent. Some time during that morning we had had our last meal. The roof went about noon on Sunday, and we had had no meal in the interval because our supply of oil was so low, nor could we move out of our bags except as a last necessity. By Sunday night we had been without a meal for some 36 hours. The rocks which fell upon us when the roof went did no damage, and though we could not get out of our bags to move them, we could fit ourselves into them without difficulty. More serious was the drift which began to pile up all round and over us. It helped to keep us warm, of course, but at the same time in these comparatively high temperatures it saturated our bags even worse than they were before. If we did not find the tent, and its recovery would be a miracle, these bags and the floor cloth of the tent on which we were lying were all we had in that fight back across the Barrier, which could, I suppose, have only had one end. Meanwhile we had to wait. It was nearly 70 miles home, and it had taken us the best part of 3 weeks to come. In our less miserable moments we tried to think out ways of getting back, but I do not remember very much about that time. Sunday morning faded into Sunday afternoon, into Sunday night, into Monday morning. Till then the blizzard had raged with monstrous fury. The winds of the world were there, and they had all gone mad. We had bad winds at Cape Evans this year, and we had far worse the next winter when the open water was at our doors, but I have never heard or felt or seen a wind like this. I wondered why it did not carry away the earth. In the early hours of Monday there was an occasional hint of a lull. Ordinarily, in a big winter blizzard, when you have lived for several days and nights with that turmoil in your ears, the lulls are more trying than the noise. The feel of not to feel it. I do not remember noticing that now. 7 or 8 more hours passed, and though it was still blowing we could make ourselves heard to one another without great difficulty. It was 2 days and 2 nights since we had had a meal. We decided to get out of our bags and make a search for the tent. We did so, bitterly cold and utterly miserable, though I do not think any of us showed it. In the darkness we could see very little and no trace whatever of the tent. We returned against the wind, nursing our faces and hands, and settled that we must try and cook a meal somehow. We managed about the weirdest meal eaten north or south. We got the floor cloth wedged under our bags, then got into our bags and drew the floor cloth over our heads. Between us we got the primus alight somehow, and by hand we balanced the cooker on top of it, minus the 2 members which had been blown away. The flame flickered in the draughts. Very slowly the snow in the cooker melted. We threw in a plentiful supply of pemmican, and the smell of it was better than anything on earth. In time we got both tea and pemmican, which was full of hairs from our bags, penguin feathers, dirt and débris, but delicious. The blubber left in the cooker got burnt and gave the tea a burnt taste. None of us ever forgot that meal. I enjoyed it as much as such a meal could be enjoyed, and that burnt taste will always bring back the memory. It was still dark and we lay down in our bags again, but soon a little glow of light began to come up, and we turned out to have a further search for the tent. Birdie went off before Bill and me. Clumsily I dragged my eiderdown out of my bag on my feet, all sopping wet. It was impossible to get it back, and I let it freeze. It was soon just like a rock. The sky to the south was as black and sinister as it could possibly be. It looked as though the blizzard would be on us again at any moment. I followed Bill down the slope. We could find nothing, but as we searched we heard a shout somewhere below and to the right. We got on a slope, slipped and went sliding down, quite unable to stop ourselves, and came upon Birdie with the tent, the outer lining still on the bamboos. Our lives had been taken away and given back to us. We were so thankful we said nothing. The tent must have been gripped up into the air, shutting as it rose. The bamboos, with the inner lining lashed to them, had entangled the outer cover, and the whole went up together like a shut umbrella. This was our salvation. If it had opened in the air, nothing could have prevented its destruction. As it was, with all the accumulated ice upon it, it must have weighed best part of 100 pounds. It had been dropped about half a mile away, at the bottom of a steep slope, and it fell into a hollow, still shut up. The main force of the wind had passed over it, and there it was, with the bamboos and fastenings wrenched and strained, and the ends of 2 of the poles broken, but the silk untorn. If that tent went again, we were going with it. We made our way back up the slope with it, carrying it solemnly and reverently, precious as though it was something not quite of the earth. And we dug it in as a tent was never dug in before, not by the igloo but in the old place farther down where we had first arrived. And while Bill was doing this, Birdie and I went back to the igloo and dug and scratched and shook away the drift inside until we had found nearly all our gear. It is wonderful how little we lost when the roof went. Most of our gear was hung on the sledge, which was part of the roof, or was packed into holes of the hut to try and make it drift-proof, and the things must have been blown inwards into the bottom of the hut by the wind from the south and the backdraft from the north. Then they were all drifted up. Of course a certain number of mitts and socks were blown away and lost, but the only important things were Bill's fur mitts, which were stuffed into a hole in the rocks of the hut. We loaded up the sledge and pushed it down the slope. I don't know how Birdie was feeling, but I felt so weak that it was the greatest labour. The blizzard looked right on top of us. We had another meal, and we wanted it, and as the good hoosh ran down into our feet and hands, and up into our cheeks and ears and brains, we discussed what we would do next. Birdie was all for another go at the Emperor penguins. Dear Birdie, he never would admit that he was beaten. I don't know that he ever really was. I think he, Wilson, thought he had landed us in a bad corner, and was determined to go straight home, though I was for one other tap at the rookery. However, I had placed myself under his orders for this trip voluntarily, and so we started the next day for home. There could really be no common sense doubt we had to go back, and we were already very doubtful whether we should ever manage to get into our sleeping bags in very low temperature, so ghastly they had become. I don't know when it was, but I remember walking down that slope, I don't know why, perhaps to try and find the bottom of the cooker, and thinking that there was nothing on earth that a man under such circumstances would not give for a good warm sleep. He would give everything he possessed. He would give how many years of his life? 1 or 2 at any rate. Perhaps 5. Yes, I would give 5. I remember the sastrugi, the view of the knoll, the dim, hazy black smudge of the sea far away below, the tiny bits of green canvas that twittered in the wind on the surface of the snow, the cold misery of it all, and the weakness which was biting into my heart. For days Birdie had been urging me to use his eiderdown lining, his beautiful dry bag of the finest down, which he had never slipped into his own fur bag. I had refused. I felt that I should be a beast to take it. We packed the tank ready for a start back in the morning, and turned in, utterly worn out. It was only -12° that night, but my left big toe was frostbitten in my bag, which I was trying to use without an eiderdown lining, and my bag was always too big for me. It must have taken several hours to get it back by beating one foot against the other. When we got up as soon as we could, as we did every night, for our bags were nearly impossible, it was blowing fairly hard and looking like blizzing. We had a lot to do 2 or 3 hours' work packing sledges and making a depôt of what we did not want in a corner of the igloo. We left the second sledge and a note tied to the handle of the pickaxe. We started down the slope in a wind which was rising all the time and –15°. My job was to balance the sledge behind. I was so utterly done I don't believe I could have pulled effectively. Birdie was much the strongest of us. The strain and want of sleep was getting me in the neck, and Bill looked very bad. At the bottom we turned our faces to the Barrier, our backs to the penguins, but after doing about a mile it looked so threatening in the south that we camped in a big wind, our hands going one after the other. We had nothing but the hardest wind swept sastrugi, and it was a long business. There was only the smallest amount of drift, and we were afraid the icy snow blocks would chafe the tent. Birdie lashed the full biscuit tin to the door to prevent its flapping, and also got what he called the tent downhaul round the cap, and then tied it about himself outside his bag. If the tent went, he was going too. I was feeling as if I should crack, and accepted Birdie's eiderdown. It was wonderfully self-sacrificing of him, more than I can write. I felt a brute to take it, but I was getting useless unless I got some sleep, which my big bag would not allow. Bill and Birdie kept on telling me to do less, that I was doing more than my share of the work, but I think that I was getting more and more weak. Birdie kept wonderfully strong. He slept most of the night. The difficulty for him was to get into his bag without going to sleep. He kept the meteorological log untiringly, but some of these nights he had to give it up for the time because he could not keep awake. He used to fall asleep with his pannikin in his hand and let it fall, and sometimes he had the primus. Bill's bag was getting hopeless. It was really too small for an eiderdown and was splitting all over the place, long great holes. He never consciously slept for nights. He did sleep a bit, for we heard him. Except for this night and the next, when Birdie's eiderdown was still fairly dry, I never consciously slept, except that I used to wake for 5 or 6 nights running with the same nightmare, that we were drifted up and that Bill and Birdie were passing the gear into my bag, cutting it open to do so, or some other variation. I did not know that I had been asleep at all. "We had hardly reached the pit," wrote Bowers, "when a furious wind came on again and we had to camp. All that night the tent flapped like noise of musketry, owing to 2 poles having been broken at the ends and the fit spoilt. I thought it would end matters by going all together, and lashed it down as much as I could, attaching the apex to a line round my own bag. The wind abated after 1½ days, and we set out, doing 5 or 6 miles before we found ourselves among the crevasses. We had plugged ahead all that day (July 26) in a terrible light, blundering in among pressure and up on to the slopes of Terror. The temperature dropped from –21° to –45°. Several times we stepped into rotten lidded crevasses in smooth wind-swept ice. We continued, however, feeling our way along by keeping always off hard ice slopes and on the crustier, deeper snow which characterizes the hollows of the pressure ridges, which I believed we had once more fouled in the dark. We had no light and no landmarks to guide us, except vague and indistinct silhouetted slopes ahead, which were always altering and whose distance and character it was impossible to judge. We never knew whether we were approaching a steep slope at close quarters or a long slope of Terror miles away, and eventually we travelled on by the ear, and by the feel of the snow under our feet, for both the sound and touch told one much of the chances of crevasses or of safe going. We continued thus in the dark in the hope that we were at any rate in the right direction. And then we camped after getting into a bunch of crevasses completely lost. Bill said, "At any rate I think we are well clear of the pressure," but there were pressure pops all night, as though some one was whacking an empty tub. End of chapter 7, part 5.
Chapter 7, Part 6 of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7, The Winter Journey, Part 6. It was Birdie's picture hat which made the trouble next day. "What do you think of that for a hat, sir?" I heard him say to Scott a few days before we started, holding it out much as Lucille displays her latest Paris model. Scott looked at it quietly for a time. "I'll tell you when you come back, Birdie," he said. It was a complicated affair, with all kinds of nose guards and buttons and lanyards,
He thought he was going to set it to suit the wind much as he would set the sails of a ship. We spent a long time with our housewives before this and other trips, for everybody has their own ideas as to how to alter their clothing for the best. When finished some look neat, like Bill, others baggy, like Scott or Seaman Evans, others rough and ready, like Oates and Bowers, a few perhaps more rough than ready, and I will not mention names. Anyway, Birdie's hat became improper immediately it was well iced up. When we got a little light in the morning we found we were a little north of the 2 patches of moraine on Terror. Though we did not know it, we were on the point where the pressure runs up against Terror, and we could dimly see that we were right up against something. We started to try and clear it, but soon had an enormous ridge blotting out the moraine and half Terror, rising like a great hill on our right. Bill said the only thing was to go right on and hope it would lower. All the time, however, there was a bad feeling that we might be putting any number of ridges between us and the mountain. After a while we tried to cross this one, but had to turn back for crevasses, both Bill and I putting a leg down. We went on for about 20 minutes and found a lower place, and turned to rise up it diagonally and reached the top. Just over the top Birdie went right down a crevasse which was about wide enough to take him. He was out of sight and out of reach from the surface, hanging in his harness. Bill went for his harness, I went for the bow of the sledge. Bill told me to get the Alpine rope, and Birdie directed from below what we could do. We could not possibly haul him up as he was, for the sides of the crevasse were soft and he could not help himself. "My helmet was so frozen up," wrote Bowers, "that my head was encased in a solid block of ice, and I could not look down without inclining my whole body. As a result Bill stumbled 1 foot into a crevasse, and I landed in it with both mine, even as I shouted a warning. The bridge gave way and down I went. Fortunately our sledge harness is made with a view to resisting this sort of thing, and there I hung with the bottomless pit below and the ice crusted sides alongside, so narrow that to step over it would have been quite easy had I been able to see it. Bill said, 'What do you want?' I asked for an Alpine rope with a bowline for my foot, and taking up first the bowline and then my harness, they got me out. Meanwhile on the surface I lay over the crevasse and gave Birdie the bowline. He put it on his foot, then he raised his foot, giving me some slack. I held the rope while he raised himself on his foot, thus giving Bill some slack on the harness. Bill then held the harness, allowing Birdie to raise his foot and give me some slack again. We got him up inch by inch, our fingers getting bitten, for the temperature was -46°. Afterwards we often used this way of getting people out of crevasses, and it was a wonderful piece of presence of mind that it was invented, so far as I know, on the spur of the moment, by a frozen man hanging in one himself. In front of us we could see another ridge, and we did not know how many lay beyond that. Things looked pretty bad. Bill took a long lead on the Alpine rope and we got down our present difficulty all right. This method of the leader being on a long trace in front we all agreed to be very useful. From this moment our luck changed, and everything went for us to the end. When we went out on the sea ice the whole experience was over in a few days. Hut Point was always in sight, and there was daylight. I always had the feeling that the whole series of events had been brought about by an extraordinary run of accidents, and that after a certain stage it was quite beyond our powers to guide the course of them. When on the way to Cape Crozier the moon suddenly came out of the cloud to show us a great crevasse which would have taken us all with our sledge without any difficulty, I felt that we were not to go under this trip after such a deliverance. When we had lost our tent, and there was a very great balance of probability that we should never find it again, and we were lying out in the blizzard in our bags, I saw that we were face to face with a long fight against cold which we could not have survived. I cannot write how helpless I believed we were to help ourselves, and how we were brought out of a very terrible series of experiences. When we started back I had a feeling that things were going to change for the better, and this day I had a distinct idea that we were to have one more bad experience, and that after that we could hope for better things. By running along the hollow we cleared the pressure ridges and continued all day up and down, but met no crevasses. Indeed we met no more crevasses and no more pressure. I think it was upon this day that a wonderful glow stretched over the Barrier edge from Cape Crozier. At the base it was the most vivid crimson it is possible to imagine, shading upwards through every shade of red to light green, and so into a deep blue sky. It is the most vivid red I have ever seen in the sky. It was -49° in the night, and we were away early in -47°. By midday we were rising Terror Point, opening Erebus rapidly, and got the first really light day. though the sun would not appear over the horizon for another month. I cannot describe what a relief the light was to us. We crossed the point outside our former track, and saw inside us the ridges where we had been blizzed for 3 days on our outward journey. The minimum was –66° the next night, and we were now back in the windless bight of Barrier with its soft snow, low temperatures, fogs and mists, and lingering settlements of the inside crusts. Saturday and Sunday, the 29th and 30th, we plugged on across this waste, iced up as usual, but always with Castle Rock getting bigger. Sometimes it looked like fog or wind, but it always cleared away. We were getting weak, how weak we can only realise now, but we got in good marches, though slow, days when we did 4½ 7¼ 6¾ 6½ 7½ miles. On our outward journey we had been relaying and getting forward about 4½ miles a day at this point. The surface which we had dreaded so much was not so sandy or soft as when we had come out, and the settlements were more marked. These are caused by a crust falling under your feet. Generally the area involved is some 20 yards or so round you, and the surface falls through an air space for 2 or 3 inches with a soft crush, which may at first make you think that there are crevasses about. In the region where we now travelled they were much more pronounced than elsewhere, and one day when Bill was inside the tent lighting the primus, I put my foot into a hole that I had dug. This started a big settlement. Sledge, tent and all of us dropped about a foot, and the noise of it ran away for miles and miles. We listened to it until we began to get too cold. It must have lasted a full 3 minutes. In the pauses of our marching we halted in our harnesses, the ropes of which lay slack in the powdery snow. We stood panting with our backs against the mountainous mass of frozen gear which was our load. There was no wind, at any rate no more than light airs. Our breath crackled as it froze. There was no unnecessary conversation. I don't know why our tongues never got frozen, but all my teeth, the nerves of which had been killed, split to pieces. We had been going perhaps 3 hours since lunch. "How are your feet, Cherry?" from Bill. "Very cold." "That's all right, so are mine." We didn't worry to ask Birdie, he never had a frost-bitten foot from start to finish. Half an hour later, as we marched, Bill would ask the same question. I tell him that all feeling has gone. Bill still has some feeling in one of his, but the other is lost. He settled we had better camp. Another ghastly night ahead. We started to get out of our harnesses, while Bill, before doing anything else, would take the fur mitts from his hands, carefully shape any soft parts as they froze. Generally, however, our mitts did not thaw on our hands, and lay them on the snow in front of him. 2 dark dots. His proper fur mitts were lost when the igloo roof went. These were the delicate dog skin linings we had in addition, beautiful things to look at and to feel when new, excellent when dry to turn the screws of a theodolite, but too dainty for straps and lanyards. Just now I don't know what he could have done without them. Working with our woollen half mitts and mitts on our hands all the time, and our fur mitts over them when possible, we gradually got the buckles undone and spread the green canvas floor cloth on the snow. This was also fitted to be used as a sail, but we never could have rigged a sail on this journey. The shovel and bamboos, with the lining itself lined with ice, lashed to them, were packed on the top of the load and were now put on the snow until wanted. Our next job was to lift our 3 sleeping bags one by one onto the floor cloth. They covered it, bulging over the sides, those obstinate coffins which were all our life to us. One of us is off by now to nurse his fingers back. The cooker was unlashed from the top of the instrument box. Some parts of it were put on the bags with the primus, methylated spirit can, matches and so forth, others left to be filled with snow later. Taking a pole in each hand, we 3 spread the bamboos over the whole. "All right, down," from Bill, and we lowered them gently on to the soft snow, that they might not sink too far. The ice on the inner lining of the tent was formed mostly from the steam of the cooker. This we had been unable to beat or chip off in the past, and we were now, truth to tell, past worrying about it. The little ventilator in the top, made to let out this steam, had been tied up in order to keep in all possible heat. Then over with the outer cover, and for one of us the third worst job of the day was to begin. The worst job was to get into our bags. The second, or equal worst, was to lie in them for 6 hours. We had brought it down to 6. This third worst was to get the primus lighted, and a meal on the way. As cook of the day you took the broken metal framework, all that remained of our candlestick, and got yourself with difficulty into the funnel which formed the door. The enclosed space of the tent seemed much colder than the outside air. You tried 3 or 4 match boxes and no match would strike. Almost desperate, you asked for a new box to be given you from the sledge, and got a light from this because it had not yet been in the warmth, so called, of the tent. The candle hung by a wire from the cap of the tent. It would be tedious to tell of the times we had getting the primus alight, and the lanyards of the weekly food bag unlashed. Probably by now the other 2 men have dug in the tent, squared up outside, filled and passed in the cooker, set the thermometer under the sledge and so forth. There were always 1 or 2 odd jobs which wanted doing as well, but you may be sure they came in as soon as possible when they heard the primus hissing and saw the glow of the light inside. Birdie made a bottom for the cooker out of an empty biscuit tin to take the place of the part which was blown away. On the whole this was a success, but we had to hold it steady on Bill's sleeping bag, for the flat frozen bags spread all over the floor space. Cooking was a longer business now. Some one whacked out the biscuit, and the cook put the ration of pemmican into the inner cooker, which was by now half full of water. As opportunity offered, we got out of our day and into our night foot gear, fleecy camel hair stockings and fur boots. In the dim light we examined our feet for frostbite. I do not think it took us less than an hour to get a hot meal to our lips. Pemmican followed by hot water in which we soaked our biscuits. For lunch we had tea and biscuits. For breakfast, pemmican, biscuits and tea. We could not have managed more food bags. 3 were bad enough, and the lashings of everything were like wire. The lashing of the tent door, however, was the worst, and it had to be tied tightly, especially if it was blowing. In the early days we took great pains to brush rime from the tent before packing it up, but we were long past that now. The hoosh got down into our feet, we nursed back frost bites, and we were all the warmer for having got our dry foot gear on before supper. Then we started to get into our bags. Birdie's bag fitted him beautifully, though perhaps it would have been a little small with an eiderdown inside. He must have had a greater heat supply than other men, for he never had serious trouble with his feet, while ours were constantly frostbitten. He slept, I should be afraid to say how much, longer than we did, even in these last days. It was a pleasure, lying awake practically all night, to hear his snores. He turned his bag inside out, from fur to skin and skin to fur, many times during the journey, and thus got rid of a lot of moisture which came out as snow or actual knobs of ice. When we did turn our bags, the only way was to do so directly we turned out, and even then you had to be quick before the bag froze. Getting out of the tent at night, it was quite a race to get back to your bag before it hardened. Of course this was in the lowest temperatures. We could not burn our bags, and we tried putting the lighted primus into them to thaw them out, but this was not very successful. Before this time, when it was very cold, we lighted the primus in the morning while we were still in our bags, and in the evening we kept it going until we were just getting, or had got, the mouths of our bags levered open. But returning we had no oil for such luxuries until the last day or 2. I do not believe that any man, however sick he is, has a much worse time than we had in those bags, shaking with cold until our backs would almost break. One of the added troubles which came to us on our return was the sodden condition of our hands in our bags at night. We had to wear our mitts and half mitts, and they were as wet as they could be. When we got up in the morning we had washerwomen's hands, white, crinkled, sodden. That was an unhealthy way to start the day's work. We really wanted some bags of saennegrass for hands as well as feet. One of the blessings of that kind of bag being that you can shake the moisture from it, but we only had enough for our wretched feet. The horrors of that return journey are blurred to my memory, and I know they were blurred to my body at the time. I think this applies to all of us, for we were much weakened and callous. The day we got down to the penguins I had not cared whether I fell into a crevasse or not. We had been through a great deal since then. I know that we slept on the march, for I woke up when I bumped against Birdie, and Birdie woke when he bumped against me. I think Bill, steering out in front, managed to keep awake. I know we fell asleep if we waited in the comparatively warm tent when the primus was alight, with our pannikins or the primus in our hands. I know that our sleeping bags were so full of ice that we did not worry if we spilt water or hoosh over them, as they lay on the floor cloth, when we cooked on them with our maimed cooker. They were so bad that we never rolled them up in the usual way when we got out of them in the morning. We opened their mouths as much as possible before they froze, and hoisted them more or less flat on to the sledge. All three of us helped to raise each bag, which looked rather like a squashed coffin, and was probably a good deal harder. I know that if it was only –40° when we camped for the night, we considered quite seriously that we were going to have a warm one, and that when we got up in the morning, if the temperature was in the –60s, we did not inquire what it was. The day's march was bliss compared to the night's rest, and both were awful. We were about as bad as men can be and do good travelling, but I never heard a word of complaint, nor, I believe, an oath, and I saw self-sacrifice standing every test. Always we were getting nearer home, and we were doing good marches. We were going to pull through. It was only a matter of sticking this for a few more days. 6, 5, 4, 3 perhaps now, if we were not blizzed. Our main hut was behind that ridge where the mist was always forming and blowing away, and there was Castle Rock. We might even see Observation Hill to morrow, and the Discovery hut, furnished and trim, was behind it, and they would have sent some dry sleeping bags from Cape Evans to greet us there. We reckoned our troubles over at the Barrier edge, and assuredly it was not far away. "You've got it in the neck, stick it, you've got it in the neck." It was always running in my head. And we did stick it. How good the memories of those days are, with jokes about Birdie's picture hat, with songs we remembered off the gramophone, with ready words of sympathy for frostbitten feet, with generous smiles for poor jests, with suggestions of happy beds to come. We did not forget the please and thank you, which mean much in such circumstances, and all the little links with decent civilization which we could still keep going. I'll swear there was still a grace about us when we staggered in. And we kept our tempers, even with God. We might reach Hut Point to night. We were burning more oil now, that 1 gallon tin had lasted us well. And burning more candle too. At one time we feared they would give out. A hell of a morning we had, –57° in our present state, but it was calm, and the Barrier edge could not be much farther now. The surface was getting harder. There were a few wind-blown furrows. The crust was coming up to us. The sledge was dragging easier. We always suspected the Barrier sloped downwards hereabouts. Now the hard snow was on the surface, peeping out like great inverted basins on which we slipped, and our feet became warmer for not sinking into soft snow. Suddenly we saw a gleam of light in a line of darkness running across our course. It was the Barrier edge. We were all right now. We ran the sledge off a snowdrift onto the sea ice, with the same cold stream of air flowing down it which wrecked my hands 5 weeks ago, pushed out of this, camped and had a meal. The temperature had already risen to –43°. We could almost feel it getting warmer as we went round Cape Armitage on the last 3 miles. We managed to haul our sledge up the ice foot and dug the drift away from the door. The old hut struck us as fairly warm. Bill was convinced that we ought not to go into the warm hut at Cape Evans when we arrived there to morrow night. We ought to get back to warmth gradually, live in a tent outside or in the annexe for a day or two. But I'm sure we never meant to do it. Just now Hut Point did not prejudice us in favour of such abstinence. It was just as we had left it. There was nothing sent down for us there, no sleeping bags nor sugar, but there was plenty of oil. Inside the hut we pitched a dry tent left there since Depôt Journey days, set 2 primuses going in it, sat dozing in our bags, and drank cocoa without sugar so thick that next morning we were gorged with it. We were very happy, falling asleep between each mouthful, and after several hours discussed schemes of not getting into our bags at all. But some one would have to keep the primus going to prevent frostbite, and we could not trust ourselves to keep awake. Bill and I tried to sing a part song. Finally we sopped our way into our bags. We only stuck them 3 hours, and thankfully turned out at 3 a.m. and were ready to pack up when we heard the wind come away. It was no good, so we sat in our tent and dozed again. The wind dropped at 9:30. We were off at 11. We walked out into what seemed to us a blaze of light. It was not until the following year that I understood that a great part of such twilight as there is in the latter part of the winter was cut off from us by the mountains under which we travelled. Now, with nothing between us and the northern horizon, below which lay the sun, we saw as we had not seen for months, and the iridescent clouds that day were beautiful. We just pulled for all we were worth, and did nearly 2 miles an hour. For 2 miles a baddish salt surface, then big undulating hard sastrugia and good going. We slept as we walked. We had done 8 miles by 4 p.m. and were past Glacier Tongue. We lunched there. As we began to gather our gear together to pack up for the last time, Bill said quietly, "I want to thank you two for what you have done. I couldn't have found two better companions, and what is more, I never shall." I am proud of that. Antarctic exploration is seldom as bad as you imagine, seldom as bad as it sounds, but this journey had beggared our language. No words could express its horror. We trudged on for several more hours and it grew very dark. There was a discussion as to where Cape Evans lay. We rounded it at last. It must have been 10 or 11 o'clock, and it was possible that some one might see us as we pulled towards the hut. "Spread out well," said Bill, "and they will be able to see that there are 3 men." But we pulled along the cape, over the tide crack, up the bank to the very door of the hut without a sound. No noise from the stable, nor the bark of a dog from the snowdrifts above us. We halted and stood there trying to get ourselves and one another out of our frozen harnesses, the usual long job. The door opened. "Good God! Here's the Crozier party," said a voice, and disappeared. Thus ended the worst journey in the world. And now the reader will ask what became of the 3 penguins' eggs for which 3 human lives had been risked 300 times a day, and 3 human frames strained to the utmost extremity of human endurance. Let us leave the Antarctic for a moment and conceive ourselves in the year 1913, in the Natural History Museum in South Kensington. I had written to say that I would bring the eggs at this time. Present myself, C.G., the sole survivor of the 3, with first or doorstep custodian of the sacred eggs. I did not take a verbatim report of his welcome, but the spirit of it may be dramatised as follows. First custodian:
"Who are you? What do you want? This ain't an egg shop. What call have you to come meddling with our eggs? Do you want me to put the police on to you? Is this the crocodile's egg you're after? I don't know nothing about no eggs. You best speak to Mr. Brown, it's him that varnishes the eggs." I resort to Mr. Brown, who ushers me into the presence of the chief custodian, a man of scientific aspect, with 2 manners, one affably courteous for a person of importance, I guess a naturalist Rothschild at the least, with whom he is conversing, and the other extraordinarily offensive, even for an official man of science, for myself. I announce myself with becoming modesty as the bearer of the penguins' eggs, and proffer them. The chief custodian takes them into custody without a word of thanks, and turns to the person of importance to discuss them. I wait. The temperature of my blood rises. The conversation proceeds for what seems to me a considerable period. Suddenly the chief custodian notices my presence and seems to resent it. Chief custodian: "You needn't wait." Heroic explorer: "I should like to have a receipt for the eggs, if you please." Chief custodian: "It is not necessary. It is all right. You needn't wait." Heroic explorer: "I should like to have a receipt." But by this time the chief custodian's attention is again devoted wholly to the person of importance. Feeling that to persist in overhearing their conversation would be an indelicacy, the heroic explorer politely leaves the room, and establishes himself on a chair in a gloomy passage outside, where he whiles away the time by rehearsing in his imagination how he will tell off the chief custodian when the person of importance retires. But this the person of importance shows no sign of doing, and the explorer's thoughts and intentions become darker and darker. As the day wears on, minor officials, passing to and from the presence, look at him doubtfully and ask his business. The reply is always the same: "I am waiting for a receipt for some penguins' eggs." At last it becomes clear from the explorer's expression that what he is really waiting for is not to take a receipt but to commit murder. Presumably this is reported to the destined victim. At all events the receipt finally comes, and the explorer goes his way with it, feeling that he has behaved like a perfect gentleman, but so very dissatisfied with that vapid consolation that for hours he continues his imaginary rehearsals of what he would have liked to have done to the custodian, mostly with his boots, by way of teaching him manners. Some time after this I visited the Natural History Museum with Captain Scott's sister. After a slight preliminary skirmish, in which we convinced a minor custodian that the specimens brought by the expedition from the Antarctic did not include the moths we found preying on some of them, Miss Scott expressed a wish to see the penguins' eggs. Thereupon the minor custodians flatly denied that any such eggs were in existence or in their possession.
Now Miss Scott was her brother's sister, and she showed so little disposition to take this lying down, that I was glad to get her away with no worse consequences than a profanely emphasized threat on my part that if we did not receive ample satisfaction in writing within 24 hours as to the safety of the eggs, England would reverberate with the tale. The ultimatum was effectual, and due satisfaction was forthcoming in time, but I was relieved when I learned later that they had been entrusted to Professor Ashton for the necessary microscopic examination. But he died before he could approach the task, and the eggs passed into the hands of Professor Cossar Ewart of Edinburgh University. His report is as follows. End of Chapter 7, Part 6.
Appendix to The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Appendix. Professor Cossar Ewart's Report. It was a great disappointment to Dr. Wilson that no Emperor penguin embryos were obtained during the cruise of the Discovery. But though embryos were conspicuous by their absence in the Emperor eggs brought home by the National Antarctic Expedition, it is well to bear in mind that the naturalists on board Discovery learned much about the breeding habits of the largest living member of the ancient penguin family. Amongst other things, it was ascertained, 1. That in the case of the Emperor, as in the king penguin, the egg, during the period of incubation, rests on the upper surface of the feet, protected and kept in position by a fold of skin from the lower breast, and 2. That in the case of the Emperor the whole process of incubation is carried out on sea ice during the coldest and darkest months of the Antarctic winter. After devoting much time to the study of penguins, Dr. Wilson came to the conclusion that Emperor embryos would throw new light on the origin and history of birds, and decided that if he again found his way to the Antarctic he would make a supreme effort to visit an Emperor rookery during the breeding season. When and under what conditions the Cape Crozier rookery was eventually visited and Emperor eggs secured is graphically told in The Winter Journey. The question now arises, has the weirdest birds' nesting expedition that has ever been made added appreciably to our knowledge of birds? It is admitted that birds are descended from bipedal reptiles which flourished some millions of years ago, reptiles in build not unlike the kangaroo. From Archaeopteryx of Jurassic times we know primeval birds had teeth, 3 fingers with claws on each hand, and a long lizard-like tail provided with nearly 20 pairs of well-formed true feathers. But unfortunately neither this lizard-tailed bird nor yet the fossil birds found in America throw any light on the origin of feathers. Ornithologists and others who have devoted much time to the study of birds have as a rule assumed that feathers were made out of scales, that the scales along the margin of the hand and forearm and along each side of the tail were elongated, frayed, and otherwise modified to form the wing and tail quills, and that later other scales were altered to provide a coat capable of preventing loss of heat. But as it happens, a study of the development of feathers affords no evidence that they were made out of scales. There are neither rudiments of scales nor feathers in very young bird embryos. In the youngest of the 3 Emperor embryos there are, however, feather rudiments in the tail region. The embryo was probably 7 or 8 days old, but in the 2 older embryos there are a countless number of feather rudiments, i.e. of minute pimples known as papillae. In penguins, as in many other birds, there are 2 distinct crops of feather papillae, viz. a crop of relatively large papillae which develop into prepennae, the forerunners of true feathers, pennae, and a crop of small papillae which develop into preplumulae, the forerunners of true down feathers, plumulae. In considering the origin of feathers we are not concerned with the true feathers, pennae, but with the nestling feathers, prepennae, and more especially with the papillae from which the prepennae are developed. What we want to know is, do the papillae which in birds develop into the first generation of feathers correspond to the papillae which in lizards develop into scales? The late Professor Assheton, who undertook the examination of some of the material brought home by the Terra Nova, made a special study
of the feather papillae of the Emperor penguin embryos from Cape Crozier. Drawings were made to indicate the number, size, and time of appearance of the feather papillae, but unfortunately in the notes left by the distinguished embryologist there is no indication whether the feather papillae were regarded as modified scale papillae or new creations resulting from the appearance of special feather forming factors in the germ plasm. When eventually the 3 Emperor penguin embryos reached me that their feather rudiments might be compared with the feather rudiments of other birds, I noticed that in Emperor embryos the feather papillae appeared before the scale papillae. Evidence of this was especially afforded by the largest embryo, which had reached about the same stage in its development as a 16 days goose embryo. In the largest Emperor embryo, feather papillae occur all over the hind quarters and on the legs to within a short distance of the tarsal joint. Beyond the tarsal joint, even in the largest embryo, no attempt had been made to produce the papillae which in older penguin embryos represent, and ultimately develop into, the scaly covering of the foot. The absence of papillae on the foot implied either that the scale papillae were fundamentally different from feather papillae, or that for some reason or other the development of the papillae destined to give rise to the foot scales had been retarded. There is no evidence as far as I can ascertain that in modern lizards the scale papillae above the tarsal joint appear before the scale papillae beyond this joint. The absence of papillae below the tarsal joint in Emperor embryos, together with the fact that in many birds each large feather papilla is accompanied by 2 or more very small feather papillae, led me to study the papillae of the limbs of other birds. The most striking results were obtained from the embryos of Chinese geese, in which the legs are relatively longer than in penguins. In a 13 days goose embryo, the whole of the skin below and for some distance above the tarsal joint is quite smooth, whereas the skin of the rest of the leg is studded with feather papillae. On the other hand, in an 18 days goose embryo, in which the feather papillae of the legs have developed into filaments, each containing a fairly well-formed feather, scale papillae occur not only on the foot below and for some distance above the tarsal joint, but also between the roots of the feather filaments, between the tarsal and the knee joints. More important still, in a 20 days goose embryo, a number of the papillae situated between the feather filaments of the leg were actually developing into scales, each of which overlapped the root calamus of a feather just as scales overlap the foot feathers in grouse and other feather-footed birds. As in bird embryos there is no evidence that feather papillae ever develop into scales, or that scale papillae ever develop into feathers, it may be assumed that feather papillae are fundamentally different from scale papillae, the difference presumably being due to the presence of special factors in the germ plasm. Just as in armadillos hairs are found emerging from under the scales, in ancient birds, as in the feet of some modern birds, the coat probably consisted of both feathers and scales. But in course of time, owing perhaps to the growth of the scales being arrested, the coat of the birds, instead of consisting throughout of well-developed scales and small inconspicuous feathers, was almost entirely made up of a countless number of downy feathers, well-developed scales only persisting below the tarsal joint. If the conclusions arrived at with the help of the Emperor penguin embryos about the origin of feathers are justified, the worst journey in the world in the interest of science was not made in vain. End of Appendix. End of The Worst Journey in the World, Volume 1, by Apsley Cherry-Garrard.